Welcome along to Kilburn Oval, everyone viewing out there, because we have a huge day here. It's the Women's Grand Finals for Division 6, 4 and 2. My name is Tony Neal, and joining me is Christy Shermer from Athelston. Welcome, Christy.
Thank you very much for having me, Tony.
I cannot wait to hear.
Amazing to be here.
Yes.
We've made it. The
Yes.
Athelston girls are here.
Well, we spoke with the coaches and we can see the teams out there lining up as we speak. The coin toss has already been held, and Athelston won the coin toss, kicking to the left of screen, Golden Grove to the right of screen. Just going through the day while the teams are preparing. Women's Division 6, Athelston versus Golden Grove. This is due to start at 11:45. Hectorville versus Eastern Park, Women's Division 4 at 1:40. And Women's Division 2, Goodwood Saints versus Golden Grove at 3:30. We can have a look at the ladder here, and Golden Grove, well, they're coming from third with 14 wins and 10 losses. And of course, Christy, take us through Athelston there.
Well, we were absolutely thrilled to have a season where we finished minor premiers, and we were also really proud of ourselves because we didn't lose a home game this year, so we maintained Fortress Max Amber.
Yeah, sensational. We can see the teams just at the moment lining up, and what a magnificent sight that is. So we'll just take in, I think the national anthem's going to be played.
Unbelievable to see the girls lining up for their not only first ever grand final, it's actually the first ever finals season. So I'm super proud to see those Athelston girls there. They are ready to go, and I can tell everyone who is watching this and watching the replay, those Athelston girls want this like nothing else.
All right, what we'll do, as the teams are in there having their final say, we'll have a quick look on the board just at the lineups and get ready for this exciting game. There's still a little while to go before we kick off, a couple of minutes. So what can you tell us about a couple of the players here, please, Christy?
Well, I can tell you that in our team we have got an age gap of anywhere from starting at 15 all the way up to well into their 40s. So we cover the lifespan in Athelston, and you wouldn't even know it looking at these girls. So the Div 6 leading goal kicker is Natalie Lomman. She is one of the raggies of old, as we refer to ourselves and sing in our club song. She's one to watch today. I'm expecting and hoping that will come away with a few goals today. We have got an actually incredible leadership team as well. We've got Hannah Saboro is probably the best fullback in the competition. Obviously, I love these girls, and I'm expecting Hannah will stop plenty of goals today.
All right, so the teams are just breaking out now. We'll have a quick look at the Golden Grove one, if possible. There we are there. We don't know a real lot about them just at the moment, but obviously some players there to keep an eye on as well.
Yeah, the one to watch today is it's the battle of the ruck women today. So Rhiannon Utton and Britt Spooner from Athelston were the winners of the best and fairest for Div 6, and they're the rucks today. So we're about to kick off.
All right, let's have a look at the matchups in the middle. And you mentioned Brittany, so there's good size in there up against the Golden Grove player there who we'll catch up with in a moment as umpire throws up. It's a grand final. No tomorrow, no next week. And let's just see what the players bring. And I'll tell you what, the ground is bathed in sunshine as Golden Grove are going to come out of the middle. They go forward towards the 50, but the big Dukes go up. It's beaten everyone. Lauren Melville out there having a look.
Lauren's first season.
Yep.
She is a fit and a very tough player, and that's why she's in that starting 18 today.
And we'll just try and see. Some of the Golden Grove numbers are a little bit hard on that far side. So I'll just come across to the monitor here as that ball held in close. They go forward again, Golden Grove. Looks like Joe Potter down there. Players can't get hold of it. It's anyone's ball. Little socket comes out. There's a holding, and it will go the way. So a relieving free kick here. Louise Savasta just in the back pocket. So this will be interesting, Christy. Will she go down the line?
She'll go down the line.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Nice kick too.
She's got a beautiful kick on her.
So ball just bobbling around. Player held on to that for a long time. They get out to the runners now, Athelston, but Golden Grove are back here, and well done by the Golden Grove player as we'll pick up numbers shortly. We have got the list here. It's just picking them up on that far side with their backs to us, yellow on green. A little bit hard to see, but we'll get by. No worries at all as the umpire comes in to throw this ball up. Rucks both in readiness here. Let's see which way they hit. So good body work by the Golden Grove player. Puts it to team advantage. Our player just drops that ball there, and that was Jess Burnett, unfortunately being caught. And
Beautiful
Jamie Ann
tackle
Scott.
by Jamie.
Yeah, tell us how much input on tackling and so on at training as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We work hard to make sure that the tackling that we do is effective and leads to either getting the ball our way or a stoppage, that we don't do anything that's too high or too silly or anything. We know how tough the umpires are on slings, so we make sure that we get that right.
And that was Kelly Ransom there. So it'll be interesting when the ball gets below the hips today, because both teams are wearing blue shorts and blue socks. And gee, I'll tell you what, she's been in again there, Samantha Newman. Just getting caught dropping the ball. And so we'll see a relieving free kick here by the Golden Grove team as they come down that wing, and going up in front, Jess Burnett. It's bounced out the back, opportunity. Golden Grove will do anything to get that ball forward. Little push here on the Athelston player. She's going to pick it up now. Oh, geez, in all kinds of trouble there, Louise Savasta. And umpire just coming in, and it is a free kick to Golden Grove, and you can see that huge crowd already building down here, and we can tell you all the cars across the other side. This ball right in front of our central commentary position, brought to you by Dartfish and Filming Footy today. Division 6 women's football. Golden Grove around the corner. It's a quick snap inside. It's anyone's ball. Golden Grove player leads the ball. Just taps there, trying to get it to Ashley Thomas. And Thomas there puts a hand up as if to say holding, and couldn't quite get the umpire convinced. So Kira Labisis it is. She's a good size in the forward pocket, but nice tap by the Athelston ruckman.
Yeah, you'll see Britt will get the tap pretty much.
Ooh, Ashley Thomas taken high.
99% of the time.
Yeah, sorry there. So Ashley Thomas. So this will be interesting. This will be probably 35 out. She'll go back to perhaps 40. Our two umpires today. Thank you very much to Marquita Bond and Alison Meakin. Player on the mark doing a lot of work. That's a nice kick by the Athelston player. Is it over the top? It's actually gone too far almost, if you like, for the Golden Grove player there. And first score on the board to Golden Grove. And we are almost 4 minutes in. And I'll be interested to see Lady in long sleeves. So there's a sense of humour on a hot day, but it is a winter sport. Is this Hannah Saboro?
That's Hannah Saboro. She always wears her long sleeves. And I did tell the girls today the UV is at 5, so to wear some sunscreen. So we want to make sure we have fun and stay safe in this high UV day.
It's got a nice
late
kick
August.
On it. Yeah, sorry, she's got a
Hannah's
nice kick on it.
got an amazing kick on her.
Takes 2 kicks to get it back, but Golden Grove have it. There's a lead coming, and she's put it into that dangerous area. They go up. It's anyone's
Beautiful.
ball.
Lou Russo's got it. She'll be running away with it. Lou Russo is absolutely incredible. She's planning on running a marathon tomorrow, if you can believe it. That's gone to the side.
So another point there to Golden Grove as we wind around to almost 5 minutes now. And Athelston just having a little bit of trouble across this half-back line getting this ball out.
Yeah, it'd be nice to bring it down our forward line, and we will get there. Once it gets past, we'll have no trouble. I'm expecting that there might be some rotations soon, possibly, while this side starts to settle. Hannah's been playing football well before the Athelston side joined, and we are away with Nikki Hall. She was a runner-up for Div 6 girls. She is exceptionally strong. She'll get the ball out and she'll win any contest. She's just one of those players where the ball just seems to bounce her way. She is absolutely magnetic with the football. She's been a huge asset to our team this year.
There she
goes
again.
Yeah. She's getting it down.
So ball coming in now. Athelston in the forward line here, this way, that way.
Taylor Granger, that is dangerous. Natalie Lommans there now, and let's see. Oh, free kick to Golden Grove.
Down deep there. So the first foray forward by Athelston. I'll tell you what they have got, Athelston, is a lot of fast players by the looks of it, and coming in there. Well done, that young lady.
Absolutely, we have
There's
fast
a shot
players.
on. Yeah. So that's
Taylor Granger. She's an absolute asset. She's a good choice to have at full forward today because she's very strong, and as you can see, she's got Athelston on the board. Well done to Taylor. That was an outstanding kick. Wow.
So well done, and just that clearance out of the pack, got that quick kick in. You only need it, coaches bang on about, play the ball in our forward half, blah, blah, blah. Very quickly, you only need it, as we see the very nice kicking style there, and it cleared the pack. But you only need to get it down there once and finish off. You see Golden Grove have had it down 2 or 3 times. They've had their 2 shots, and they haven't finished off. And that's the difference. So it's great to say play it in your forward half. You get the other coaches who say, let's set it up across half back. So, who's right, who's wrong as that ball goes up in the middle. So
we've had a taste for a goal now, and we'll be only interested in having it in our forward now and continuing that success. So the conversion that we had when it was in our forward line, we achieved that goal relatively quickly compared to the couple of times Golden Grove's had it in their forward, and put the pressure on them just to get some points. So now that we've had a taste, we'll be wanting to keep that pressure on the ball. Hopefully Nikki can get it forward again for us.
So we can see a lot of congestion around the ball, so the midfielders now have to really work hard to push back, and the centre of the ground is actually free, so this kick's going to come to a big pack, as we can see. Up it goes. Athelston just really good defensively there. Samantha Newman put the fist up.
Yeah, she did.
First to the ball here, Christy, and that's what's going to get you possessions.
Yeah, and that's what Coach Simon Johnson will be saying as well, that we need to have no hesitation, head over the ball, first to the ball. There we go.
So that's
Sammy Newman again.
Yeah, Sam Newman. So let's see if Golden Grove, what they're like defensively. There's a lot of numbers here. She's got a long kick, so that's going to clear a lot of the on-ballers. Golden Grove now will clear. That's very well done. It's coming right into the centre of the ground. A good old one-on-one battle. Lauren. And it's the bounce that's
beaten us. And Lauren is going to catch her. She's got the fitness.
So Kelly Ransom, I reckon that was, who got the ball forward. She's run on as well. That's a nice kick around the corner by Joe Potter. Ransom's still after it. Also in there is Katie Bell. She's pushed that ball out to her advantage. Can't quite, gets it up to a teammate. And I'll tell you what, Katie Bell, very well done there. And the Golden Grove team through Kelly Ransom, and also Katie Bell kept that ball alive. There's actually a lead here. Actually, that's Katie Bell, number 8 in the long sleeve. So we'll see who this is when she turns around. Apologise there. Comes in and kicks. Well, it's low and short, and I'll tell you what, we'll call that a pass. And that girl, fantastic, turned around for us. That's Rihanna Utton, or Utton, let's say Utton. Apologies if we do get some of the names wrong. And also, the sun is right over the far side of the ground. I'm coming over the top as we speak, as she comes in and, she's kicked that out of bounds on the full.
Yeah, so that's just, the rucks have to do such a lot of work. Once they actually have a chance to stand still and kick a ball, and the pressure on grand final day.
So let's see, the kick in will have to come right here, right in front of us in the commentary position. She's got a nice kick because that's distance.
Nikki.
Yep. Golden Grove now around the corner, a big shepherd off the pack, which was quite good, and that ball's just going to bounce out. And good teamwork here. Well, number 19 is Kaiser Culhane, and number 23, Madison Coop, working well. So because of that last touch rule, we get the kick in. So another possession here. This time it's right in front of us. The pack forms. Oh, all of them go up. Not able to take it. Quick kick out, Jamie Ann Scott.
Jamie won't be interested in having anyone else have the ball, and the same goes for Britt.
That's a big
Another
tackle
nice
in front
tackle
of
from
us.
Jamie and Britt.
So Madison Coop getting up as well. Umpire right in front of us here. Look at the ruck people go at it. Oh, nice rove by the Golden Grove girl. Well done there. And that was Madison Coop gets it right into a dangerous position. There's numbers there. Can't get it out. Athelston 1-2. Second player does. It's just going to bumble over the line, but I think that's going to be a free kick. Is it? It will be. Just a quick handball off. Gee, that was quick. And trying to get the shot on there was Katie Bell. Got the handball off Jess Burnett. And we will see Athelston through Hannah Saboro relieving again. Hannah's getting a lot of possessions, but by default being either points or out of bounds on the full. So interesting here, Kristen. We can see the spread right across the half back line here.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see. I mean, I would expect Hannah will always kick it down the line.
They're in again here, Golden Grove.
That's
big
dangerous.
tall player. Yeah, couldn't take that. That was Kira Labisis. Ball comes out again, right into the centre half forward. Yeah.
Yep, there we go. There's Nikki again. She'll be away.
So the one-on-ones, you start to see now the midfield can't get back, so you're going to see a couple of little one-on-one battles. First of the ball there. Who have we got here? This looks like Olivia Young, is it?
That is Olivia Young. She is, again, one of our younger players. She is a player to watch.
So just running in. So you were talking about the ruck girls, and see Brittany Spooner there. She's had to do a mountain of work already. She gets that tap out, but she also has to run deep into defence with Golden Grove. Golden Grove have got an interesting matchup here. Kelly Ransom, number 5, is playing on Lauren Melville. Lauren's got about 6 or 8 inches height on her, but then Kelly can beat her around below the knees. So it's going to be interesting, these matchups in the forward line. It's not always a like for like, as that ball out the far side now. Golden Grove player went in nice and hard there, put her head down, and yeah, very well done, Spooner there. You can see trying to get her hand to the ball, and look at the numbers around the ball again. So Christy, I reckon the heat might take it out of the players a little bit today as well. Battle of fatigue.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know how long the Golden Grove girls have been doing their pre-season for, but we've certainly been spending plenty of time working on our fitness. We haven't really had the match time in the heat because it's just been a kind of a long cold winter, but I certainly back the Athelston girls.
So ball comes around now, Golden Grove. Oh great, they play all on their own, right in front of goals. Surely she's not going to handball. Go back, young lady. This is Jo Potter. She's been lively in the forward line too. I've liked the looks of her, standing all on her own. Just too much space for mine. The ball floated in, and Jo Potter is going to have a shot at goal. Probably 15 metres out. There's about 5 people on the mark here. A little bit going on in back play. Comes in, and that is the first goal on the scoreboard for Golden Grove. So probably a reliever for Golden Grove there. And well done to young Jo Potter as well. Both teams having a good time out here as this just runs in. I don't know why she thought about handballing it off. Got a great kicking style as well. Well done, young lady. And they're on the board. Division 6 football grand final day. Athelston versus Golden Grove. 14 minutes in. Stand by at quarter time. Don't go anywhere. We've got an interview with the coach, and we'll probably see how we go time-wise. We might get them both, or we might get the other one half-time, pre-recorded before the game. And Spooner gets that tap out, but gives it back to the Golden Grove player on the cricket pitch down here, so that's going to be quite firm. Jess Burnett couldn't for Golden Grove, but backing up, gives it back to Jess Burnett. Stolen there. Was that Louise Russo, I reckon? She's quite vigorous there. She's a very good competitor, isn't she?
She absolutely is. She comes from a basketball background. This is Lou's first season of football. We've got quite a number of girls where this is their first season. That was Michelle Parker, again, another first season player who handballed there to Jamie.
Yeah, so Jamie Ann Scott, and there's a little bit of feistiness going on. There's a little bit of back play, and Samantha Newman just clapping there, and you'd hope that that's clapping her own team. But I'll tell you what, Nicole Hall, what a superstar she is.
Nikki Hall is absolutely amazing. She was recruited from the Women's Masters and spotted as a talent by our coach Jono, who thought she would be a great fit for our team, and she has slotted in personally, and she's also her skill level is absolutely outstanding, and even after a few games she's been our runner-up for the whole division.
Just got caught that time. I was just going to say there, yeah, just caught, but you can see that big crowd back there in Athelston. I reckon half the suburbs down here, if not more. The handball outside Golden Grove to come back inside. Who am I to say, because it's worked, but charging at the ball. Look at all the players here and taking the ball well there. Katie Bell just gives a handball off, gets it across. That was Nicole Savage. It's in a dangerous position again, charging out. Oh, player taking the ground without the ball. Staying down as well. Oh, under pressure here, Athelston. Golden Grove, have a look at them like seagulls to a chip. Just getting up there, Joe Potter, in back play there. You can just see to the right of screen, number 4. Now, she's dangerous. She's on her own out the back here as it goes up. Doesn't matter, the big... there she is, Potter. Just talking about, couldn't quite get boot to ball. So a point on the board.
Sammy.
Yep. So they are 1 goal 3 to 1 goal Athelston.
At 16 and a half minutes, it's not long to go. So Kiara puts the ball down to be taken by Kelly Fitzpatrick. A good choice to kick it in.
Comes in, couldn't take it. Cross it goes. The back inside here, Golden Grove. Oh, just drifting down there. That was fortuitous. That was Katie Bell. And she's going to have a shot on goal for her second. For Golden Grove's second. And just happened to float out a couple of times there, Christy. They've just left them alone. So. Yeah,
our backline is working extremely hard, and probably, to be honest, hasn't had to probably work as hard all season as they have in that quarter.
Gee, nice kick.
On the post.
Tell you what, I don't know where the celebrations came from. I heard it, but I think it might have been the Athelston team there celebrating the point, and that is quarter time. We're showing 7.5, probably 18-minute quarters here. So we will take a short break.
Nine News, teaming up with the Adelaide Footy League. Tom Wren on the ground at your club for Thursday Night Live, strengthening communities through footy.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support. Okay, so welcome back at quarter time down here, and we've got a close game on our hands here, Christy. 1 goal to Athelston. They got that ball down there and kicked that goal straight away. Who was our goal scorer again there? That was
Taylor Granger.
Yeah, Taylor Granger kicking that great goal there. And we also have 1 goal to Joe Potter, though, 1 goal 4-10, Golden Grove. And how's the coach go? What's he like with the toes on the white line? As we see there, they haven't actually broken yet. Golden Grove have. Does he get a bit animated? I see a couple of girls yelling and carrying on there as well. What's it like in the huddle?
Jono will try and call us to be accountable, especially when we're behind like that. But I think he'll be trying to keep our minds positive and in the game. So the pressure really is on the back line with Golden Grove putting on such a lot of pressure, and our defenders are really facing a huge challenge today against Golden Grove, who are here to win. They've got 2 teams playing today. They've got their A and their B team, and I can just tell by the energy that they're bringing today is that they are only interested in bringing home 2 flags today. So Nikki Hull nearly had a run with the ball then, but there's another stoppage.
Second ball up.
Battle of the Rucks again. Oh, beautiful mark by Jamie.
So how's she going to spend it? That's the next bit, isn't it? So
She's spotted Nikki, and she wants Nikki to take it and run with it.
So just keeping possession here, Athelston, but they pop it out now. Little paddle forward there by Ella Ward. So possession's big around. They come now. Player tried to fend off before she was there, and good tackle. And I'll tell you what, Athelston are in this game, and Golden Grove not getting all their own way. One of the better players there, Ashley Thomas, just got her arms out there. She's trying to defend. You'll see her number 13 here. Well, she'll probably end up taking this kick. Better players so far. We've got Samantha Newman for Athelston, Hannah Saboro down back for Athelston, and also Nicole Hall. And come across as a whole heap of Golden Grove. But Joe Potter's been good up forward. Ashley Thomas, number 13 as well. Katie Bell at times. So we'll keep an eye out as the game progresses. Of course, the winner gets the magnificent dartfish feeding and a pair of Archie thongs. And that looks like, is it number 19? Yes, Kaiser Culhane there. Geez, I tell you what, she squared herself up too to get that ball in directly in line with the goals here. So it's a straight line from where they are, if they can. But Athelston player, that's a bit of a flick
Kiara
up.
through to Sam Newman. That was very nicely done by Kiara.
It must have been a punch. Sorry, and so
and
here
Nikki's
we go
got it again.
Yeah.
To Olivia Young.
Under pressure. Ooh. Wow. Come through with the big foot there, Christina Barone.
Yeah,
Anything
KB
will
nearly
do.
got it done. Yep, she'll
Throw up here. You can see all the players close on each other. The rucks they've just come in now.
There goes
It's out,
KB again.
Yeah, out the back to Athelston and Isabella. Now, how do we say that? Muluk?
Yeah, that's Belle. She's again one of our 15-year-olds. And
Really?
yeah,
Wow.
she is one to watch. If there's any AFLW recruits, I'd very much be looking out for Belle. I tell you, she is strong at training. She's strong on game day.
Athelston inside 50 again now. Ball at the back there to Isabella Milk. Just as we speak. Just handballs out to team advantage. The Golden Grove players almost fight over it. Jessica
Let's
Adewell
go,
does
KB.
it. Wow, she's forging through. Can't quite, but it's in a dangerous position. Big tackle. Oh, I'll tell you what. Olivia Young. It's desperate down there in the forward line, and I talk about seagulls for a chip. It's more like, wow, straight into it. Number 23 here on her own, Madison Cooper. She's forced to go in and take
Go,
a player.
Libby.
They come out, but I'll tell you what, it's 2-on-1 here. Ball just beats Nicole Hall here, but she's good enough to get back in. Players dive on it. She's having a very good game as well, Nicole Savage. Looks a real athletic type. Ball's going to go up. The rucks come in. See Rihanna Utton there. Takes the body first, then goes for the ball. And free kick here. I've liked the look of Nicole Savage. She's getting a lot of possessions as she kicks along that wing. 2-on-1 here. They try and paddle that ball. Not able to take it there was Elisa Coop. Come Golden Grove's way around the corner quickly. That was Kaiser Kilhane. Right in front of, look at the box down there. There are people everywhere from Athelston. Huge contingency down there. And they will take a free kick. What a spot to get a free kick in the grand final. Go back behind the mark, young lady. She almost came the wrong way there, Christy. And so
Lou
where are we
Russo's
going to
got
go?
a lot on her mind.
Yep.
Especially with the noise behind her from the entire suburb of Athelston. We've also got people, past players, watching from across Australia. We've got Tara, who's watching from
Let's give a
remote
shout out.
Australia.
This is
Big shout out
interesting.
to Tara, who played with us but is now travelling and working across Australia. And a huge shout out to Erica Nunn, who is one of our past players, who is watching from a pub in Scotland somewhere. It's
To
probably
be sure,
about-
to be sure.
To be
No,
sure.
that's
So,
Irish.
no, that's Irish.
Scotland. The bagpipe. Boy, oh
Huge
boy.
shout out to Erica. We can just about hear her cheering from here.
Wow.
We can't wait to have her come back and join us.
I hope she's got it on the TV up there.
She
in
will.
Scotland.
She'll
Well,
be.
hello
she'll
to
have
everyone in
half
Scotland.
of the Scottish town she's in will be watching this game. I'm sure of it. So we are thinking of all of the girls who aren't actually here in Kilburn today, but definitely here in spirit.
Well, a shout out to both teams, of course, Golden Grove and Athelston. With that, you can see the supporters in the background. The cars you can see already lining up down there as Golden Grove unable to get that ball out here. Oh, big tackle. Gee, I'll tell you what, it's scrambling in the pack. That'll do. Just a hack kick forward. It's going to bounce. They charge at it now. Oh, diving back over it. That could be dangerous. Christina Barone, I reckon that was. But no, umpire says we'll ball it up. Doing a great job. Marquita Bond there, throwing that ball up. They tap it inside now, Golden Grove. They just haven't been able to get a flow on here, Golden Grove. They're not getting it all their own way and holding up the scoreboard very well, or Athelston, as they're coming down this way, kicking to this end. But the Golden Grove players now charge through. 1, 2, 3. They're getting each other's way. We'll get yet another ball up. A grand final, perfect conditions out here. It's going to be 19 degrees. They tell us we might already be already over that. Well, it's currently 20.2 as we speak. So I'll have to talk to someone at the weather station. But another throw up here. Rucks go at it. It's out in the clear now, but get on to it. I'll tell you what, Nicole Hall is having an absolutely sensational game. Dancing feet as well. That's a long kick. That's
Go,
a
Libby.
screwy inside 50, and we've got
She'll often
cheering
get those
from
marks. Just didn't bounce
the
their way.
from the commentator as well. It's all happening.
I'm
in
used
here.
to cheering from the sidelines. I'm not usually don't usually have the microphone on, so I'm doing my best to remain 90% impartial. So
Hit 90%, I like that. So getting that out as well. Nicole Savage gets it across, and Golden Grove, they're out
Sammy
again
Hall's
here.
ready to go.
Oh, big tackle there without the ball. Might have been a little bit of damage there. And gee, I'll tell you what, she's only slight, Nicole Savage, but having a very good game. This here is Jess Burnett. Ball in hand. It's in the middle of the ground, so it's hard to attack from here. They've had to go out wide, and they have kept possession. And I'm just trying to see there. Is it 55? I reckon Carly
is one of Golden Grove's strongest players. I've watched her every game. She is actually very, very confident, and she's also one of their taller players. She's got real maturity out there, so I think that this is probably the team. I've always said we've thought that Golden Grove's the team to beat. They've continued to improve throughout the season. There's Livy again, trying to get that mark, misses it. But second efforts is what Athelston is all about, and Livy will keep going.
I reckon that was Charlotte Glenn for Golden Grove in there competing. Couldn't quite take it. She does now. So umpire right on top of it. Goes on the right boot. Just a kick down the wing, but that will do. It's called possession football, and getting a lot of it. Ashley Thomas really liked her game. goes down the wing now. This is possession football now. We're starting to see, I think that's the big ruck girl, isn't it? Rihanna Utton it is. She now just kicks that off the side a little bit, so the players are going to have to contest here. That's going to go out and, just
it's right in front of the Athelston box.
And I reckon that'll be an Athelston free. Surely. Or it dribbles out, contested ball, so it dribbles out. Look at the bit in back play. Boy, oh boy, there's two girls having a real ding-dong battle just in the back play here as it goes up. This will be the ball in front. It is. Athelston player, well, that's interesting. Hacked it out of the air. Unfortunately, it went out of bounds on the full. And you can see, we apologise here that it's almost silhouettes because of where the sun is early in the morning down here. Well, we say it's 12:15 now, so the sun right over the top. But we can tell you this is Ashley Thomas, ball in hand. Nice kick forward, grand final day. Golden Grove all in the forward line. Big collision there. A lot of bodies. I tell you what, Christy, this game, there hasn't been one passage of play really where the teams have got it out and got a bit of a run on. It's a hectic, it's a grand final, but what a clash, just this sort of stuff where that ball's in and players, look at that tackle there. That was Samantha Newman, just sensational, and neither team getting their own way.
Yeah, that's right. We're used to seeing lots of stoppages in women's football, and all season that's just we just have to learn how to get the ball out after a stoppage. I think I heard our coach screaming from the other side of the oval just then. So there's everyone out there wants to have their share of the ball today. Another outstanding play, I believe that was Carly from Golden Grove as well.
Yeah, Carly. Man, I reckon it was getting it across there. So Carly Bosens. That was Rebecca Randall got the ball across. But once again, we see this toing and froing, and Kelly Fitzpatrick quite stoic down there in the back line. The lead comes out to the right, so she goes out that way. Doesn't quite get it towards. It was a good lead too by Olivia Young. Didn't quite make it, and ball on the ground once again, and on the ground Samantha Newman having a very good game, but gee, she's down. What a great battle that is, Samantha Newman and Nicole Savage. That is a fantastic battle. Number 6 for Athelston.
Here comes Nikki Hall again, ready to get it down, and I tell you what, Nat Lomond is hungry for goals today. Leading goal kicker for Division 6.
Don't tell
First
me.
season.
That is a great kick. Just bounced left. She paddled that ball along, but she knew what she was doing all the way through there, Christian. Very elusive in around those packs. So let's see. First kick in here. Chelsea Duval, it is, number 24. Just getting called back a little bit there. Melanie Smith on the
That's
on the
Captain
mark.
Melanie Smith.
Fantastic. Yep.
And she is the woman who we would want standing that mark. She's an outstanding leader, and she's certainly very proud of these Athelston girls, and she's coming in towards the play and the kick in there.
So Chelsea Duval it was. Got it across to Ashley Thomas. And,
Ashley Thomas is
really
a very dangerous player for
game.
Golden Grove. We'll definitely be watching her. In fact, we've been told to keep our eye on her.
Well, there's a nice kick, and just running across in front, Rihanna Utton again. So the ruck person there, it's good because she's also getting across and taking some marks. But once again, we see here a little bit of shepherding going on. So they're not getting their own way, Golden Grove. And this young lady here, who have we got here?
That's Lou Savasta.
Yep.
She has got an outstanding kick on her.
Wow.
You do not really want to be tackled by Lou. I don't recommend it. KB's got the ball now. And Nikki Hall is there, which is also dangerous. Another one from Bell. And Nat Lomond. There we go, Nat. And
Wow.
she snaps it.
How good is that girl
And
there?
there we go. Natalie Lomond, mum of 3, first season of football, leading goal kicker for the division.
And you see, that kick there was as good as any game of football you'll see. She picks this up. Look at that. Around the corner. That's the one that you want to be showing the AFL clubs, men and women. That's how you kick the ball. Straight out in front, around the corner. That is not easy to do. That is sensational.
She has got this incredible natural talent. She's got a taste for goals now, and she's only going to be interested in getting more goals. I believe Natalie Lomond, well into her 40s, one of my mum friends from school. She'll definitely be available for being the latest recruit to the AFLW. So she's definitely taking calls.
She can certainly kick all right. I'll
She
tell you what,
is
we
incredible.
won't mention ages out there. We'll just say one of the veterans of the team. But boy, oh boy, that is outstanding football. I know I'm harping on it, but it was really good to see. And Golden Grove are just up against it a little bit here. 2 goals, 1-13.
If we can get the ball down our end.
2 goals, 1-13 to 1 goal 4. So yeah, correct.
There's only 3 points in it now, and after the last goal, Athelston's way, we're going to want to continue that momentum.
Well, they've got another. They've been very good across half back here. Really good. Who have we got with ball in hand there?
That's Livy Young.
She's got the knee all done up as well and gets that nice kick out. That'll do because it's the team advantage. All the 2 number 13s collide, but
That's
that was
the
their own
battle of the
player.
Ashleys, actually. So that's our Ash versus Golden Grove's Ash Thomas.
Yeah.
And it looks like our Ash might have had a bit of a knock on the head then.
Yeah, just a high kick up. That Sun's playing havoc. I tell you, these are the dangerous hands. That's a good hand. Oh, just called it a throw. You can see the 2 actions in one. So just coming back now, Rebecca Randall just hands it off to number 23, Madison Coop, who started well. Haven't seen a lot of her this quarter, but gee, I'll tell you what, that's close to the boundary, and that's going to give Athelston the opportunity exactly just to hit that ball out. Look at that crowd there. This would have to be the biggest crowd that Athelston have played in front of, would it?
We've had some big
games,
crowds out at Max Amber, especially at the new facility there, and we're certainly very proud of the women's team and the inclusive team at Athelston are having their grand final this afternoon today as well.
I'll tell you what, this girl here, great game, Nicole Hall, gets it again forward for Athelston. Doesn't matter how you get it, it's a grand final, just get it forward and going around here, just trying to, Michelle Parker, good use of the body in there, but gives it back up to Golden Grove. Chasing after it now, Ashley Thomas, she's got a good set of jets on her too. 2 on 1, Athelston under pressure, so extracting that out was Jess Burnett. And umpires coming in for yet another ball up. Marquita Bond doing a great job out there with Ellison Meakin as well. It's all Golden Grove here, round the corner. That kick comes, it's into a dangerous position, it's over the top, it's beaten everyone. The umpire's given a free. It is going the way of Golden Grove. They've got an opportunity here.
What was that free kick for, Tony?
No, we won't ask. Couldn't tell you there. Ashley Calvo, I was watching where the ball was going, then I heard the whistle. So umpire's doing a great job. Ashley Calvo. So it should be too far out. She's just going to pop that ball in. Well, the one hand goes up from the Athelston girl. Look at the pressure down here. The big ruck person's down there. A hat kick out here. Golden Grove and just through for there. Well, this is their first score for the quarter here, Christy. 1 goal 5 versus
They've got plenty
2
of
goals
points,
1.
And we've had a season of having many more points than we've had goals. So it's interesting to see that Golden Grove have actually got more points this game than what we have.
So there's a 25-metre penalty, and that's costly as well. And we can talk about, is it nerves from Golden Grove? I'm not quite sure, but Athelston really
Kelly's
doing well.
had that shepherded.
Yep, that happens. So let's just keep an eye here.
Blue
Well, look at them
Russos.
just.
Oh, that's nasty.
They're just rolling and rolling. It was almost the army work, how you drag yourself along the ground on the elbows. This is how desperate these women are for the football. Just fantastic. Just Ashley Calvo didn't want to give that ball back, but she has now. Umpire doing a great job, just setting everyone up. Just settle it down a bit. We're almost 17 minutes in, so there can't be long to go. And Athelston have got to be happy with this quarter, scoring 1 goal, 1 to 1 point. They've held up the other bit here, Christy. They've held up that 4-0 forward by Golden Grove as that whistle goes. So scores at half time: 2 goals, 1 13. Plays 1 goal, 5 11. So a 2-point lead to Athelston. My name's Tony Neal, and I'm going to head off now. I've got another game to get to. But coming on board will be Indiana Rogers, and throughout the day will be Indiana, Beck Northcote, and Christy. Well, I hope that you can hang around and maybe have a bit more of a call with Indy as well, as this exciting grand final day is on. And we had a chat with the coaches earlier on, so we might have a listen to what the coaches had to say pre-game. Well, folks, an absolute pleasure to be joined by the Athelston Division 6 women's coach, Simon Johnson. First of all, welcome, Simon.
Thank you, Tony. Thanks for having us.
And you ran around last night. You're an umpire as well as a coach, so combine the two. It's fantastic for the Adelaide Footy League. So first of all, thank you for that.
No worries at all. I don't mind running around with a whistle.
Oh.
Keeps me level.
Very good. So great understanding of the rules as well. So Athelston, 12 wins, only 2 losses. The fours, 599, the highest in the comp, against 111. So you're strong at both ends. What do you feel are the strengths of your team?
I think overall balance. We can swing our full back to full forward, and she can kick us a couple. The same, she can go down and stop a couple. Our mids can go back, our forwards can go back, and they can all go forward as well. So it's just team balance, and we worked it out in the training track that you've got to be a multi-role player, especially the girls that's got goals that go to the Sanford W and AFLW now. It's so open. So teach them both feet, and the girls have embraced it. We've worked hard, and we're here today. So it's a special moment because I say a bit emotional, but these girls have been bottom for the last 5 years, and when I come to the club, holding everyone else up. I spoke to our footy director, Jeff Epworth, and I said, what do you want? And he said, just makes competitive, a bit of respect. And we've picked up a couple of recruits and we trained them hard, and we laid some ground rules down. And look, if you work hard enough, you don't know what can be in front of you. And we've achieved more than we expected, but we're here to win it, let me tell you.
All right, Simon, a very pumped up man. Tell us about your on-field leaders. Have you got one on every line? Are there only 2 or 3? And can they make changes? Sometimes you can't make the change from the sidelines. It's been and gone. Are they allowed to make some changes out there?
Yeah, we've got a great understanding of our leadership group. So if they see something that we don't, and normally that is the case, they'll make the change. And then when our runner, Lincoln or Josh, we've got 2 runs out there, just let Jono know or Kingy that we've made that change. We adjust some magnets, and then we keep an eye on it from there. But if we don't see it and they see it first, which is normally the case, they make the changes, and gives them some authority and some real leadership, and actually makes them play better footy, I think, more composed.
All right, let's talk about the grand final. Anything special leading in? Did you have past players come? Did you do a meal? Did you put Rocky on or something inspirational? Maybe a girls' final or something, as the teams are just running out behind us now?
No, look, old Rocky, I remember that and playing the win. No, it surprised me, even the A-grade men's and right through in the girls, they play all this doof-doof music now. Tony, it's like I'm going past the Heaven nightclub again. But, I don't know if that motivates them, whatever. No, look, we've got the same core group there. We just had it with the players, and I just said, look, what you've shown as a team and an individual is something I haven't seen the women's team for a while. Your desire for success, and we just got that little bit to go today, and it's just a matter of choice. And
All right, Simon, we know you got a bit emotional in the rooms, and I think it's great. There is emotion in football. I think it's sensational, mate. You're a very passionate man. We're having a chat off air down there. Just tell us the final message when the team gets back in there, the final message in the rooms, mate. What's it going to be?
This is your day to enjoy, and there's only medallions given out to one team. Let's just make sure it's your neck goes around.
Sensational. All right, Simon, thank you so much for joining us pre-game. We wish you all the best in the big grand final. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Adelaide Footy League.
Well, folks, it's an absolute pleasure down here to be joined by the Golden Grove coach, Matthew Campbell, Division 6. First of all, welcome, Matthew.
Thank you, Tony.
Mate, grand final day, you've reached it from 3rd position on the ladder at the end of the home and away. 10 wins, 4 losses, so an outstanding season. You've also had 2 good final wins coming in. You've won the elimination by 10 points over Marion and the prelim by 14 points over Tea Tree Gully, with 6 wins in a row leading into today. How's the prep been in regards to training?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been very good with the 2 teams still alive at this stage, and all the best to the A grade later in the day. Been short, sharp training sessions this week. The place has been a good vibe around the joint, and everyone's keen to get out here and have a crack today.
Well, you touched on that as well. Sometimes we don't talk about the level. We just say, you might have 30, 40 people out on track. So the numbers at training and just the feeling around the club must be fantastic.
Yeah, it is. It's a great time for the club. First time we've had the 2 teams playing in grand finals in the same year, so big opportunity for the club to make its mark.
So the girls roll out today. As I said, 6 wins in a row, and they deserve to be here, and they're going to be a very strong, formidable opponent to the Athelston Football Club. And when we talk about that, the self-belief in amongst the girls themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've been building slowly throughout the year, and the self-belief in this group has just got better and better as the year's gone on, and we're at a point now where they believe they can beat anyone who they take on. So I think it's going to be a real good game.
All right, we know we're not far off the game, mate, but sometimes we do have a bit of funny. I understand the nickname is Mad Dog.
That's
but from Matthew Campbell as a coach, what are we going to see when your toes are on the white line? Are you a calm person? You sit back in the box? Are you up, pacing up and down? What are we going to see from you?
I'm pretty level-headed, calm sort of bloke. Just keeping it calm so that the girls are calm and don't get overawed by the situation. But yeah, I'm pretty laid back. So Mad Dog's probably a fair way off the mark when it comes to me.
Well, I'll be taking a wide berth and we'll be watching from a long way off, mate. It's fantastic to get this game live streamed for yourself and the other teams today. Tell us about tonight, win, lose or draw. What are the plans?
We'll just be celebrating the year as a club, as a team, getting back to the club. We've got a glow party happening up at the club tonight, so I'm sure there'll be some fun to be had up there tonight.
I might just sneak into that, the glow party. That sounds like good fun.
Come see me, I'll get in.
Oh, all right. Now, last one, seriously, what is the final message to the girls in the rooms before they come out?
Look, it's just keep doing the basic things that we've been doing well all year, stick to the structures and just have a red-hot crack. That's all we can do. Give 100%.
All right, Matthew, we wish you and the team all the very best. It is grand final day. Best wishes out there today. Thank you.
9 News, teaming up with the Adelaide Footy League. Tom Wren on the ground at your club for Thursday Night Live, strengthening communities through footy.
I'm here with Alana, Grace and Ella from Golden Grove Football Club. Now, you've got both your senior sides in the grand final today. How good is that?
So good. We're so pumped for this year, and today we just can't wait to get both wins on the board.
How good. And how are you feeling about the impending game?
I have got goosebumps everywhere on my body. I'm so excited for these girls, so excited for us. It's going to be a good day.
And how are you going with it all?
It feels like Christmas Day. I'm waiting to open up my presents at the moment, so it's pretty nerve-wracking, but it's excitement all around. So
now, these girls are behind by just a little bit here, but do you reckon they can turn it around in the second half, get it done?
Definitely can. We've got some very strong players in our B grade today. We've got some absolute veterans who were there, and I think we're just going to get it over the line just for them.
Now, I was talking to you guys just before. It sounds like you've got a really strong presence of female footy at your club. You've got all these 17s coming through. What's the vibe like at your club in terms of women's footy, and just how good is it?
It's almost like we're all learning from each other, which is crazy because, like, you'd think that the the younger ones would learn from the older ones, but it's just so collaborative and it's just awesome to be a part of.
We're a vibe.
Yes.
yeah, it's definitely like just crazy how much it's grown from like the first under-16s team to like 2 senior sides and like multiple juniors and like multiple junior, like both 2 under-14s teams and stuff like that. So it's just growing heaps and everyone's just so engaged and everyone's just about it and gets around it.
Year of the Borough.
Yeah.
Well, I saw before they were coming out, they're doing a little cheer just before there. What's that about?
That is our captain, Ella Ward. She is a vibe girl. She gets everyone up and about. She gets everyone shouting. She is one of the best girls you'll ever meet, and we love having her around at the club.
Sounds like you guys have got really great energy around the club.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cookie
None
sisters.
left to spare for any other clubs.
Absolutely
Sorry.
not. Comes to the Boroughs.
All right, well, the girls are getting started behind us, so I'll let you get back to preparing and cheering the girls on, but thanks so much for joining us, and go Boroughs. All right, back to you, Indy, and the main commentary.
Thank you very much to Rebecca Northcott, who, if you're just tuning in, Rebecca Northcott and both Indiana Rogers myself, we have all just tuned in to the second half of this match. Current scoreboard 2 goals, 1-13 to 1 goals, 5-11. So it's only a 2-point game. Christy, how do you think teams try to address the kind of inaccuracy woes? Because they're only 2 points down, so is it a change in mindset or is it a change in approach?
Well, the inaccuracy at this stage mostly has affected Golden Grove. The Athelston accuracy's actually been pretty good, so once we've got it in our forward line, we have actually managed to convert it. At half time, I noticed the Golden Grove girls stayed out for their discussion at half time. Athelston went into the change rooms, so hopefully had a bit of a break from the heat as well there. Right in front of us here in the commentary box, we've got an outstanding young player, Kiara, who managed to clear the ball out then, but they're up against it with some very experienced Golden Grove girls here. We've got some fresh legs from the Athelston bench now, so hopefully that will give our backline some extra energy with all the pressure that we've got from Golden Grove.
It's a 2-point game,
Beautiful
it remains. Big clearance there from Spooner. It's been picked off, grabbed out by Bosensi. Pardon my French.
Yeah,
sorry, I will get a
Carly
lot of names wrong
is a
today, so I
strong player
apologise
from
to all the
Golden Grove.
families tuning in. But she's gone forward, no mark. The Crummers pile in, and another ball up it will be. Well, like we heard in that interview with Rebecca Northcott with the Golden Grove players who will be playing later on today in Division 2. In fact, there's a free kick here.
Britt's got the free kick.
Yeah.
She'll send this straight down. She is looking for opportunities though to the side, so it'd be interesting to see what she decides to do.
She decides to go long and high. One of the players during that interview described it as feeling like Christmas Day, and well, only in Australia would you get a Christmas Day with weather like this. Athelston clear it out, but it's been picked off again, so every time they try to gain a bit of territory, Athelston, Golden Grove hang in there. They've got a good defensive setup and a great conversion forward too. It's been marked here. Opportunity for Rhiannon Utton. This could be a huge one too to get them back in front. It's a 2-point game, but it's definitely a fair shot. In fact, she doesn't even take the full 30. She wanted to get and go all the way down to the goal square, and it's just bounced through for a behind. So I haven't watched the first half of this match, but Christy, do you reckon a lot of the the minor scores, have they been rushed behinds, or have they just been set shots that have gone a little bit?
They haven't been rushed. They've been shots at goal that just haven't gone through, which is, fortunate for us. You can see Hannah Saboro, our fullback, is kicking it in, and she's making her best choice about where that should go. Excellent clearance from Kelly Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, it goes long ways. It's down towards the middle now. We try to get a good look at this. Golden Grove once again picking it off, but not for long enough. That was Barone who got it forward. Christina Barone back into the forward line.
It's
a one-on-one down there.
Oh,
and I reckon just a bit of a trip, was it? Or no, it was holding the ball.
I think she might have dropped it before it landed on her foot then, unfortunately. Hopefully we can keep that ball in the Athelston forward line. I make no apologies for my lack of impartial commentary here. I am an Athelston girl, and I'm here to to support these girls.
No
Kelly
apology
Fitzpatrick
needed.
with the free kick there.
So Kelly Fitzpatrick, be interesting to get a note of some of the better players today in a bit, but in the meantime, she goes down the middle as well. There's been a lot of kicks like
Sam
that so
Newman
far in this quarter.
stopped that mark there. Well done, Sam.
All right, so ball up it is. We're 4.5 minutes into the quarter. Time starting to become of the essence. In this low-scoring women's game, it'll be a big challenge for the next goal. And I reckon Golden Grove have dominated most of the territory this quarter, so the girls there would be building in a bit of momentum off of their defensive output, which has really improved, and we've seen it a couple times in this match. Tackle laid there by Ransom, but it doesn't...
Here comes Ash Mackay.
Yeah, Ash Mackay almost lost it, but just got rid of it in time, and it's going to result in another ball up here. So neither team's giving too much of an inch. They throw it up again. Tap straight to the Golden Grove player. She can dash through. She's going to go for the forward entry, and she found a completely vacant man. It was a very easy mark for Kelly Ransom in the end, who's made her way up the ground. This could be a huge opportunity for her. Can she get back the lead or at least tie it? She's not going to make the distance with that kick. She needed to set it up to the pack. It's gone over. One-on-one. They're battling. It's been taken to turf here by Russo, but it's been lost. And it's going to be called holding the ball. Set shot opportunity looming. So trying to get a look at who this is, but tell you what, the amount of reward for tackle has been great in this game, and that's the type of pressure that Golden Grove have had to come to play with. As she launches, it's made its line and gone through for the next major goal. Golden Grove back in front by 5 points.
So far this season, Athelston have faced Golden Grove on 2 occasions, in the first round and in round 8, and they've each taken a win from those 2 games so far. It's that because we played Golden Grove so early on in the competition, and then again in round 8, we haven't seen them since then. We haven't played them. We don't know them as well. We ended up playing Tea Tree Gully for the first game of our final and the last game of the season. We could see Golden Grove were continuing to improve in their games throughout the season, and we definitely thought that they were the most worthy opponents for this grand final today. They're certainly proving that so far.
Do you reckon Athelston have actually won many, if any, games after trailing at 3/4 time this year? Because that could be the pivotal one for mentality.
Yeah, to be honest, oh my gosh, did you catch that mark from Natalie Lomond? That was outstanding, and that's the sort of form that we were expecting Nat to bring to this game today. I can see Nat's composing herself. She's deciding whether or not she can get that. I think she can. She just needs to back herself in.
Just going to lean on that right foot. Well, it's been marked again.
That has been marked by Kayla Lambert.
Yeah, almost wasn't sure if it made the full journey or not, but doesn't matter now because it's in Lambert's hands, and she'll kick what you think would be the most certain of goals today and put them back in front, Athelston. Another lead change in the 3rd quarter coming right up.
Beautiful left foot Lambert. We love that. We have got absolutely thrilled to see Kayla and her sister Chloe playing in today's grand final, and we've also got Kelly Melville and Lauren Melville, another set of sisters from Athelston, playing in today's grand final. That was a very quick reply from Athelston, who I can see have maintaining their composure. Your question, Indy, about whether or not we can maintain composure and keep holding ourselves accountable when we are behind. We haven't faced that this season, to be honest, but the girls who've been playing in Athelston since 2019 have honestly come from the bottom. So they are used to keeping themselves, keep pulling themselves up and continuing to play with confidence and aggression to the best of their ability. And I think some of that experience over those past years is showing today, the leadership from the girls who've been with Athelston from the start.
Back into Golden Grove's forward half it comes. Lots of tacklers getting involved in that pack. Another big smother. Snapping it out towards the wider right forward flank.
Is down.
It's down to the runners. There is a Golden Grove player down behind the ball, but in front of us, they get it advancing down to the tip of the square. Looming in the pocket, there's a whistle. Which way's the whistle going to go? It's going to go Golden Grove's way. Must have been a bit of high tackle infringement, so this will be an opportunity for, we're getting a look, Katie Bell. who's been one of the better players today, according to the last words of Tony Neer, which he gave me before he left. So another opportunity for a lead change. It would be the third lead change in the third quarter if she can get it through and home. Straight through the middle. So big goal there. And 3 goals in this quarter overall for 3 lead changes. That just shows that when the pace of the game increases, momentum can go one way or another, but when you've got a response for your own, I reckon both of these teams have started to pick up the pace a bit in this quarter already, looking to maybe double the total tally of their scores from the first half, which speaks a lot of strong volumes. 19 points to 24, 3 goals 1 to 3 goals 6 as we come back into the middle. Time continues to tick down, 10.5 minute mark, so only about 6 minutes left in this quarter, but there's going to be a free centre clearance for Golden Grove as they get a free kick out of the middle. Trying to take a look at who exactly's got the ball in hands, and someone who's got to own this moment. The big clearance. It's going to ask a lot of the markers. Tell you what, she nearly took it. She got it goal side, hit it to the one-on-one, but superior defensive positioning from Kelly Fitzpatrick was really good. She keeps going. She's won her own ball, but she couldn't get it onto the boot and kick it off in time. So it's still alive for Golden Grove. They take another snap back at it. Down to the tip of the square. Running onto it, Katie Bell looking for another goal. Can she grab it? They get another goal. Fantastic stuff, and I reckon that was Katie Bell again. I'll just take another look. Fantastic snapping action, and that'll be very, very useful for Golden Grove. And the first multi-goal kicker of the day, if that was Katie Bell, which I think I blinked for a second and I didn't know if she either handed it off or if she was the one who finished it. So a bit for the coaches to think about now, particularly for Athelston. How are they going to start congesting these centre stoppages a little bit more? Really putting the pressure on. It starts on ball. But Golden Grove...
Strong tackle from Jamie.
Wrapped up here. Do you think Athelston centre themselves around a midfield-centric brand too, or is it more just the transition play off of half-back? You know, how do you get most of your scores, I suppose, this year?
We need to get it out from the midfield. That's really been where our success has come from. We haven't had a lot of time in the back line this year. This is the hardest our back line's had to work over the last 2.5 quarters of football. Once we have had in this game, we have had those clearances and we have had it in our forward line. We have managed to convert it. So I think that's really where the success has got to come once we can get it out from that midfield. The forward pressure from Golden Grove has been absolutely incredible. I can't actually believe this is women's Div 6 football. The calibre of football we're seeing today is incredibly high from both sides. We've got half of Golden Grove and half of Athelston here at Kilburn today. Kelly Melville has joined and already had a touch of the ball early on.
You think there might be a couple extra locals in the crowd favouring your team, as it is a venue obviously closer to the proximity of their territory?
Look, Golden Grove are here in full force today. They've got both of their senior women's teams playing today, so everyone is here as well. But Athelston, we've only had a women's team since 2019, and it's been extremely tough in those first few years. And the success we've had this year has certainly been enjoyed and celebrated across the club. It's now right our forward line. Taylor Granger
come right down to the line. Going to be tackled out of it. Opportunity. Oh, not quite for Brittany Spooner as the ruck. She's been really good all day. She just needed to hold on to it a bit more tightly there. But they'll get a free kick anyway, and that's the exact set shot they needed.
Britt's going to take that kick, and she should hopefully get that straight through the middle.
Yeah, Kelly Melville marked it in the forward arc a little bit early, and she tried to be selfless and hand it off to a teammate, but unfortunately her teammate couldn't mark it cleanly. However, it doesn't matter now because Brittany Spooner has got the ball in hands. There wouldn't be a better set of hands to have it for in the Athelston team this afternoon. Well, I was going to say the kick was going to be the easy part of what she needed to do, but she's actually missed everything, so it remains an 11-point game. We hit towards the 15-minute mark. 3 goals 1, 4 goals 6. Athelston with a bit of work to do to get back into this match, as taking the reins at the kick-in looks like Chelsea Duval. She'll look into the field. She won't be in a hurry. It's difficult to... I mean, the conditions are perfect for defensive 50 to forward 50 transition, but it's hard to tell whether or not the coaches would be requesting either of those tactics. Here's a bit of a lock-in. Oh, it bounces over the head of everyone. And did it go through? No, it stayed alive off of the awkward toe poke. So they got to get it to a teammate now here, Athelston. They got a couple to choose from. The pressure's coming very quick, though. Lambert snapping around. And it's going to miss everything, but the Golden Grove player was more than happy to just see it over the line because she could sense the oncoming pressure. That's the type of game it is.
The Golden Grove backline haven't faced the same pressure, relentless pressure that has been on Athelston today. It's been really hard to see the Athelston defenders have to work harder than they have just about all year in this game today, and they've done an outstanding job. And there's a stunning mark from Taylor Granger, who kicked our first goal today and will hopefully get this one through the posts as well.
Well, a grand final season is always a successful season. Was there any particular moment that stuck with you? What was your favourite moment of the year? Was it a highlights play? Was it a miraculous goal or mark, or was it a team play, a match winner?
It's the team this year. So the Athelston girls, we have got players from 15 through to our 40s. We are all in it together. We're all learning from each other. The support that we give each other, both at training and on game day, is absolutely incredible. So I think the thing about our team this year is we celebrate our individual successes, but we've also been celebrating our team success and the team success for the Athelston Football Club.
Well, it's 3-quarter time now, and Golden Grove just put together a massive quarter. They sometimes call the third quarter the premiership quarter indeed. Could it be enough? But what will be the 3-quarter time adjustment for Athelston? What will the coach have to say, and what difference will it make to the final term? We're going to take a break and find out how this match will wrap itself up.
9 News, teaming up with the Adelaide Footy League. Tom Wren on the ground at your club for Thursday Night Live, strengthening communities through footy.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
Welcome back to Kilburn Oval. It's 3/4 time and 3 goals 2, 4 goals 6. That's the name the scoreboard reads. And, well, it was some inaccuracy woes that troubled Golden Grove in the first half. But, wow, that third quarter was really well put together by the girls, Beck.
Oh, absolutely. I sat outside and watched it, and they really turned it on there. Just really great attacking play. There was 2 goals from one of the girls. I can't remember her name, sorry. Kicked 2 goals in quick succession for Golden Grove, and you could just really see the energy lift from all the girls there as well as they got in front. And when they're coming into the huddle there, you could see them saying, you know, we've got 1 more quarter, we can do this, let's go.
Yeah, and there's definitely a bit of an interesting message to come out of the huddles, you'd reckon. Some of the better players, obviously. Ashley Thomas, before Tony left, basically told me that she'd been one of the best players in that first half. But I reckon in that third quarter, Katie Bell, with her 2 goals, really made a big difference, hence the lead on the board. So, obviously, talking about the other team, you've also got Nicole Hall and Lambert, who kicked a goal. Kayla Lambert, that being one of the 2. And now with the last quarter at the hands of some really good weather of footy, it'll be up to, well, really pure skill execution to win this match. Conditions, not a testament. Simply your own ceiling. And will Athelston be able to break that in the final quarter? They're kicking towards us, our end of the oval, that is. And they've cleared it out here. Quick drop punt in, no mark. Somewhat of a clever tap on from Moloch just to keep it alive, and it's gone into the pocket but bounced through only for a minor score. So that'll take the scoreboard up to a 9-point margin. 3 goals 321, 4 goals 630.
Good to see Athelston attacking like that straight away. They obviously had strong messaging in the huddle to get back out there and get it done, and straight away with the inside 50. Now Golden Grove struggling to clear it out of the 50 there. Just the big kick out there from Randall just to get out of danger. It might do the job, but Athelston have picked it up here. Been very hot on holding the ball today, the umpires, so it says no thanks. It's with Utton now for Golden Grove. Sends it down the middle, just couldn't quite find the target she was looking for. You can see the real attack coming back here for Athelston. And they just really want that ball. I think they're going to be in a little bit of danger if they let it get past that halfway mark. So they know they've got a job to do here. Goes straight on the boot of Coop for Golden Grove. Again, it's ball's moving a bit more laterally than forward at the moment. Can Athelston take charge here? Bit of a push there, but nothing doing in the umpire's eyes. Keep going. They're pushing it forward now, the Raggies. The ball just almost stops there. They've got to do all the hard work here. And umpire says it's legged. So a little bit in dispute there, but a little bit of momentum with the Raggies I'm feeling here.
Yeah, they've locked it in their forward half, Athelston. It's a good territorial start, but it'll only matter if they can kick it through the big sticks, which they've got an opportunity here. She decided not to go goal side, snap it around. The deepest one-on-one option was waiting. Now they've also got runners. They got the advantage of numbers. She's got to work around a couple, Isabella, but she couldn't. And she came unstuck and eventually gave up possession as a result of it. But that was an absolutely superb tackle as well. Take a bow, Chelsea Duval. That was absolutely fantastic stuff.
Amazing. And, you know, there's a lot of pressure on that last line of defence, and you really got to nail that tackle. You don't want to be giving away too high or anything, so just perfect technique.
That was a very good kick too. Kept it to the favour of Rebecca Randall and didn't want to let her lose possession too easily. Some good kicking down the line. Might come to a halt here. It doesn't bounce super favourably for Golden Grove. They've got the advantage in numbers, but it seemed like it was very close to Brittany Spooner getting that one out. She'll have to get back involved with this ruck contest and make a statement.
They will here, so just still stuck at the top of the Athelston 50 here. Good tackle pressure there being put on by their midfielders. That was McKay. Did well there just to stop the flow. Spooner trying to get it out of the ruck. Trying to ruck and rove here, just get that ball moving forward. But they'll go at it again still. Just at the arc of that 50 there. Quick kick comes out the back from Culhane. They just keep pushing it forward here, Golden Grove. That's all they've got to do. Didn't have much forward of it there, so probably happy to see the boundary line at this point. So we'll have a throw in just in the centre wing here. Could be an important clearance coming from this contest. See what they've got here. Ruck contest pretty even there, but Golden Grove roving it a lot better at the moment. That was Coop, who just got hands and eyes all in the right spot at the right time. We're all still a bit in dispute on this wing here. No one can get clean hands to it. The umpire's going to have to come in. So a bit intense here at the moment, Indy.
4 minutes gone too, so only another 13 left before one of these teams is crowned premiers. Couple of clever taps later, and Athelston almost turned it over. They had to juggle through a lot of options there before finding the one that got the outlet to clearance. It's been picked off though. Picked up immediately by Rebecca Randall, who sent it back into the middle. Not to anyone's particular lead though. Samantha Newman dodged around a couple. Now with the high ball going down towards half forward. Athelston sneak it back into the arc, but Golden Grove had superior defensive positioning but didn't read the ball as well as they would have liked. However, a bump off the ball, and it's actually going to come back to Athelston. So with the ball in hand, that looks like Isabella again, is it? No, she's actually gonna hand pass it off and force Natalie Lomond to play on, go all the way to the line, but it was touched. It was a straight kick, but it was touched. And unfortunately, it won't be registered the goal, but that's what last line of defense does. Fantastic stuff from Golden Grove once again. They have defensively come to play and prepared for the big adrenaline lush in this last quarter.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've obviously seen a lot of controversy about goals and points during the week across the AFL, but that was clearly touch, umpire in the right spot, and just ball went through a little bit too low there, so up to Golden Grove to push it out of defence now. Ball's kind of just rolling out, and that'll do at the moment because the pressure will start to come from the clock. Golden Grove holding on to that lead at the moment. As more and more time goes on without Athelston scoring, that pressure builds up. You know, they've got to kick the 2 goals here really to get in front. So Golden Grove really just have to hold at the moment. So their defence is about to get tested again with an Athelston free kick on the far forward side. Ball comes into the centre, but it's all green there. Umpire says that was a mark. Their defence have set up so well at the moment. So it's Schneider for Golden Grove. She's right under the drop zone. Knew exactly where it was. Finds a target straight away. Good footy here from Golden Grove. Just go down the line again. They can just keep going with those safe options. All they have to do is gain meters and hold possession here, and just held up so well in defence in this last quarter, Indy.
Defensively, they've been outstanding. The only compromise of that is that they haven't been able to get a single forward 50 entry in this quarter as far as I'm concerned. They won't get one here. Free kick from the centre, clearance has gone the other way. It's Brittany Spooner. She sighted out a target. So can they find a potential option for goal here? A high kick is going to ask a lot of the pack. No one is going to come down with the mark, but the girls keep trying. And Golden Grove managed to get it out finally for a blink of a moment. Maybe even a forward 50 entry if it sits up for them. No, bodies ricochet off of each other. Now they've got to get down and dirty to try and find the way to really get that ball out of the centre. They can't quite. It'll be a ball up instead. No, it will be a free kick. So it will be a free kick, and Golden Grove might just get that elusive forward 50 entry. It could be all they need. Sometimes you don't get a whole lot, but the minimalistic approach means that you can convert efficiently with them. Now it will be a ball up down towards centre half forward of Golden Grove. Opportunity looms. And all of a sudden, Athelston's defenders, who have been pushing up the ground most of this quarter, would be tested a lot more now. The girls pile in and another ball up ensues.
So just a bit of stoppage footy here at the moment. Again, this will suit Golden Grove. They really just have to hold on to this lead at the moment, let the clock wind down. They'd probably prefer it to stay in their half, but really just have to maintain possession. Here they go again now with Ransom. She just sends it forward. Looking for a teammate there, couldn't quite hit them. It'll come back to her again in the end, so Ransom on the chase here. Bit of a tackle team there with Burnett. Just working really hard here, Golden Grove. They just really want to hold on to this lead and, you know, win the premiership here. You can see the hunger, you can see the desire. They're going to be pushing until the final whistle here. Again, heading towards the inside 50, Athelston. They've had all of the inside 50 action at the moment. Can they get a score with it this time? The ball comes in, ready for the mark. That was not able to be taken. Look, costly there with the hands. They probably could have used that there. Might have been a clear shot on goal. So that's just that pressure, you know, the ball's coming into you. You got, you know, everyone's looking at you to take that mark. It's not always as easy as it looks. So here they go again, the Raggies, trying to push it out of the ruck here. They got to go. Little snap comes off, and the mark's taken this time. No mistakes. In the hands of Lambert. So Lambert can line it up here and start to make things very interesting in this Division 6 Grand Final.
For goal number 4 for the Athelston team, as long as she can get it through. She does!
Wowee, we've got a game on our hands here. They've had all of the ball inside 50. It's taken them 10 minutes to be able to convert, but they've done it.
So this could be a absolutely monumental next bit of play. Again, that set shot, the easy part of what they did. When you get those extra meters around the clearances, sometimes you sacrifice those extra leads in the forward line, and clearly Golden Grove's defense have been thrown under the pump so much for this quarter. They've held on well, but finally there was a bit of a slip up, and all of a sudden it's a 2-point game. 4 goals 4 versus 4 goals 6, 10.5 minutes gone. Only 6.5 minutes left until one team is crowned premiers. Will there be a clutch time finish? The attempt at centre clearance ended up getting ricocheted and falconed off of a fellow teammate. So now Golden Grove a chance to go the other way. Coming off of the boot of what looked like Colhan. It goes out to the wing and tumbles over the line. It will be thrown back in. As you can see, all of the fans piling in. Edge of your seat type of stuff this game could be. More time ticks down again. It's no time on, so it's all going to be a challenge. There's a whistle here.
Umpire's down.
Oh, and the umpire's down.
Might just have a cramp or something here, but
He doesn't look too good. Again, his upper body looks fine, but there's definitely something wrong with at least one of his legs. He's managed to get the knee raised for that left leg. Let's hope this isn't something too serious because, again, his quarters don't have time on. So this actually means that this will take time off of the potential for whatever's to happen in these next few minutes.
I have not seen this before, so a bit unprecedented here as one of the main umpires is down.
So can they actually add time to the quarter if this is the case? Do they stop or pause time for a casualty, particularly if it's one to an umpire who has to officiate the game? It's not something that you could just take to the bench and replace.
No.
You don't do a simple swap in, swap out. And almost view this as a bit of a timeout for Golden Grove because the teams have gotten into huddles. All right, well, the good news is the field umpire is standing up now. And you could see that he's got a bad hobble in one of those legs. But obviously, huge credit to him. He's been out all day working really hard. And we always appreciate the effort that our umpires put into the game.
Yeah, I hope he's all right. But again, I've never seen a situation like this in the game, and obviously the umpires have control over the time. So I'm not sure if they called for a stop to the clock here, but I think we're going to be down to the single central umpire for the rest of this game.
So double time for the umpires and the players now, with only 4 minutes to go. Well, at the very least, if there is no time added on for that unexpected casualty, big tackle, no whistle to come out of it. Golden Grove players piling in on the line and not prevailing to get the ball out of possession, but they might prefer this, just a bit of congestion play. It's not about getting that ceiling score, it's more about stopping the opposition from getting their match winner, and that's the aim now. Big tackle, that's going to be paid. Push in the back though. Golden Grove will get the ball now, and this kick could be absolutely pivotal to advancing the necessary territory. So this is Cassia Colhane. She looks forward, reels around off of that right foot and goes long. She wanted to get it down as long as possible because every meter of territory so pivotal to being able to hold on. And looks like there's another whistle. Is there? Is that going to be a whistle for...
It was a throw.
It was a throw. Incorrect disposal. So opportunity for Athelston now off of half back, but not too much time left in this quarter. They've got to make the most of it. It's been turned over. Kick towards the centre up at the forward line. Running onto it, the defenders came first. But their clearance attempt not super sharp either. A bit of holding infringement, and it looks like that could even be a set shot if she decides to take the full 30 and take more time off the clock. Well, Beck, I'm going to go find who I think our best on ground is, and I've got a fail-safe for the opposition team in case they get up. But I definitely know who I'm going to be looking for. And you are with Rebecca Northcott for the final minutes of this exciting Div 6 Grand Final. Anything could happen.
So we're just counting down the final minutes at the moment. It's still a 2-point ball game. You can feel the intensity in the air here. It's all on Athelston at the moment. They've got to have their moment, but the ball's with Golden Grove. And like I've said all quarter, they really just have to maintain possession and keep it down their end of the ground. So we'll have a throw in now, just deep in the right-hand forward pocket. Golden Grove's attacking end. Ball just comes out the back of the pack. Quick kick comes out in the way of the goals, but it'll be out in the full. The Athelston possession here. Last touch, of course. There's still 2 points in this game. Our clock's reading there's probably about a minute and a half to go, but are unsure if the clock was stopped for the umpire injury we saw earlier in this quarter. Got a nice mark here by Golden Grove. Isn't a shot, it's just a pass in, down into the hot spot. The mark's taken here. This could be one of the final plays of the day, you'd think. Looks like it's in the hands of Calvo for Golden Grove. And again, she can just wind down the clock if she wants to. Umpire's just reminding her where her line is. We've all done that, tried to just make the odds a bit better for our kick there. She's getting a bit of advice from her teammates there. Don't mind that either. Calvo winds up. Does she put it through? She does! And look, that's probably sealed the game for the... No? It's a point. All right. I was going off the crowd reaction there, so it's just a point there. Goodness me. So, Golden Grove, 3 points ahead. All on the Raggies now. They're just going to attack through the middle. I like what they did there. They're just going through the middle. You know, when the clock's winding down, you got not much time. You got to go through the centre. Doesn't always come off though. So Randall's taking an intercept mark. Sends it in on the left. Got a few Athelston players there. They've pushed back really well in defence. They know they've got to go. They've just got to roll the dice here. Golden Grove, they're ready for it though. Still coming the Raggies. Ball very much in dispute here. It's just come off the boot here. Not quite sure which team. That could be a last touch though. Nope, so 3-point ball game here. It was a last touch in the end, so it's with Schneider. Schneider, she can just hold it up here, make her decision. She goes down the line. Big pack forms. No one able to take the mark, just off hands here. Big tackle laid there by Lambert for Athelston. Did well there. They're still putting on the pressure. You can see the cramps are starting to roll through. We've all been there. We've just passed the 17-minute mark here, so it looks like we'll have a little bit of time added on to this quarter due to umpire injury a little bit earlier in this quarter. We've seen it all today. Golden Grove still holding on to that 3-point lead. There'd be just minutes left in this game, but you never know with footy. Things can change in a matter of seconds. The Athelston here, they've got a free kick on the boundary. Still working out the mark, but her teammates are saying, just go. We've got to go here. Eyes for the footy, though, were with Golden Grove. Great pack mark taken by Utton. Just saw it, got under it, took the mark. We'll have a little bit of kick to kick here because it went straight back to Athelston. No mark taken, though. And they'll take the stoppage here. Good ruck butter at the moment. No one able to get clean hands throughout the midfield, though. And there's the siren. Oh, it's Golden Grove. You can see the players streaming onto the field. Absolute scenes here from Golden Grove. They've had 2 teams in the grand final today. Still the Division 2 to come, but they've taken this one out by 3 points. Golden Grove 4-7-31. Athelston 4-4-28. And God, losing a grand final is never easy. You can just see the commiserations here from Athelston, but look at this Golden Grove crowd. They are up and about. I was talking to the girls earlier from the club, and they just said the vibes have been so high around the club at the moment. They've got really good numbers. They've unfortunately had some girls miss out today due to their numbers, so really great to see the growth of women's footy and the strength in Golden Grove and surrounding areas to really come to this club. So it's the Boroughs with the win today in our first grand final of the day, Division 6. So they've taken down Athelston here. It was a real game of ups and downs. When I got here, I thought Athelston really sort of had the game in their hands, and Golden Grove played an absolutely incredible third quarter, just really took the game on. They really attacked it, and that it just completely changed the energy of this game. They took it on. All they had to do in that last quarter really was hold on. Athelston were coming. I'll give them the credit for that. Their attack in the final quarter was absolutely there. They just couldn't quite convert once they got it inside 50. Couldn't quite just get any clear shots on goal, and that was all because of the Golden Grove defence. They were there, they were ready for it, so they held up well under pressure. And so Golden Grove, they've taken out the Division 6 premiership here. They've still got one to go if they want it in Division 2 coming up in a couple of hours' time. We've got Indy going out there, I think, to go and pick his best on ground. So he hasn't told me who that was. It's going to be a surprise for me. Well, you know what? He did tell me, but I've forgotten. So I'm just getting too wrapped up in all these celebrations here. But Indy is making his way to me now. I imagine this will be a pretty short interview because she's going to want to get straight back on to celebrating with her team. But how good. Just won a flag here, and we will take it down. Alright, so we're just getting set up here, and we will go down to Indy with his best on ground, which is Ashley Thomas.
All right, well, we're here with our best on ground selection, Ashley Thomas. Tell you what, Ashley, that was a really intense last couple of minutes. When the scoreboard got down to just 2 points, what was the mentality change?
Oh, just lock down, play player on player, keep your head up. We've worked hard all pre-season. This is 5 years in the making for the Kookaburras between the A's and B's grade. Unfortunately, we had to drop a few players today, but that just shows the following that we've got in women's footy and the culture at Golden Grove. And this means everything to the girls and the club, and I'm just glad we got it done. And thank you very much for rating my performance today. It's a hot one, and I'm really looking forward to a drink.
Well, you can hold your head high because you are one of the big pioneers, of course, for the standard setters and the culture. And as a result, we'd like to reward you with a pair of Archie's thongs and the Dartfish beanie. And we won't waste too much more time, but just a quick question, because you kind of talk about the 5 years in the making Where did that start, and was that journey considered as a motivator for today's performance?
Yeah, I think we spoke about it, about how long we've been building, and we've got a couple of still originals in the club, and just building on that. We know how to play. We've had 5 years to build, know each other as a team, where to position ourselves, and to finally get the cherry on top and bring a flag home just means the world.
Well, congratulations, Ashley. Fantastic stuff. And, well, I can already hear them talking, so waste no time. You get back and celebrate. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Back to you, Beck.
Wow, that was great energy. There's honestly nothing like winning a grand final. So congrats to Ashley there for winning our best on ground today. So they're starting all the official stuff on the ground. We'll see all the girls presented with their medals, but I really love that energy from Ashley. She was so up and about. And well done, Indy, for grabbing her in the amongst of all that chaos, I must say. But we've got plenty more women's footy action for you this afternoon. We've still got the Division 4 Grand Final. We've got the Division 2 Grand Final, which will again feature Golden Grove. So we'll see if they can get the double today.
Congratulations, Rhiannon. First of all, I'd like to invite from the Upperston Football Club, the coach from the Upperston Footy Club, just to say a few words here, please.
Thank you. The Golden Grove Footy Club totally deserved today. Worked a lot harder than us, and it was a matter of choice today, and you chose correctly. Speak highly enough of this football club. These girls have been down the bottom for 5 years, and to make our first grand final in 5 years, we'll learn from this and be better for it. Golden Grove, you dip 2 sides in the grand final. You're a powerhouse women's footy and junior development. We're only just starting, so we'll be around for a little bit longer now. We'll learn from this. You totally deserve it. Good luck when you get to the grand final. Thank you.
Congratulations. And for victors, I'd like to invite up the coach from the Golden Grove Footy Club to say a few words.
Just like to thank Athelston for a great game today. You were fantastic all year, and we look forward to future clashes with you guys. I'd like to thank the Adelaide Footy League, the umpires for the great game today, club sponsors, all the volunteers that we've had throughout the year, with the trainers, the goal umpires, everyone that's helped out and has come and have a look throughout the year. All people that I would really like to thank, they've done a lot of hard work this year. Kate Grandy, been around the club for a long, long time. Our female football director, Donna Jardine, fantastic work. Thank you for all your hard work. Trevor Glenn, our team manager. And my right-hand woman, Amanda Ashford. To this team, fantastic effort today. You worked your butts off. I'm very, very proud of all of you. We did it, you bloody beauty.
All right, number 1, Jess Burnett. Bulldog. Number 4, Joe Potter. Number 5, Kelly Rippett Ransom. Number 8, Katie Tinkerbell. Number 10, Beck Randall. Number 11, Miss Coop. Number 12, Bonnie Butters-Zito. Number 13, Ash Thomas. Number 14, Laura Gus. And Bob. Number 15, Laura Tunn. Number 17, Kristen Angus. Number 23, Maddie Coote. Number 24, Chelsea Dubes. Number 28, Ashley Calvo. Number 29, Nicole Savage. Number 37, Charlie Glenn. Number 19, Kasha Colhane. Sorry, I can't pronounce your last name. Kasha. Number 6, Edge. Same thing. Miracle. Edge. Number 55, Carly Potence. Number 61, Riri Utton. Number 70, Kira Labissis. Number 71, Jess Atwell. And number 73, Sarah Flute Hewitson. And last, and definitely not least, number 30, our captain, Ella Ward. One for our coach, Matt Mad Dog Campbell. Well done, Burris.
And without further ado, where's the captain of the Golden Grove girls? Congratulations to the Golden Grove Football Club, Div 6 Women's Premiers. So next up, starting at 1:40, will be the Div 4 Grand Final between Pectorville and Eastern Park.
Well, congratulations. That was a thrilling finish, and Golden Grove's defence ultimately prevailed and held on for the Division 6 Adelaide Footy League Women's flag. So congratulations to all involved with that victory, because it was very hard fought out, and they were under the pump at half-time, trailing, inaccurate, but they fixed those inaccuracy issues, had a strong third quarter, and their defensive play really showed up in that final turn back.
How Golden Grove turned it on in that third quarter. I think it really changed the course of the game, and then they just held on really well for that last quarter, and some really, really positive speeches there from both coaches, which was really good, and just good to see, both teams still supporting each other. Of course, there's a winner and a loser here, and it's Golden Grove who's done that today, but you could see Athelston had a lot of respect for Golden Grove as well.
Yeah, and full credit to the opposition. They kept it very interesting. Obviously, you don't lead at halftime of a grand final for no reason, and, well, there was a big reason why they were still only within 2 points of winning this match with a few minutes to go, and they did nearly hold on in the end. Obviously, a 3-point game, and one which will be remembered for just how valiant both of the defences were. Really, it was one of those games where once you get into the forward 50, it's probably going to stay there for another 4 to 5 minutes, because both teams have a bit of a push-up defence system that really allows them to pick off poor conversions and lock it into their arc style. It's really all about the on-ballers and the difference that made to the final results of things. So, yeah, congratulations to them. Obviously, thank you for Christy as well earlier for joining us through those first 3 quarters. Thank you to Tony Neal, who's currently been shipped off to Brighton, so we wish him the best of luck with his Adelaide Footy League commentary, as it'll be the final round of the men's, of course. But we're not talking about that at the moment. We're talking about the women's, and tell you what, there is still plenty more football to be seen today. The Division 4 grand final between Hectorville and Eastern Park coming up next. And then later on today, it's Golden Grove again, this time against the Goodwood Saints for the Division 2 women's grand final. So plenty more footy action at Blair Athelston.
9 News, teaming up with the Adelaide Footy League. Tom Wren on the ground at your club for Thursday Night Live, strengthening communities through footy.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on, or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
Welcome back. I'm Indiana Rogers, and you're joining both myself and Rebecca Northcott for the Division 4 Adelaide Footy League Women's Grand Final. As we've got a big day of footy ahead. We just finished a thrilling conclusion to the Division 6 Women's Grand Final, and we got the Division 2 one later on today. But we're taking a look at the coin toss in the middle here as it unfolds in front of us right now. Who puts up the finger to elect direction? It'll look like Eastern Park won the coin toss, and they will be kicking to the right of screen to start us off with this opening quarter of the grand final. Beck, what do you know about these two teams going into this match?
Well, I mean, it looks pretty in favour of Hectorville just based on their results. So, you know, they took down Eastern Park in the week 1 of finals, 45-14. So pretty convincing win there by Hectorville. And their only loss for the season was actually in round 1. So after that, they just went on and on and on and up and up and up. So Hectorville had a strong season. As I said, only that one loss there to Mitcham, and they just went on to win 13 in a row and the final. But when we look at Eastern Park, yes, they haven't got the win over Hectorville in the first week of finals there, but this is a side coming off of a grand final last year. They've got a lot of 50 plus game players. They've got a lot of experience in finals, so things like that can mean a little bit more than wins during the season.
Absolutely, and as you can see, the top two teams of the year are the ones facing each other on the ladder. That's the team lineups that we've currently been listed. Could be subject to change throughout the game, as sometimes they get the jumpers mixed up, or someone's forgotten to bring theirs and they got to use a backup extra, and sometimes players do pull out late due to personal reasons. Of course, everyone is human and has their own human reasons. And of course, the Eastern Park lineup, well, a name will go there. Not sure what's going on with that. We do have the lists in front of us, though. Don't worry, we do have the names of all the Eastern Park players, at least the ones that were provided to us. So we do have plenty to get through as the teams just come through. You could see them taking photos, sitting on the bench together, or in this case, the front row kneeling down and the back row just standing up. Do you get a feel for those type of pictures? I mean, it creates for great framing, and obviously if you go on to win the game, it's stuff that will create really expensive paintings of sorts. But, you know, Beck, what makes that particularly special in your opinion?
I think it's just, having that last moment all together. You're obviously, getting all your energy under control, just smiling for that last photo. I think, enjoying the moment. It's a little bit different in a grand final because you do get that photo, you get the national anthem, and so it's just about, I think, soaking it up, enjoying the moment. This could be, one of 10 grand finals you play, or this could be the only one you ever play. So I think you just got to enjoy the moment and try and, get yourself in the zone for the game.
Well, not too much time to waste, although it looks like the teams will be standing up for what I think could be the Australian national anthem. And, well, one of them's still in frame photography position while the other's getting arms over the shoulders and ready to hear out the song on blast, and then for the game itself to actually commence. So
Eastern Park here this afternoon at Blair, Athol Reserve. First of all, congratulations to Taylor Roberts and the Hectorville Footy Club for winning the Division 4 2023 Leading Goalkeeper Award with 29 goals for the season. The Adelaide Footy League would like to thank its partners for their support during the 2023 season. The principal partner, Channel 9. Major partners, West End, Sharon, Police Credit Union, Breakthrough Mental Health, CMAX Clinical Research, O'Neill Sportswear. The Adelaide Footy League, strengthening communities through footy. Would you please join with the players, coaches and umpires as we stand for the Australian national anthem.
National anthem means a lot on a stage which will obviously be viewed by many spectators, especially more than out of what the norm of a regular season game would be. I mean, over in American sports, they play the national anthem before every single game. They got that much of a sense of entitlement, but for here we preserve it for the special occasions such as this, and more importantly, the final day of the season, because, well, it's a day that will live in Australian sports history one way or another, and some consider it the only day of an entire sports calendar year's worth that actually matters, but you can make up your own minds on that. So this is the Division 4 Grand Final with Hectorville versus Eastern Park. Thanks to our sponsors, Adelaide Footy League Sports Interactive Filming Footy, and our scoreboard sponsor for the day, Sportal. You are with Rebecca Northcott for the opening bounce of this match.
Division 4 Grand Final, Hectorville versus Eastern Park. Previous results tell us Hectorville should have it here, but it's a grand final. You'd say all bets are off. So umpires just winding up here. We're ready to go. Who's going to handle the pressure the best in these opening minutes? The ball goes up. Rucks go at it. No real tap to advantage here straight away, but sometimes you just need to get through that first tap of the day, get that first touch, and off you go. So ball comes up again. You can see the desperation, both sides just trying to get it out straight away, but I couldn't say we've had a clean possession yet in this game in the opening 20 seconds. Rucks go up at it again, and we're coming down to the Eastern Park attacking 50. Again, just no real clean touches here at the moment yet to even call. Just a little bit scrappy here at the moment, Indy. Just not seeing much clean ball.
It might be one of those games. I mean, the conditions make it a golden opportunity for teams to play attacking end football, but they tend to subvert expectations for that a lot of the time and make it harder for their opposition to actually get that comfortable read on things, as we just see a little bit more tackling pressure and force there, and some really nice stuff that we're seeing early around the ball. Zena Hunt has been around a lot of these stoppages, and she's been applying pressure from the outside, as she does again here with a big tackle that results in another ball up. So it could be another stoppage-centric game. You could see spectators enjoying watching it from the outset, and also some of the cars parked along the side. It's a great day for footy. It's a great day to be outside in general. And this is, again, another really important day on the football calendar, especially a year's worth of build-up for many of these young women who've worked so hard to get to this stage. As another ball up ensues, this time on the far side wing. Trying to clear it out momentarily, but only momentarily, Hectorville. They'll have to come in with some extra tackling pressure. Jessica Williams does a good job to close in. We'll have another ball up. Relatively tall field umpire. You can see him stand out from everybody else as the ball comes back into play. Another tackle applied by Ellie Lineage. So there'll be another ball up. There isn't really either team making a bit of a break-even moment here so far, Beck.
No, not at all. Just I think both teams sussing each other out, taking in all that pressure. And, well, we see Eastern Park trying to push it forward at the moment. Here they go. They're ready for it, though, Heckies. They're coming through strong. Jasmine Egan ready in defence there. Pushed down again by Eastern Park. Little bit of a ball chase on here. Everyone seemed to leave it behind, so we're all jumping on top of it now. What's the umpire going to do here? It's going to be a ball up. So we're really just seeing everyone take in this game at the moment, suss out who their opponents are and what they can do here to start this first quarter. We've almost gone 3 minutes here and we're still sitting at no score to either team. So very heavy on the stoppages early. We'll have another one here just outside the Eastern Park 50. Can they put it in? The attacks with Hectorville. Here they go. They get a kick in towards the centre of the ground. It's a one-on-one. Good pressure from both sides. Umpire says he saw a free in there, so it'll be with Taylor Roberts. We just heard earlier, leading goal kicker for Division 4 this year, so pushing far up the ground. She's hit Lineage. She sends it in. She's got a great kick on her. Goes deep into the Hectorville 50. Nice desperate defence here there from Goodchild from Eastern Park. She just takes it on and soccers it along. That'll be a last touch free, but she has pushed it outside 50, so giving them a little bit of breathing room here. The kick will come in from Hectorville though. How deep can it go? A little bit of a shallow kick here. Bounces just in front of the forward. And she's wrapped up straight away. And that was Zoe McCormack.
So a couple of standout names early here for Hectorville. And Eastern Park just starting to maybe feel the pressure a little bit. What about this? Dashing through the stoppage. Running goal side. Getting the drop punt. How about that? You couldn't ask for much more from an on-baller. It's exactly the type of stoppage work that isn't very common even at major league level, but look at that. Dashing through the goal to Jasmine Egan. That is absolutely fantastic stuff. Deserving of the first goal of the day too. Her efforts on ball have been really good in the opening minutes of this match. And, well, look, it's been stoppage after stoppage, but once you've gotten a score on the board back, the pace of the game can really change from there.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you just need to get that first goal. You get that belief. It gives everyone around you some energy just to keep going from there. So they've got something to build on now, Hectorville. You can see Egan's gone straight back into the midfield after that first goal of the match. Can Eastern Park respond? They look to send it forward, but it's jumped on top of here by Zena Hunt. I think we're going to see a lot of her today. The ball's pushed out wide to the far wing. Eastern Park in possession, but now a bit more in dispute, and we'll just have another ball up. It's on that far centre wing. So great start here by Hectorville. Jasmine Egan, absolute star, just took the ball, ran with it, and kicked the first goal of the game. So just one goal kick so far after almost 6 minutes in this match. Division 4 Grand Final. Have another stoppage here. The big tap comes through from Hectorville. Looks like they're finding their straps in the middle of the ground here. Just weren't able to kind of take the miles with it there, but I think they've really sort of stepped up, and like I said, that energy's coming through from that first goal.
You could definitely sense it, and well, sometimes when you concede the first goal, it can lead to an avalanche one way or the other, but a lot of the time, teams tend to persist with their mentality and not let it phase them. As per example, Molly Christensen getting involved. Tacklers piling in. Eastern Park doing well to hold it up here, but that's all they can do. So tackling pressure's been on point from both teams, but it's those few times where Hectorville have been able to get it out the other end. Tess McCormack working around a couple here. Zena Hunt clearing it out, hitting a target, but the target didn't mark as intended. But they've got additional support, so it won't matter. Ellie Lineage goes into the forward line. It's 1-on-1. That was perfect positioning from Taylor Roberts. She's not going to line back up. She's going to get and go and reel around with a drop punch. She wanted to replicate the moment that Jasmine had just a couple minutes earlier. But that one, only a minor score, 7-point lead to Hectorville.
Well, she's looking dangerous already, though, Taylor Roberts, as we said, just leading goal kicker. You can see when she gets it, she's looking for the goal straight away. She took a bounce. She took on the game already, so she's going to be one to watch. So, kick out comes here. They've got to get it moving now, Eastern Park. Kick comes off the boots, sliding towards the boundary line. They'll be able to keep it in, but it's Egan from Hectorville. She's been everywhere early, really enjoying her game so far. The umpire will throw it in now. Really just on the wing, a little bit to the advantage of Hectorville. Umpire said holding the arm there. That came through very clearly, like that from the umpires. Clear direction, and we can even hear it from all the way over here. So Eastern Park now look to go a little bit more central. Probably needed a mark there because it's turned over. There through McCormack. Kicked it to a contest. We've got a bit of a 2-on-2 here. What's the umpire saying? Be a free kick, and might be a second shot on goal here, and it looks like it's going to be in the hands of Bianca White. Oh, nope, different player here. All right.
It will instead be Hannah Bentley. Hannah Bentley, the one to take the kick, and that one hasn't even made the full journey, but it was probably all according to plan in the end. Zoe McCormack now from directly in front. It looked like an unintentional pass off, but I reckon it was. It just span a little bit awkwardly, but that's a great score assist at the very least that you can pin down for Hannah Bentley. And McCormack, the one to finish. So this is a strong start here from Hectorville. They've kicked the first 2 goals, dominating a lot of the territory, and plenty of names popping up all around the place as the more standout team of the day so far.
Yeah, that was a great finish, and just, they're really playing to their strengths here, Hectorville. The forwards are playing in front, they're holding in front, so obviously got first hands to the ball there. And yeah, sometimes if, the shot on goal doesn't quite go where you thought, as long as you're in front and holding your position, you create more opportunities. So Hectorville with the early lead here. They go to 2 goals, 1-13. Eastern Park yet to score. And they've won another free out of the centre here. It's back with McCormack, the goal kicker. So getting a lot of miles into those legs already. The turnover comes here from Eastern Park. They need something to give them a little bit of a lift here. They look to go down the line. And that's more like it. So nice mark taken there. Egan made her think about it, but it was definitely a mark. They send it in long to player out the back, and just in the right position there was Tamara Clapton. We'll be seeing a lot of her today. She was looking for a forward there, but just dropped a little bit short in the end though, so it'll be bounced back out. And there should be another free kick here coming back to Clapton for last touch. She looks to get on it straight away. You can see she's just trying to lift the side here, get them into this game. Kick went a little bit wayward though, was jumped on straight away by Christensen. Got a little bit more backup from McCormack. Has been everywhere early in this game, so Hectorville's still looking pretty strong out there.
Yeah, Eastern Park just gaining a bit more territory now. They got to capitalise on these opportunities. Butler getting involved, but not being able to retain the ball. Elisa Butler gives it back to the umpire. Big throw up back into play. This time Eastern Park have superior positioning around the ball, but Barton's kick is cut off, and that's not going to be a 25-metre penalty. All fair and mostly unintentional as well.
Bit clumsy.
Jessica Williams. Not in a hurry, but eventually finds something she likes. It goes through, bounces over the head of a couple players. It does stay alive, and that's not going to be last touch rule, so did just enough to register the contest that resulted in a throw-in. So a bit of a half win. No, it is last touch. Okay, the umpire didn't make the gesture, but it was last touch. That won't be, and it will be a throw-in this time as we tick towards the 12-minute mark. Not much time left in the opening term, which has all been dominated by Hectorville.
Yeah, they're looking very strong early. Just really making the most of their opportunities and strong attacking here, Hectorville. So comes off the boot at Eastern Park, but again, Hectorville ready for it, but it's chopped off again. So a few turnovers in a few seconds here. Look to push it forward in defence. Maybe a little bit of holding off the ball there. Umpire saw that straight away. So just dragged out of the contest there. And you're just waiting for the ball to come back there, but it'll be in the hands of Potter. She looks to go. She's on the run straight away. Just dropped short of everyone there, so they try to go forward there. Umpire said that was too high. Definitely looked high from here as well. So they've got a chance here to kick to a target here, Eastern Park. That's what they've been missing, and they do straight away. So it's Clapton here. You know she's going to be a target all day. Good with her hands. She's looking for a teammate there in the forward line, but just couldn't quite hit her. Umpire said that's holding the ball, so pretty hot on that possession already. Don't mind that. She calls her players to move. Does McCormack. She's been really involved in this game so far. Really enjoying what she's bringing. Now, they've got a lot of marks at that sort of top of the 50 here, Eastern Park, but haven't been able to quite get anything deep enough for a shot on goal. What can they do here? Again, they're still stuck at the top of that 50. Wind up on the boot, and there's the moment. And there's Clapton. She was just ready for it there.
Best positioned and now prime positioned for a goal. It's directly in front, about 25 metres out from what I'd be able to tell from here. Of course, we're down in the more favourable pocket to see this one. So 14 minutes gone. She might want to take her full 30 here because it's taken a long time to get an opportunity like this. And, well, a couple teammates asking for a handoff, particularly Kayla Anderson.
Wow.
And that's a kick that's just missed to the further side. So they are on the board now at the very least, Eastern Park, but only for the minor score. So opportunity coming out of the defense here. Taking the liberty at the kick-in looks to be Jessica Williams. I reckon it is. And she'll step out of the goal square. She'll stretch out to the other side, and that's a really good kick to Jasmine Egan. Egan looks forward. Good kick. Once again, some very effective play here. Lucy Loden now. Not her best performance, but it could still work for Hectorville here if they're careful enough. And they were asking for a bit of high conduct. It's gone Hectorville's way. Lineage is also going to get a 25-metre penalty because I reckon... I'm not sure if Hayley Williamson wanted the call to go the other way. She must have thought that there was high infringement going the other way, or maybe just wasn't happy with the overall result. Taylor Roberts marks once again, deciding not to line up. Taylor Roberts really likes to do that. You can see the ambition. She doesn't want to take a full 30 and do a simple set shot. She wants to run off and do it in the classiest fashion possible. And twice in a row now, she's gotten close, but twice in a row, minor scores for her.
I really like the attack on the ball though. Like she just wants to get to that goal line. She wants to put it through. It's a really great attack. So it's cut off here by Hectorville, but I reckon that might have been incorrect disposal. So a bit unlucky there because they seem to want it more there, did Hectorville. Eastern Park now, they just got to work themselves into this game. They've had some good options up forward, just haven't been able to get a shot within a decent range for a goal. But can they get one here? They bounce through the middle. Love to see that. Nice bounce on a beautiful day, grand final day. We're on the chase here. And a little bit of a pack and a form there. So we'll have a ball up now just inside the Eastern Park 50. Can they make something happen here? Goes out to the side in the ruck there. Not the best ball up, but it'll come back. Jessica Williams. She's been good kicking out of defence, but didn't get the eyes up, so couldn't quite lock down on a teammate. So look to go forward again here. They look to go across the ground. It's with Barton. And got hit after she disposed of it there, I think, so it'll be a downfield. And that'll be quarter time here. So first quarter already down for this Division 4 grand final between Hectorville and Eastern Park, and pretty strong start here that we've seen by Hectorville. They lead 2-2, and Eastern Park just the single behind. What did you think of that first quarter, Indy?
Relatively really strong from Hectorville. In fact, more than that, I reckon it's one of the better starts to a grand final that I've seen in my time in community footy leagues. Yes, not the most damaging on the scoreboard, but the way they played, individual performers standing out. So they're not over-possessing the ball, but they're getting everyone involved, and I think that's what matters. So very impressive quarter from them. Tell you what, we're going to take a short break now, but we'll be back with the second quarter right in a tick.
9 News, teaming up with the Adelaide Footy League. Tom Wren on the ground at your club for Thursday Night Live, strengthening communities through footy.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
Welcome back to Kilburn Oval. It's 2-2 to just 1 minus score for the opponents, that being Eastern Park. And I reckon the start from Hectorville, very promising, very convincing. You're obviously tuning into the Adelaide Footy League live stream with both Indiana Rogers and Rebecca Northcott for the Women's Grand Finals today. Division 6, Division 4, Division 2, Division 5, 3 and 1 will all be playing their respective Women's Grand Finals next weekend. But in front of us, we got a bit of a contest, and it's actually a fair one for Eastern Park to try and fight off, as we just see one of the players in front of us is playing with a bird.
Well, I mean, you said that they had something to fight off. Maybe it was the bird.
Well, they've got bigger. They'll have bigger fish to fry in this quarter. Although the galah that she was playing with has actually stayed out there, and that was Lauren Barton who was playing with the galah. So whether that's a hobby or whether that's just trying to soak in the experience, or maybe she's, just trying to get a bit of positive energy after not the most ideal of starts, but still one which can be overcome. It's a 13-point margin here at Kilburn Oval. You're with Rebecca Northcott for the opening call.
So second quarter, Division 4 Grand Final. Hectorville currently with a 13-point lead. What will this second quarter bring? It will bring an amazing ruck tap for the first contest there. Wow, just Hectorville bursting out of the blocks already, trying to build on that energy from the first quarter. But here comes Eastern Park. Goes on the boot of Butler. And she's found a teammate straight away, really enjoying this energy early. It's Clapton. We know she can be dangerous. Got a target up there. The mark's taken. Super strong there for Eastern Park. I'll have to double check who they've got in the 41 today. There might have been a late change here for Eastern Park.
So probably the first unknown that we have on the list, is that?
So apologies to our Eastern Park fans here, but an amazing mark taken up forward here, and we'll have a shot on goal here. Really confident run up. I like that. The kick's nice and high. What's the accuracy like, though? Unfortunately, it has missed to the right-hand side, but first score of the second quarter goes to Eastern Park, so they move to 2 behind, still trailing Hectorville 2-2-14.
Opportunity. The rebound 50 type of scores are difficult to get in any league, but particularly on a day like this, it should at least be a little bit easier and more open-ended. But the way these teams have played, it's not going to be that easy. Things opened up a little bit in the second half of that first quarter. Has there been a downfield call or a reversal? It's downfield, so keeping possession of the ball from where she marked it anyway. I reckon that must have been Brianna Taylor. In the middle. Kicks it long. Demanded a pack to show up, but tell you what, with front positioning, Tara Lee seemed to be the one who looked a little bit more prominent. Eventually players caught up, and obviously Crummers forced the tackling pressure, but no one went up for the mark. Doesn't matter now, only looking forward. Bit of a second attempted a tap out there from the Hectorville ruckman. It's been cleared out by Eastern Park. They had a hand pass option, but they tried to go backwards for it, and not only that, the hand pass wasn't effective, so it's kept the ball alive for Hectorville to turn over, which that kick is not the smoothest along the ground, but they retain possession. They might get it into the forward 50 here. It will need to bounce favourably. Coming in the defensive options, Taylor Finch for the defence from Eastern Park stood up really well there. She's still getting involved, went all the way with Zena Hunt, and well, we know what type of damage that Zena Hunt can do. She's been one of the better players in this match so far. Obviously, Jasmine Egan would probably be another major contender for that. Throwing the ball back in. No defiant winner out of that ruck contest, but there's a holding infringement. It's going to go the way of Hectorville, so they'll get a chance to convert it into the forward line. It'll come off the boot of Hannah Bentley, who is a good half-forward flank type of player who's been able to push up the ground a couple times in this game. She kicks all the way to the left pocket. It bounces. Was there a touch on it in time? I don't think there was. Was there?
Having a chat about it.
The field umpire didn't seem to think so. The boundary umpire was uncertain, but it will be last touch going against their favour. So Nicole Goodchild will be the one to take the kick. She slows up, analyses sun gleaming in her eyes. It's hard to kick the ball in that direction, and she's actually kicked it out of bounds on the floor, or at least out of bounds without anyone near it. So whether or not they want to take a set shot opportunity from here or centre it up, that'll be down to Ellie Lineage to decide. Does she want to take that risk? She's outside the arc, so not lightly. She does centre it up. No mark. What about the crumb? No, it's socket off from Eastern Park, but it comes back into their hands, only momentarily. Players trying to shove each other out of the way off the ball without giving away an infringement call, and that was an aggressive tackle, trying to claw it back. Sarah Smith did a really good job there, but it's another ball up now, just shy of the Hectorville forward line.
Yeah, so a little bit of lift here from Eastern Park. Can they get some more attack in their forward line here and get a major on the board? Not if Hectorville has anything to say about it. Christensen just pushes it wide, looking for Demas. A little bit of push off the ball there, and yeah, just hanging on there, says the umpire. And the umpire just making sure the right player goes back for it there. And just player with the free kick fixing the hair there. Or something's going on there. I haven't seen anything like that before. I don't know if she had a clip in her hair or something there, but we've just had to adjust there shortly. So here go Hectorville. They launch it inside 50. Have numbers back to Eastern Park. Tried to take it on, did Barton. And she's been pinged there. Little bit unlucky, but she did have a bit of a chance with it, but she was the only one who wanted it. That's the life of the defender, unfortunately. You've got to do the hard work. So it's with Zena Hunt. She's been very involved early in this game. She have a shot on goal here. We'll see whether it's within her range. She's going to take the shot. Looks nice off the boot. It's beautiful off the boot, and that's a goal to Zena Hunt. So great set shot there, just pushed back and puts it through, and the technique was spot on as we'll watch it go through again here, just off the boot, perfect drop punt, accuracy spot on, and just flew straight through for their first goal of the quarter.
Excellent stuff, an excellent finish. Zena Hunt now on the list of goal kickers, the others being Jasmine Egan and Zoe McCormack. Not a single goal kicker yet for Eastern Park, and well, it's becoming more and more pivotal. It's 3 goals to 20 to 0 goals to 2. It's a 3-goal game, and well, there's more than 2.5 quarters to make up for the slow start here, but definitely they'd like to get a move on now. So Eastern Park, bit of ricochet, attack on the ball from Eli Shashi. And it's going to be called back into the hands of Alicia Butler. No, it's going to go the other way, is it? It is. A bit of confusion there. Kayla Anderson not too happy with the result either. She'll have to stand the mark. But they will get the ball back to Hectorville here. And they'll probably go forward once again. Doing it from the wing this time. And they've actually used the corridor a bit more times in this game, Hectorville, so we haven't seen the ball on this end of the ground too much in this match so far. Tackle coming in from Hayley Williamson, and she caught her opponent. Just checking on teammates here. And everything all seems to be fine and dandy, just the victim of the tackle, just a little bit slow to get up, but Erin Granger, she will go into the middle. Oh, big collision off the ball there. That's going to go against Eastern Park, and just a little bit unnecessary in the end, but Thankfully, no remonstration and good sportsmanship from the players to make sure of that, because something we'd like to see come out of our game. Taylor Roberts, who's pushed up the ground in the middle. Hand passes to a teammate. Will they pop another one over the top? Well, they will, but maybe with a bit of overdue weight. A bit of a sling tackle here, and nothing going off the ball. But it was a bit of a dangerous tackle after she managed to hand pass it, but probably just didn't let go. So a bit unfortunate there for Butler, because she's been very intense and she's still been doing a lot right, but that's just one of those moments where unfortunately she over persisted with the tackle longer than what was initially required. Oh, is that holding the ball? There's going to be no whistle from the umpire. Play will continue. A whistle does eventually come in, and it's going to go the way of Eastern Park now. What can they do off of half-back, Beck?
Well, they've got to start taking some chances here, and they do already. They start going through the centre of the ground. Brave footy. Alicia Butler there with strong hands. She's looking forward of it, and they got someone free in the centre. That's really nice footy. It's in the hands of Saunders, one of the most experienced members of this Eastern Park team. They launch forward now. Ball sort of dribbling inside 50, but it was cut off there by Hectorville. Umpire's seen a free there now, so Hectorville will get clean disposal of it here. Probably a little bit of frustration there from Eastern Park that they couldn't make the most of the inside 50, and maybe there was, because they've sent it straight back in with a turnover, but great defensive mark there taken. Looks like Jessica Williams, she has been up and about. The kick was smothered though. Had to put in those second and third efforts there, chasing it towards the line there. A little bit more desperation here from Eastern Park, and they might have won the free kick here. So they just need a little bit more energy there, and they've found it. It'll be in the hands of Tamara Clapton. Now, she finished second in the leading goal kickers for the league. We saw her take a shot on goal early, which was a great-looking kick, just a little bit inaccurate. So you'd have to back her in as a chance here, Indy.
Absolutely. She goes the check side style.
Wow!
They get their first goal in style too. Take a bow. And more importantly, sigh a breath of relief, because you finally got a goal on the board, and through Tamara Clapton, no less. There wasn't many other women on the team who probably would have done it better than that. So congratulations to Tamara. They've gotten Eastern Park on the board, and now there's a bit of an opportunity looming as we're still just under the 11-minute mark of this quarter. 6 more minutes or thereabouts worth of time to be played, and well, another extra goal, I reckon, from Eastern Park could put serious pressure on Hectorville.
Yeah, absolutely. And moments like that can just give a little bit of a lift to the team. And I really like how Clapton just backed herself in there, put it through. That's not an easy kick, but she made it look easy. So here they go again now, Eastern Park. Kick was a little bit wayward, so it's just cut off now. They can settle at Hectorville. Looking to go forward now, just pushing it up wide up towards that half forward line. And great body use there by Taylor Roberts, it looks like. Just did well to get herself back there. It was Taylor Roberts, so we've seen a lot of her presenting up on that high half forward line. She's looking for a lead. Ball comes in quite low, but probably not quite what she was thinking, because it goes straight into the hands of Samantha Saunders. She pushes it out towards the wing. Good body use there by Lee, but just couldn't quite get her hands to it in the end. Back in the hands of Hectorville. Just scooting through players there like traffic cones. Another amazing defensive mark from Saunders there. She's had a great little 30 seconds there. Eyes for the footy and just locking it down. Here they go again. The same ball. This time they get it in the hands of Zoe McCormack. Just outside the 50, so she's got to find a lead presenting at her. Is that Saunders again? It absolutely is. So she's just bringing her own footy at the moment. Just needs a little bit of support of her players further down the field, because she's doing all the hard work in defence. Just needs a little bit of backup there. So in the hands of Butler now, who has been working really hard across half back. They send it into the middle. I like this style of footy. They're just being brave here, daring to dream here, Eastern Park. Just got to keep moving forward. The ball will be held up here, but they're just inside 50, so they worked the ball well down the field just then, I thought.
Yeah, and it's rare that we see defensive 50 to forward 50 transition play like that in this game. Oh, almost a bit of rug infringement. Hannah Bentley just shy of giving that away. Awkward bounce, should sit up for the Hectorville player. But Eastern Park will keep the pressure, maybe overwarm its welcome. In fact, they do. Give away a free kick here, although they could still punish. Some of these lace-out kicks don't hit their targets directly, and it's about how much the defense is going to punish and prepare for that that'll determine. Oh, big tackle there. Was it all fair and legal? Yes, it was. So, well done by Taylor Roberts, who was in the midst of all that. Another ball up, approaching the 14-minute mark. Looked like the rut was semi-taken out of it, but not illegally, according to the umpire. That could be last touch, which it will be. So it will come back to Hectorville. They got an opportunity on the far side wing, which they decide to persist with. Find it into the hands of, this looks like Lineage again, who's been really good. One of the best players out there today, but she's turned it over just as I said that, of course. Samantha Saunders has found another option in the middle too. Chassis went into the middle. Wasn't the most direct of kicks, and a bit of a dump afterwards, but nothing illegal. The umpire more than happy to ball that one up. So just leaning into the forward half for Hectorville. There's an opportunity to get something out of this if they're careful. Getting down and ready to go down with the contested ball was Chassis again. But it's come back in, ball up. There's just a bit of shelter coming over the near side wing, but not enough to justify using it. I reckon in the third game this afternoon, we're going to see a lot more ball on the near side of the ground, because that's where the shade will be. And that's where the players will at least have an opportunity to cool down. Conveniently, of course, next to where the interchange bench would be too. As the ball coming through the middle here, now goes into the forward half for Eastern Park. Can they crumb it though? They've got the numbers, but they got a bit of uncertainty over who was going to use it. Kayla McConnell didn't quite get clean boot to ball, but just enough for the umpire to let play resume. And now the umpires split the play once again. It will be a free kick going Hectorville's way.
So just about a minute and a half left in this first half of footy here, Division 4 Grand Final. Hectorville just finding targets very well at the moment. It's in the hands of Dawson. Sends it into Lineage. She's had very clean disposal all day. A little bit of a fake with the handball there. Decides to wind up on the boot herself. But straight in the hands of Saunders. She's had a really solid quarter in defence for Eastern Park. One of the absolute standouts for me this quarter. Can they make the most of it? Can they build something on it here, Eastern Park? They don't have too much time. And Lee just sprays the kick a little bit there, so it'll be out of bounds free kick. So Hectorville can just hold it here. There's probably about 40 seconds left in this second quarter. Go down the line to that well-known safety. Almost a little fend off there. So Eastern Park here. They're still looking to attack. Can they get a shot on goal in the last 30 seconds? Oh, the mark just wasn't quite taken there by Terrell. Oh, she'll be kicking herself for that one. But here go Hectorville. They're going to attack. No, it's Saunders. She's pushed all the way down for Eastern Park. She really wants this goal. But Hectorville really want it gone. And there's the siren. So great efforts there in those last couple of minutes there by Hectorville. They still maintain the lead in this Division 4 Grand Final, 3-2-20 to Eastern Park, 1-2-8. So we still got an absolute ripper of a game here. You know, you could still see Eastern Park getting himself back into this, but at halftime, Hectorville will probably go in feeling pretty good.
Well, they did actually win the quarter by 1 point, Eastern Park. So while Hectorville would feel pretty secure about that first half, it is no certainty to seal off the game, of course. And I reckon Eastern Park were just building, but a couple of wayward forward conversions probably costed them the chance to really get back into this game. But there's certainly not out of it, and we're certainly not out of it either. Both Rebecca and I very invested in the contest, but we're going to take a break like everybody else involved and then come back with a strong second half of the Division 4 Women's Grand Final.
9 News, teaming up with the Adelaide Footy League. Tom Wren on the ground at your club for Thursday Night Live, strengthening communities through footy. Teaming up with the Adelaide Footy League. Tom Wren on the ground at your club for Thursday Night Live, strengthening communities through footy.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
9 News, teaming up with the Adelaide Footy League. Tom Wren on the ground at your club for Thursday Night Live, strengthening communities through footy.
at halftime of the Women's Division 4 Grand Final, Indy has tracked down the Golden Grove coach who's just preparing for the Division 2 Grand Final to follow this match. Over to you, Indy.
Yes, well, I'm joined by the Golden Grove coach for the Division 2 game, Sean Duffy. Well, Sean, at least there's one less thing to worry about, and that is the weather. It's looking about as good as you could ask for from an August day.
Oh, it's been perfect. This is typical grand final weather. Nice and sunny. Should be good for good football. Nice.
Well, a grand final is very separate from every other day in the calendar, and obviously you've been one of the most dominant teams this year, but what type of mentality changes, if any, do you make going into games like this?
More just focusing on pressure football. Grand final is always hard football, and getting to the ball first and working harder together, and just trying to calm the nerves and just be a bit more focused on the ball. And just concentrating on the game plan.
Well, obviously the women in the Division 6 result just got over the line by 3 points, and that was a really exciting result for all the spectators involved. Does that maybe give your team maybe just a little bit of extra confidence, or even a bit of a benchmark to meet for their own game?
Oh, it's really good having the Div 6 win. The girls came out and watched before, so they're all pumped and really excited about what they can achieve as well, same as our B-grade team. So it was excellent for them to see, and they're really excited to be out there and be part of it and try and get success as the Div 6 team did as well.
Well, the second half of this game has just gotten underway, but we'll let you go now and get prepared for the final grand final today, that being the Div 2-1. Good luck, Sean. Thank you for your time, and more importantly, may the best team win.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Cheers.
So we're just into the third quarter here, back with the Division 4 Grand Final, Hectorville and Eastern Park. So Hectorville currently still holding on to that solid 12-point lead at the moment. What will this third quarter bring? We're deep inside Hectorville's 50 already this quarter. Will we see a repeat of the first quarter where Hectorville really dominated and kicked 2 goals to nothing? So having a good battle in the ruck here today. It's mostly been Granger for Eastern Park and Bentley for Hectorville. And she's winding up here is Taylor Roberts for Hectorville. You can't leave her on her own. But not quite in line with goal, so it'll be a free kick going the way of Eastern Park. Samantha Saunders, one of the stars of the second quarter in my opinion. She held up so well in defence. And that's a much better kick that she's found on the far side of the ground here. Follow-up kick, though, not so great. It falls into the hands of Carl for Hectorville. It's got someone on the lead here. Guess who it is? It's Taylor Roberts. So she's already been up and firing in this game. She's been up and around that half-forward line, and she's been zooming around in the 50. So
the only thing she hasn't done yet is kick the goal.
That's very true. So I think she'll be looking to rectify that now. She comes in, winds up, looks good off the boot. Just going to drop short here, and the mark will be taken. So great play here by Hectorville, as they were in the first quarter, just very much playing in front and just looking really strong in attack.
This is number 39 for Hectorville, who we haven't actually got on our sheet. It could be Deontay Greenhoff, who's the only player who doesn't have a number, so we're hoping that's correct. If it isn't, we apologise to those who have that extended knowledge to know, but that's how we'll mark it down for the moment. In the meantime, though, another really strong start from Hectorville, similar to the first quarter, just really good ball movement and positioning. And that's shown in just the opening 2.5 minutes of the quarter itself. So there's a lot to look forward to if you're a Hectorville fan, but a little bit to be nervous about if you're in Eastern Park's shoes, although once again not out of it. It's a 3-goal game, equal game high margin, which we did see during that first quarter as well. Bit of a dumping tackle there. Umpire letting play resume the other end, and a ball up to be called. So separating the pack, everyone getting into positions. The setup seems to still be that more of a man-on-man variety around the ball. And as players slowly spread out to the outer side, once again locking up possession of the ball though. No prior opportunity involved for that to be able to be called a ball up. Thrown back into the midst of it. Tapped out. And almost caught with the ball there, but Umpire was willing to let it go, looming over the pack. I reckon Jessica Williams didn't want to get too involved there because she didn't want to risk giving away a free kick. Big defensive mark there. That was superbly done by Tess McCormack, who has probably been the quieter of the two McCormacks today, but she's playing her role back there. Jessica Williams goes down the line, sights out an option. They've got some good traversal game going here. They've slung off of half back, and they're ready to spring into action here with another consecutive mark, this time being on the hands of Ellie Lineage. She goes into the forward. Doesn't hit out a target directly. In fact, the bounce didn't sit very well either. It favoured the Eastern Park defender, who's gone back to the outer side, but she can't get it out effectively. Getting socket off the ground there by Megan Cafferty, hoping that something will come out of it. And that something will just be a simple stoppage, pretty much 50 out directly in front, just shy of the arc for Hectorville. So an opportunity looming, maybe.
Well, umpire says he's seen something in there, so free kick will come out. It's going the way of Hart for Hectorville. Too far out to score, just outside the 50 here. Looking for options. The ball goes up nice and high. Can someone get under it? Not quite. They're going to have to crumb it here if they want the goal. Strong tackle pressure, though, being applied there. Samantha Saunders having a great game down there in defence. For Eastern Park, that is. Here go Hectorville again. The ball's being pushed further and further out of their 50, so they won't mind that, Eastern Park. I reckon that ball came off the feet there and it's just gone over the line, so it'll end up as a ball up, I think, because you couldn't quite see who had that there. Yep, umpire says I'll have it, so they've pushed it far up the wing of Eastern Park. Granger going up on the ruck. She's doing a solid job in there for Eastern Park. They're just not quite getting the clearances that they like at the moment. Falls the way of Hectorville. Handball there, was looking for Carl. She picks it up, gives it goodbye hands there to Egan. Ends up out of bounds. Tried to take off there, did Hectorville, but umpire said no, we've got a throw in to have here. Or, well, it is a kick actually, but had to set it up. So it'll be Jasmine Egan. We saw her kick the first goal of the game. She's been very active in this game for Hectorville. And great kick there, just easy as you do it, just like you do at training. Hits up her teammate in Roberts. So she's had a few goes at it. This might be a better distance for her. We know she can kick goals. She's a leading goal kicker for the league in this division. She winds it up. That kick looked a lot better than her last one, but still only gone through for the behind. The crowd's trying to mess me around here because they sort of cheered for that one, but it was just the behind there to Roberts.
Taylor Roberts has had probably the biggest almost day out of anyone on the field, and I reckon she could have had one foot in an Archie thong and her head in a beanie had maybe a couple more goal conversions been properly scored through, but instead Eastern Park hang on. They can't crumb this one. Ball too fast for the feet. Clearing out as a branch falls down in front of our van, and hopefully that's not a sign of the wind picking up potentially, because that could be a factor in the next grand final as well as the remainder of this one. Keeping the head low, you reckon that would be a high tackle free, but the umpire is calling for possession back of the ball, so didn't think anything of it. Not much the players could have done. Oh, another clearance attempt smothered. So Eastern Park have had some good smothering attempts in this game, but that type of defensive intensity probably just not the 100% solution to the woes they're having at the moment. Here's Tess McCormack, who's pushed up the ground. In fact, no, that's actually Zoe McCormack, 38, not 36, pardon my French, as another hand pass into the forward line. Couple options to toss around. Shayla was getting involved, but Eastern Park might be able to get out of trouble. They've opened things up a little bit, and she's going to keep her woman running out goal side, Sheen Schultz, that is, who's gone all the way to the boundary line, and I'll tell you what, that was really exciting stuff. It's actually good when you demand your defender to go with you and take it out goal side, but on that particular instance, it only led to a boundary throw-in. Could have been something more miraculous, though.
So Granger got first hands to it in the ruck there. Just needed a little bit more movement from her midfielders to get underneath it. Putting in some hard yards in the ruck today as they go up again. She gets first hands to it again, but dropped into the hands of Hectorville. That was to Tess McCormack, but she was wrapped up in a tackle straight away. So they go up again. We had 3 stoppages in quick succession. This time Granger gets it down. She almost roved it herself. Just moving forward at the moment. The quick kick comes out. There's a one-on-one versus another one-on-one in the 50. Who can get to it first? It looks like it's Hectorville. Did really well there, did Heinrich. She just kept her feet, kept her composure there. Umpire says he's seen a high infringement there, so it'll come back in the hands of Eastern Park and bang, straight into the hands of Tamara Clapton. We saw her kick a goal in the second quarter here. We know she can wind up, and the kick, just a little bit of a spray there. I don't know if she got in her own head there. I think she should have just taken the shot, but it was just kicked into the hands of the girl on the mark in the end. So Hectorville ready to roll on here. Probably an opportunity missed there to Eastern Park, but they will get another one here because Sarah Smith has earned a free as she was infringed in the marking contest. Now she's got players around looking for the handball, doesn't need them. They try to go to Clapton there again, but great defensive effort from Jasmine Egan there. She knows Clapton's dangerous, so took it upon herself to push back there. So Hectorville looked to move forward. Samantha Saunders there, ready to cut it off again. Just didn't quite have the back up, and that tackle was probably a little bit too high, I would have thought.
Yeah. Umpire sided it out almost immediately. And unfortunately, just looking a little bit hobbly here, but not too bad. I think that might be getting a look. Is that Sarah Hart? No, that's actually Taylor Roberts again. She's pushed up the ground. That's not an effective kick, but, well, it's a big, tall pat mark. It's actually about what type of response Eastern Park conjure up, which this is kind of where they've fallen apart just a little bit today, is getting those defensive 50 to forward 50 transitions. And traveling coast to coast is difficult, but you've got to do it a couple times at least, and it can also keep the opposition guessing. But as you can see, balls come out here, and is that going to be off of a last touch? No, it will be for a throw-in. 11 minutes gone. 4 goals, 3-27. Plays 1 goals, 2-8. You're tuning into the Adelaide Footy League live stream with Rebecca Northcott and Indiana Rogers for the Women's Grand Finals. Div 6, Div 4, and Div 2 all today. Div 4, the one in front of us at the moment.
So cut off here now by Eastern Park. The quick attack just keeps coming from Hectorville, and here they go again. Christensen sends it long. She's got a target in mind. Almost took it there in the hands, did Lineage. She keeps going herself. She's just followed it up here, got it across to her teammate, and that's straight through for a goal. Just try and pick up here who finished it off in the end as we watch the replay go through here. So you see Lineage there doing all the hard work, gets it into the hands. I reckon it might have been Roberts in the end there that finished it off. So great play there, all started by Ella Lineage. She just had real attack for the ball there and got it across to, I'm going to back it in as Roberts because I know she's been all around that forward line all day. So Hectorville extend to 5-3-30.
She followed her opponent really well. Now clearing it forward. Hannah Bentley, who's been really good all day, getting cleared out to the far side. Is that going to give enough time for Hectorville to get something here? Or will give enough time for the defenders to get back too? So Eastern Park, can they defend their way out of this one? They grind it through momentarily, hit the target, but the extra kick after that will bounce. It'll maintain its position in the field of play. I almost thought it was going to bounce outwards because of the way the ball spun, and just a little bit of push and shove here as a free kick is once again rewarded to Eastern Park, otherwise known as the Demons for those curious, the nickname at the footy club, the Eastern Park Demons. Spoils coming from multiple angles out of that pack. And tacklers also coming from multiple angles to force another ball up. And Eastern Park now just starting to build a little bit more, and they've got it borderline forward 50 position. Jumping a little bit too early for the ruck there, Hannah Bentley, who's been really good all day. Zena Hunt looming around the contest. Samantha Saunders laying a really good tackle, and another ball up ensues.
So a lot of numbers around the ball in these last few stoppages, so not quite able to get anywhere. Bentley just being pushed around in the ruck there by Granger. So they'll go forward now. It's Egan for Hectorville, who just launched it long. Few bodies flying around there. The desperation for the ball is high. Who's going to get first to it here? Bit of a foot race. And a little bit of tackle contest there, and umpire will have to take it. And of course, it's Jasmine Egan again. I don't know if she's had a break off the ball or off the field, because she's been in there all day. The ball spills out the back between the legs here. We're going to have another stoppage here. So it's still Granger and Bentley going at it at the ruck. We've had a fierce battle all day. Umpire throws it up again. No one quite get hands to it there, but coming round the back there was Anderson. That's Kayla Anderson, as there's a couple in the team here. She got the kick out the back. Just waiting for the forwards to arrive here, and they've got a one-on-one, and that's about it. It has to go, and the mark's taken there. Well done. They had one option there, Eastern Park. It was a one-on-one. They had to hit it, and the mark's taken there again. So I might have to double check if they've got a 41 on the list there for Eastern Park. She comes into goal. They had Chamings as an emergency, so we'll go with maybe that it was her. She sends it long. Does it make the line? Just doesn't quite make it. Great work on the last line of defence there by Hectorville. And that's too high, says the umpire. So shot on goal here is going to come, and it is going to come through Terrell.
It might even be worth checking those emergencies, because we said a Deontay Greenoff might have been one of the goal kickers for Hectorville, but that could be incorrect. More on that in a bit. Hectorville clear it out from the last line, but kick it back into the hands of Kayla Anderson, who could still have a go here for Eastern Park. She's telling everybody to get back. She doesn't want to chip off to a lead. She wants to go herself, but she might not be 100% confident in the journey. She's let loose, gone all the way to the goal square. It's definitely not going to make that full roost, but there's still an opportunity if the Crummers can make something out of it. And there's a high tackle infringement there. They'll surely get a goal out of this one. And it is the number 41 we just spoke about on the emergency list. Chamings, Ashley Chamings. Absolutely pivotal goal for more reasons than one. And that will finish us the quarter as well. The last score goes to the team that needed it the most. They bring the margin back to 19 points as the siren goes. And there'll be no need to return it back to the centre. But they will return to their respective huddles and see if this is a grand final still for the taking for Eastern Park. It would take the quarter of almost a lifetime for some of these young women to really pull this off. But there is every possibility. 5 goals, 3-33 to 2 goals, 2-14. We're going to take a quick break and return to finish off the Division 4 Grand Final. And stay tuned. The Division 2 Grand Final comes just after that.
9 News, teaming up with the Adelaide Footy League. Tom Wren on the ground at your club for Thursday Night Live, strengthening communities through footy.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on, or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
Welcome back to Kilburn Oval. It's 3/4 time of the Division 4 Adelaide Footy League's Women's Grand Final. It's 5 goals 3 to 2 goals 2. A 19-point game. Well, I'm not sure what the biggest third-quarter time comeback of the year was, but do you think 19 points is just enough or too much?
Look, I get the feeling it might be a little bit too much just based on what we've seen so far from Eastern Park, because if they want to win this game, they're going to have to absolutely come out the blocks. And I heard their coach say at halftime, it doesn't matter how good a footy you're playing, if you don't score goals, you're not going to win. And unfortunately, that's the spot that they're in at the moment. They just haven't been able to put it on the scoreboard when they've had the chance.
Well, as you can see, plenty of spectators piling in on the sunny side of the Oval. Some of them watching from their cars and some of them just watching from the picnic blankets, and some also up here in the Athelston stand. But wherever you are, we hope you're enjoying the Division 4 Adelaide Footy League Women's Grand Final. I'm Indiana Rogers and you're with Rebecca Northcott as we take a look at the early stages of this final quarter. So, chipping it in, and almost dangerous opportunity. Terry Lee, she's looming. She can't get a goal side. All of the big blockaders really piled in and just stopped her from being able to get a clean run at that, because tell you what, it was actually looming as something almost borderline dangerous there. If Terry Lee was about half a second quicker on the pickup, that could have been incredibly damaging and she could have had a shot at goal. Getting involved, Samantha Saunders, who's probably been the best player, in my opinion, for Eastern Park today at the very least.
Oh, absolutely.
Tap out. Crumbed and snapped around the body, although it's not going to hit the goals. It's going to go wider, and probably against what was intended initially. Kayla McConnell has taken the mark from a bit of an awkward wide snap, but sometimes if you get the lead out to the far side and the unexpected happens, you can capitalise on moments like that, but she hasn't converted it through. She probably should have taken a bit more time with that set shot, because I don't even think she broke the 15-second mark.
Just trying to get it going there, and I mean the time will start to come into play as this quarter goes on, so she probably just wanted to get the shot done, but did really well to just get underneath the flight of the ball there, Kayla McConnell, and just take the mark. So that's a good sign if you want to take something from it, as Hectorville looked to launch it out of defensive 50. No one able to take the mark though, but the ball's being pushed down the field, so they'll be happy with that. And nice tackle there being laid by Hayley Williamson of Eastern Park. She doesn't want to let that ball get down the Hectorville end at all. So we'll have a stoppage here just on the wing. Commentary side of the ground. Who's coming out with it here? I think it was Jasmine Egan there. She's probably had about 40 touches so far in this game. Kick out was a little bit wayward though from Hectorville, so it'll be kicked in now by Lee for Eastern Park. She plays on inside the ground. She's looking for a target. She's found the target. So in Kayla McConnell, who had the previous shot on goal, she again was looking to play on pretty quickly, trying to get it to Clapton and try and soccer it off the ground here now to the Eastern Park players. Clapton's in there as well, just couldn't quite get a go at it there, could Eastern Park. That could have been a good moment for them, but it wasn't to be. Hard work now by Kayla Anderson. Got a little bit of support there from Smith. But again, it's Hectorville. They've got the numbers there. Jasmine Egan, I don't know how she's still got all this energy. She's played the whole game through the middle of the ground. And here she goes again. We launched into the 50. Looking for a target here. Good defensive effort, though, from Eastern Park, but the ball's still in the hands of Hectorville. It goes towards an open goal square. Where's it going to bounce? No, just to the left-hand side. So, awesome looking attack there from Hectorville, but they'll just come off with the behind. But they are still very well in front at the moment, though. They move to 5-4-34. Eastern Park 2-2-14. So, still a solid 20-point lead to Hectorville.
So it's actually 5-3-2-3 for those curious. We're just getting an update on our scoreboard. And that extra point will be added, of course, for Hectorville in a moment. They've realised, I mean, now the scoreboard at the ground is making errors. They've labelled it 4-3, but it's actually 5-3. We could tell you that there are 5 goal kickers, so I reckon someone's given them the wrong message. And sometimes when you do that job, you can be a victim of peer pressure from the local fans that are actually probably just getting it done in the favour of their own team. That's a high looping type of drop punt from Ferrari, and the mark has been paid. Really brave mark from Zoe McCormack, and highlight play. Well, she's going to get a certain shot at goal here because it's a 25-metre penalty. Well, that'll hurt a lot of the hard work that was done the other end early in this term from Eastern Park. It looked like they were sniffing around for a goal, but at the other end, it's been punished with pretty much a 7-point worth play. So Zoe McCormack, the hard part's done. Easy part directly in front. No need to feel phased. She's unfazed. She's kicked 2. And she's now the leading goal kicker on the ground. The only multi-goal kicker for the day as well.
And she nearly tried to make it harder for herself there as well. Her teammates had to pull her around and say, no, you've got to take it from directly in front. She nearly tried to go through on the angle there, but just unfortunate time and place to give away a 25 there for Eastern Park. So just making things a lot more difficult for themselves and just pushing Hectorville a lot further in front here and just probably really sealing the game here as Hart comes through in the ruck. Looks like they made a change in there for this quarter, Hectorville. Eastern Park there maybe showing a little bit of fight here. Tried to do the fend off there, did Tess McCormack. Umpire said it'll be my footy, so we'll have Hart and Granger up in the ruck there. Granger getting hands to it, but getting it down to her opponent there. Went into the hands of Christensen. She just couldn't quite take off there. There goes Granger again. She's doing very well in the ruck there. So bit of a shining light there probably with Samantha Saunders for Eastern Park at the moment. Here comes the attack again from Hectorville. They're so dangerous when they start running on like this. And they know it do Eastern Park. So Kirsty Williams cuts it off there. Now it's in the hands of Butler. She sends it long. Almost the mark taken there. Ball's dribbling forward. It's still dribbling towards the goal line, boundary line. Where's it going to go? Strong tackle there, launched by Terrell, and it'll be a ball up. So, not good to see a quick transition there from Eastern Park. They just really pushed it forward there.
The type of intensity they need to come to play for, and while time might have beat them, it'd still be nice to show a little bit of that for the fans. So you'll never say no to your own team scoring, that's for sure. Hectorville out on the far side wing. We're starting to get a bit more shade on this side of the oval, so like I said, the players for the next game in particular will probably utilise that more, particularly if the quarters are longer, and also the day won't get too much cooler than this. I reckon we've reached about peak temperature, 20 degrees maximum today, which we haven't experienced for quite a while here in South Australia. Kick towards the middle of the ground. Completely vacant teammate who's going to run off and go down towards half forward where she finds Taylor Roberts. Roberts is going to slow up. Well, she hasn't kicked. She's only kicked 1 goal today as far as we're concerned, but she's going to hand pass it off to a teammate who could do a finish of her own, and that's going to be a bump off the ball. So will that be downfield paid to her, or will it be paid to Zoe McCormack? It's going to be paid to Zoe. She could get goal number 3 here if that's the case, and a second from a free kick as well. This one not as easy as the directed front she had earlier, but 9 times out of 10, she hasn't actually made the distance. In fact, Samantha Saunders has taken the mark again, one of the best out there in the Eastern Park jumper today. She stretches over to the far side. That's a good spoiling attempt there from Ferrari. Really nice, superb defensive effort from her. But the ball stumbles over the boundary line, and we'll have a simple throw in at the 8.5-minute mark of the final term.
So it'll be a ball up here, just outside the 50. Granger goes up. She's held herself well in the ruck contest today. Try to come out the back of the pack there, did Eastern Park. Wasn't to be. Feeling a little bit more heat in those tackles at the moment. It can get a bit frustrating when you're behind and you know the game might be a little bit past you, so you can throw a little bit more heat into those tackles. You can feel it now. So probably just down to 8 or so minutes left in this Division 4 Grand Final between Hectorville and Eastern Park. Hectorville got it pretty much sewn up at the moment now. So they're still working hard for it. Those tackles coming in hard. Ferrari had a nice patch early in this quarter. Go up again. Granger gets hands to it once again for Eastern Park. Jasmine Egan, she's been at the bottom of the pack. She's been on her own. She's been running it. She's been kicking goals. She's been doing the lot today, Jasmine Egan, in the Hectorville jumper. Granger taps it out the back. Did well there. Almost got it to Butler. And they're still on the run here, Eastern Park. There's Saunders. She throws it on the boot. Playing with a lot of passion for the Eastern Park jumper today is Samantha Saunders. A little bit of a fumble there by Hectorville. They send it back into the middle. And here they go. They're so dangerous when they get that run on, if they can get it to the right person. Defence was set up well, though, for Eastern Park. Williamson, she was in there. The umpire says it's going to be a ball up. I think there was a little bit of an infringement both ways. So the umpire just decided to say, I'll have it. So he throws it up in the middle of the ground. Hart got in there. She was the only one who truly went up for it. Here comes Saunders again. She wants to do it all on her own. Didn't quite have the backup from the forward line, though. Just hadn't quite pushed back in time. So here goes Hectorville again. The tackle was strong there from Eastern Park. Is it going to be rewarded? No, it was the other way, so it might have been infringed without it. So it'll go the way of Carl. So she can just settle it here. They can really just probably wind down the clock and start to enjoy these last minutes of the game, Hectorville. It's in the hands of Bentley, just having a little bit of rest up forward after rucking for most of this game and doing quite well. She's instead spotted up a member of the opposition, so it's in the hands of Barton for Eastern Park. Got some options in the middle of the ground she chooses to play on. Don't mind that from Barton. You just got to roll the dice at this point of the game. She's looking for good child. And the handball game has been particularly strong today from Hectorville. They use those couple of handballs and then get that first kick in. Great run there and running through. Oh, that's a great kick off the boot by Taylor Roberts. And she just puts the icing on the cake here for Hectorville. We'll see her get it back here in the replay. Just gets herself into the advantageous position. And she didn't have a defender in absolute sight of her, and bang, you can't let her anywhere near the ball uninhibited like that. So Taylor Roberts just putting the finishing touches on this premiership for Hectorville here.
Fantastic. Well, Taylor Roberts hasn't said died to the beanie and thongs yet either. I reckon I'm going to go out now and I'm going to leave you with Rebecca Northcott to call the remainder of this final term for the Division 4 Grand Final while I get prepared to seek out our best player on ground. Post-game interview.
So last 4 minutes or so of this game, there's still a little bit of heat on it. We're seeing some serious bumps and tackles still being applied here by both sides. Margin on our scoreboard, it reads 30 points. There's a little bit of conjecture between us and the official scoreboard, but what we do know is that Hectorville are very much in front here and are going to take out this Division 4 premiership in the Adelaide Footy League. So here comes Taylor Roberts. She's pushed up through to the middle of the ground here. She's still laying tackle. She's still trying to get in there and get involved. I reckon she's kicked 2 for the day and just standing up everywhere on the ground. Ball a little bit in dispute here now. But really, Hectorville can afford to just wind down the clock and enjoy these last minutes of the game before the final siren. Can Eastern Park make this scoreboard a little bit more respectable and put on another goal in these last few minutes of the game? No, umpires found a free in there. Didn't quite see what that was for, but they can go forward again now and just haven't been able to hit targets on that half forward line in this quarter, Hectorville. That's probably the one downside I can pull out of this quarter for them, but they're very much in front, so it doesn't really matter much to them. But I think they could have extended that lead a lot more with a few more effective targets across half forward. Here come Eastern Park. They're trying to push forward, but it was turned over again by Hectorville. Here they go with that option across half forward I was asking for. They were looking for Zoe McCormack. She's kicked 2 goals today, and she didn't take the mark, but the tackle she laid there in the second effort was great, and she just managed to hold up the ball here. So ball up just outside the 50. Granger with a great tap out the back. Midfielder got pushed onto it, so she'll win the free kick there. That's Smith. Chips a little kick short. Goes across to Saunders. She plays on straight away. She just wants to attack. Great body work there by Clapton. We've seen her do it all day. She goes to launch it into the 50. What can they do with it here, Eastern Park? And just few taps come off hands. Now ends up in the advantage back with Hectorville. They've got numbers here, Eastern Park, though. Handball goes out the back. Clever stuff there. Cafferty. Draw on the boot, but again, those balls in dispute seem to be picked up by Hectorville here. One of the big differences in this game. Mark again taken by Saunders. And she's best on ground by far in this Eastern Park side. Hit up Clapton, 2 really high performers for Eastern Park in this grand final. They're not going to get the result today, but I think they can both be proud of their efforts. They've really stood up in this team today. And here go Hectorville again. They're still ready to attack. They're very much so stitched up this game here, but still looking to put more and more scores on the board. Just great tackle pressure being applied here, both sides. Here goes Taylor Roberts again. She's been everywhere in this last quarter. Had a pretty solid game. The ball dribbles towards the 50 for Hectorville. Another Tess McCormack looking to apply tackle there. Just caught her a little bit high. Zoe McCormack, sorry. So it's with Cafferty now. On the left boot. Target probably wasn't quite who she was looking for because it's turned over. They try and come back into the 50 now, but it's cut off by Barton for Eastern Park. Barton just takes her time here, probably in the last 15 seconds of this game, which is going to be won by Hectorville. They're going to be premiers in this Division 4 Adelaide Footy League, and they're trying to kick a goal in the last 10 seconds of this game. Can they through Roberts? She sends it long. You're kidding me! Right on the full-time siren, Taylor Roberts adds another goal onto her tally, and the celebrations absolutely begin. They can celebrate the goal and they can celebrate the fact that they've just won the Division 4 flag. Absolute scenes here. Hectorville were absolutely dominant in this game, probably apart from the first about 5 minutes of the first quarter where both teams were getting settled into each other. But apart from that, Hectorville absolutely dominant here. By my counts, I've got Roberts kicking 3 goals here, which we wouldn't be surprised as she's a leading goal kicker in Division 4 this season. And it's just so great to watch all the girls getting around each other to celebrate this win here. Commiserations to Eastern Park, but Hectorville absolutely the better team here today. Just once they got it, they came out firing. there was no stopping them. The absolute run that they had just coming into their attacking forward, they held up well in defence. Jessica Williams really held up the defence there, and they were able to build off of that. So that just did really well there, did Hectorville. You can see all the supporters out there, friends and family, all just really looking forward to the celebrations that are surely to come. So Hectorville will take out the Division 4 Grand Final here. And they've had a pretty solid win here. We've got a bit going on here between both of us scoreboards here, but it's definitely Hectorville taking out a strong win here. So now I can see Indy's out there. He's gone to grab his best on ground. So we'll just be able to line up a quick interview here as we'll see Indy coming over to us here now from the winning Hectorville team. They definitely had some outstanding performers, and I think very consistent all the way across the ground. All players are putting their head over the ball, and just they came out here to win a flag, and that's absolutely what they've been able to do. So congratulations to the Hectorville Football Club, Division 4 premiers. How good. And looks like Indy's made a last-minute change to his best on ground here, and I'd say that was absolutely due to the goal on the final siren here, just to put the cherry on top of the huge win here by Hectorville in Division 4. So we will come down to you, Indy, who has got Taylor Roberts from Hectorville.
Well, congratulations, Taylor Roberts. Obviously, you've been a huge standout today with those 3 goals, and one of them that came really late as well, just the cherry on top of everything. As your reward, you've won the Archie Thongs and Dartfish beanie, which we give to our best player on ground. Well, have you got any family waiting out there today who's been watching on?
Yeah, I've got my mum and my dad, my sister, a few grandparents, friends, yeah.
And you think they would have expected this result, knowing what your potential today has displayed? And more importantly, I mean, you've pushed up the ground a lot for a forward. You just can't help but get involved with everything.
Yeah, I tend to do push up. I like to get in the play a lot, so it's good.
And is that the type of freedom that the coach has given you as well, and almost something that she would have encouraged?
Yeah, the coaches always tell me to push up so I can get up in there, but then also drop back and score some goals, so yeah, it's good.
Well, Taylor, the flags are out and your teammates are waiting, so I'm not going to keep you waiting any longer, but congratulations on the win, and go and celebrate. You've earned it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Beck.
Well done to Taylor, absolute star for the Hectorville Football Club, and we'll see her run over there to enjoy the win with her teammates and the celebrations that I'm sure are to come for the rest of the night here. So they're just setting up for the official presentations up there in the centre of the ground. And wowee, that's already 2 grand finals down for today. We saw Golden Grove taking it out the Division 6 Premiership. Here in Division 4, Hectorville have won pretty comfortably in front of a decent sized crowd now. So myself and Indy will just take a little bit of a break here while they do the post-match presentations, and we'll be back with you soon for the Division 2 Grand Final between Goodwood Saints and Golden Grove.
The field umpires to come forward. First of all, to announce the Division 4 best on ground. on ground for the Division 4 Grand Final. Number 5 from Hectorville, Jasmine Egan. First of all, I'd like to invite up from the Eastern Park Football Club the coach to say a few words there, please.
What are you running for? What are you running for?
Alright, to my girls, unbelievable season girls, to win a grand final last year and then play Egan finals this year was unbelievable. To make the grand final and go up in division, brilliant girls, absolutely brilliant. I want to thank all of our spectators, Runner, Ray, Linda, all the water boys all here. Pocket, you're a legend, mate. And just, girls, don't drop your heads. Let's do what Eastern Park does. Let's go back to party for a couple of days, and then we'll carry on from there. But well done this year, girls. And thanks to everyone else who come out to watch us as well. Thanks.
Well done. And I'd like to invite up from the Hectorville Football Club, the coach, to say a few words.
First of all, I'd just like to thank the staff and volunteers and people in the Footy Club for putting on the show today. I know how much effort goes into the community Footy Clubs to do something like this. We've done a magnificent job here, so thanks for that. I'd also like to thank the Adelaide Footy League for today, the final series of the season, and in fact for all Super Community Football. Your investment in women's football Australia, women's teams, all the clubs together, and the way they've committed to this the Adelaide Footy League. To Eastern Park, things are a tough side for us. The league takes everything. Not once, it's the scoreboard. We've got to always keep coming. No other side beat this year, and I think that's a testament to the league. Have a good off-season. We'll see you next year. To the various people at Hectorville Footy Club who helped put this champions on the field, thank you. Now's not the time to give the team all, and thank you all. I'll put that on the appropriate time to go into your investment. And I'm incredibly grateful. And to my bunch of friends, winning is awesome, but as I've said all year, at the end of the journey, this is no matter what happens today. It's my honour to be connected with a group of such special human beings. Thank you very much. Okay guys, we'll call you all out to receive your premiership medals. Number 1, Sticks. Number 2, Emily. Number 5, Jazzy. Number 6, Emma. Number 9, Green, Easy. Number 10, Pot. Number 11, Elle. Number 15, Amanda. Number 17, Holly Kay. 24, Sarah Hart. 25, Tex. 26, Harris. 29, Bianca. Number 33, C. Party. Number 34, the skipper going around, Elko. 35, Smokey. 36, our amazing vice captain, Tess. 37, Hannah. 38, goal kicking machine, Zoe. 42, Zena. 43, Shayla. 44, Lucy Allen. 51, Jess. 39, DJ. And some players that can integral to our side all year. Number 16, Lizzie. Number 31, Frenchie. Number 47, Emma. And not in games today, but no less important, Lynn. Ray Ray. And Ray Ray. Kato, sorry, where's Kato?
We can call up the captain as well of Hexville Footy Club. The 4 women's premiers of the Hexville Football Club.
As the Hectorville cheer squad clears off the ground with the players and the Premiership Cup in hand, we've still got one more grand final to do today, Beck, and that grand final will be the Goodwood Saints against Golden Grove, another Golden Grove team. So they're experiencing 2 grand finals in one day. Pretty exciting stuff.
You know, based on the girls that we've spoken to from Golden Grove, it's really, you know, got their whole club up and about to have 2 clubs in the grand final on the one day. Golden Grove obviously already gotten the job done earlier in the day in Division 6. So, maybe that can give them a little bit of lift. I can see them all there in their medals, celebrating, ready to get around their Division 2 teammates. So maybe that'll give them a little bit of something extra today, Indy.
Absolutely, and you could see the Goodwood players getting into position to take their respective grand final photos, and Golden Grove look to be positioning themselves to do something similar as well. Of course, the teams train while the ceremonies are going on, so they don't get the same standing ovation that they'd normally like to, but that does normally mean that the noise at the beginning of the game is much louder to compensate. So let's hope we get plenty of that, and once again it looks like they're just finishing up the photography here for these teams, and then they'll line up for the national anthem and ceremony surrounding that. Well, I called it. Some shade coming over this end of the ground, and the near side of the ground much cooler and nicer to play on than the rest. So I'd be surprised if teams don't like to utilize this end of the ground a bit more to stay close to the interchange and, keep it close to where it's a bit cooler, particularly when you need a bit of a spell from all the hot play. But it could also be a matter of maybe they want to subvert the expectations of their opposition and play out on that further side. So it could be one or the other as they're making some movements. And we'll take a look at the Division 2 ladder. The women's ladder. Tea Tree Gully actually finished at the top with 11 wins and 1 loss, but did not make the grand final. It was Goodwood who finished 10 wins, 2 losses with a percentage of 75.28. And Golden Grove were actually third, the Hawks as they're known here, which pretty sure the Kookaburras was their name in Div 6, if I'm correct from earlier today. So that's interesting. They're 8 wins and 4 losses with a percentage of 68.5. So on paper, this is a game that will favour Goodwood, but who knows? An afternoon of football can change seasons, as we know. But we'll take a look now as the players are standing by for the national anthem.
Footy Club on winning the Division 2 2023 Leading Goal Kickers Award with 23 goals for the season. The Adelaide Footy League would like to thank its partners for their support during the 2023 season, with the principal partner being Channel 9, and the major partners West End, Sharon, Police Credit Union, Breakthrough Mental Health, CMAX Clinical Research, O'Neill Sportswear. The Adelaide Footy League, strengthening communities through footy. Would you please join with the players, coaches and umpires as we stand for the Australian National Anthem.
Ceremonies conclude, the game itself takes its place in positioning for the beginning. Now, I didn't actually get a look at who won the coin toss, and I'm not sure if it's actually commenced yet, but the teams seem to be huddling up, so I may or may not have missed that detail. Apologies for the viewers at home. Everybody making their way off the ground now, and we are scheduled for the 3:30 start time, so that definitely won't be a problem to come out of it. The players once again staying in the huddles as the kids just enjoying a little bit of the last moments while the ground is free to be running out on. And again, it's a beautiful day for football. I mean, I say that a lot, but I do mean it when weather is this good and this primed for football, because, well, winter sport, you rarely get days like this where it does just feel good to be here at a venue like this, and the atmosphere is perfectly set up. So hopefully this is a preview of the weather to come for finals games at other minor and major league levels. But, well, we've been blessed to have it today for the Division 2 Adelaide Footy League Women's Grand Finals. You are with Indiana Rogers and Rebecca Northcott. Thank you to Adelaide Footy League Sports Interactive, Filming Footy, and Sportal, our official scoreboard sponsor, for making today's coverage possible. And we look forward to bringing you the best coverage of what could be the best game of the three headers today.
Division 2 Grand Final, Goodwood Saints and Golden Grove. We've seen Golden Grove win a flag already today in Division 2. Can they follow it up with in Division 6? Can they follow it up with the Division 2 flag, or can Goodwood Saints come out here and take the double flag chance away from them? That all awaits us now as the siren goes up for the first quarter, the first contest, the first breakthrough, the first clearance, and umpire's seen something already. So we had our first whistle of the game. Free kick going the way of the Goodwood Saints, and they look like they're ready to go. Look like they're ready to play on. They were looking for Tonkin there, but just didn't quite get it to her advantage. So it's Golden Grove. Wilkie, she kicked it in through the middle. What can they do with it now? It's Goodwood trying to jump on it here. It's Mim Potter. She wanted it, and she might win the free for it there as well. She will indeed. So it's back in the hands of Mim Potter for Goodwood Saints. She's looking for something she likes as they go forward. A lot of numbers here with Golden Grove at the moment, though. Can they clear it out? Couldn't really make the most of the numbers that they had. I think umpire said that was a sling tackle as well. So Goodwood just pressing forward now. They'll get the first inside 50 of the game. The kick was really well to the advantage of the forward in white. We know she can kick goals. She just dribbles one towards the goal line and doesn't quite make it at all. And it'll just be taken over the boundary by Golden Grove there. So early signs there for Emma White, the captain, looking dangerous up forward, but still no score to be seen yet in this grand final.
Not sure if Leah Dunlop should have rushed it over for a behind and actually retain possession, because it's been taken over the boundary line, meaning that it's a simple throw in. And Goodwood looked dangerous here early. Good tackling pressure from Ruby Dunt. Ball to return to the hands of the umpire. Big tackle. Chloe Tonkin, the ruck today for Goodwood. Another ball up as neither team yet to hit the scoreboard in the opening 2 minutes of this match. And neither team looking to get that super fast start either, although Goodwood already looking really promising from the territory perspective. Is one-on-one in the goal square. Who can crumb it? It's not going to be Seagate. It's not going to be an easy ball to win either for the Crummers, but they might still come out with it. That was Emma Fox who set it up, and that was an incredibly smart ball. Paris Francis now with the ball in hand. An opportunity for the first goal of the game. And that was really smart. When you're that close to the goal, it's easy to fall into the trap of snapping around and just getting it forward. And, I mean, sometimes teams do overplay with it, but at times like this, when you keep the eyes peeled, you look for the centering option, and it's also selfless more than anything. The kick, not quite up to standard. Our first score of the day goes to Goodwood, a minor one, albeit.
They've looked strong in attack so far, though, the Goodwood Saints. I wouldn't be surprised if they got a goal coming up soon. They just looked very ready to attack. Is it taken out of defence by Dunlop for Golden Grove? Had a few targets long, couldn't quite hit them. Agar was in there to try and pick up the mess. Goes in the hands of Deanan. She's looking for Potter. She's looking for a teammate there, but Goodwood almost got the breakthrough there, though. Holding the ball was called, though. Just didn't quite dispose of it correctly there. So it'll be Goodwood again looking to launch into the 50. There was a lot of defence back there for Goodwood, though. For Golden Grove, sorry. And they push out of defence now. And it's just cut off. They're set up very well on that half-forward line are the Goodwood Saints. They've just got to get that kick right to the leading forward. Wasn't to be, though. Nice defensive mark there, taken by Wilkie. Wilkie goes to go long, but it's back with Tonkin, the Goodwood ruck. Ball kind of just spilled along the ground from the kick, just gained a few metres, but not much else. Scrambling over the ball now. The quick kick comes out the back by Woodards. I think we'll see a bit of her today for Golden Grove. Absolute chase on the ball there was Godden. She was wrapped up in the end, but had good intent for the footy. And she hasn't been pinged. Oh, that's a little bit unlucky there, but of course it's the umpire's call. So Goodwood go across the ground. It's in the hands of Size. Size looks to continue the switch further. She's looking for Fenton. Fenton, never in doubt. She's got to get those teammates to push across now. Goes central. I don't think that kick came off the boot very well at all for Fenton. Bit unlucky there. It's Cook for Golden Grove. Looking more in towards that centre of the ground, trying to hit the corridor, but it's Goodwood now trying to turn it over. Golden Grove trying to turn it back over again. The ball's just in dispute here at the moment, and I think similar to the last grand final we saw Indy, just that very hot few minutes at the start of the game where, you know, no one's able to really get that clean ball.
Yeah, similar to the last game in the opening stages of it, but Goodwood still managing to lock it into that forward 50. Well read, and what about that? A little ribbon to wrap the gift up for, once again, Alina Seegert. Really nice mark. And again, against the run, on the flight, don't have an opportunity to look at what's in front of you and what's oncoming, but paying attention to the Sharon, the way it shapes up, and the way you got to position yourself to mark it. Superb stuff. Can she convert this time? She can! A well-deserved opening goal of the game on the back of some real forward half dominance. And we're underway in the Div 2 Grand Final.
Yeah, just a great kick there. And, I mean, it all started with the mark when she came back with the flight of the fall. That was Seegert there with the first goal for Goodwood. She went back with the flight. She took the mark, went back with confidence and put it through for Goodwood's first goal. So, bit of reward for effort there for Goodwood. As I said, the ball's been a little bit in dispute. We've seen a fair few turnovers, teams handballing to each other, just trying to get the feel of the game. But Goodwood were spending a lot more time in their 50 and they've got the reward for effort there. So we'll be back in the centre now. Can we get a response from Golden Grove? They're trying their hardest here. A few handballs through the centre of the ground, but it's pushed back forward by Goodwood. They look to just keep going through the middle of the ground. Kick comes. Umpire says, nope, you're hanging on there. Tend to agree with the umpire there too. So it's Dunt. She's got to work it out of defence. The kick comes up pretty high. Makes it hard for her teammate to mark it there. Probably just need it to be a little bit more flat. So Goodwood, they're trying to pick up the pieces here and go forward yet again. They've seen a lot of it inside 50. It's Mim Potter in there just jumping on top of it. Got a few seasoned premiership players in the Goodwood Saints team. They did win the premiership last year in Division 3, so a lot of players with grand final experience that might be helping them out today. And there she is again, Mim Potter just hanging on. They can't get rid of her at all. Stoppage will be just outside the Goodwood Saints 50. First hands to it probably went to Golden Grove there, but it ends up popping out the back towards Goodwood. They've got a few players jumping on it there. Went through Fox. Not able to keep pushing through though, and just spending a lot of time in the Goodwood 50 early in this game.
And back there it goes. Going up for the ruck that time was Agar, so she's clearly the backup ruck choice for Goodwood. And as you can see there, some of the emergencies, I reckon that might be for Golden Grove, that might have just been training in front of us. But the ones out on the field right now, the big task at hand, that was not the best kicking option they could have gone with. Alina Hybener couldn't get that one off properly. Eileen Heibner probably had more time than she thought she did to get the kick off, but she actually used too much of it was the problem. Goodwood, clear it to the boundary line. It's going to bounce favourably, keep itself alive. Just a bit of a nudge off the ball will give an opportunity here for, looks like, Amelie Rose Inners. Oh, it's touched off the boot, so that's really dangerous. Goodwood, an opportunity to respond to go straight back into the forward line, but they're not the cleanest by hands either. It didn't matter. The rundown tackle was absolutely superb from Natasha Dinnan. They go forward again. This time the bounce sits up well for Emma Fox. She won't have a shot at goal, but she'll try and sit it up for the deepest option, which was Alina Seigert again. She was the one and only goal kicker for them so far. She's looked prominent at the moment. And taking another snap. Oh, what about that for the top golf? Paris Francis missed one earlier, makes up. And not only that, I reckon the team's in depth now to do something similar to that. Because that was absolutely superb. Off only a couple steps to snap it like that. Wrong pocket. That is amazing stuff.
Absolutely huge there by Francis, and just the composure to just turn around and snap it through like that. It was like she had plenty of time to do it, like she wasn't feeling the pressure at all, and Francis just with the fancy finish there for the Goodwood Saints. So they go to 2-1-13. Golden Grove yet to score. About 10 minutes gone in this first quarter of the Division 2 Grand Final, and we're back in the centre already. Bit in dispute in the ruck there. It was Tonkin and Yardley going up for their respective sides. They've got numbers here at the moment, Goodwood Saints, as it pushes towards the Golden Grove 50. We'll just see a free kick here awarded. Going the way of Sammy Gilchrist. I'm sure she'll get herself into this game for the Goodwood Saints, one of their most consistent, really strong performers. And that kick was absolute precision there. Found her teammate straight away. Another roll-on of kick and mark here. Paris Francis, who just kicked that amazing snap goal. She just launches it into the 50. She's looking for the dangerous White. And she was there. And here comes White again. She's out the back of the pack. That was a little bit too high, and the umpire says it sure was. I was right here and I saw it. So Emma White, the captain of the Goodwood Saints, she'll be here for a first shot on goal.
Emma White, however the opportunity comes, it's not about how it comes, it's about how you take it. The Galah should pretty much be kicking from exactly where the Galah was. I hope it didn't put her off.
Oh!
Well, it didn't put her off. It's gone straight through the middle, and they piled up the first 3 goals of this game. It's starting to spell trouble for Golden Grove. 3 goals, 1-19 to the scoreless opposition.
Great work there from White. You could see her, hustling around the pack. She was ready for that quick handball out, and then as soon as it came out, she jumped on it. Defence panicked, laid that tackle that was a little bit too high, and you give her that free shot on goal, she's going to convert every time.
Fantastic stuff. So what can Golden Grove do? It's got to start on ball. They haven't been winning many, if any, of the centre clearances in this term. They need to replicate the clutch time success of their Division 6 counterparts from earlier today. This could start something. A good mark in the back from Lily Feeney. She goes out wide. Not effectively. Body collision there was very good from both teams involved. And what about that? Emma Fox with the even more persistent tackle. And all fair and legal as the umpire brings it back into his own hands. The ruck go at it again. I reckon Liana Wesseling has struggled a little bit in the ruck today just early on and being able to tap to teammates, and whether that's a lack of communication or one of them just being a bit too slow to it, that's definitely one thing to take note of for the coach at quarter time. Of course, we did interview the Golden Grove coach for this game, and it definitely seemed like they wanted to centre themselves around pressure. It's not like normal games. Pressure becomes more of a priority and congestion comes as a result of that, but at the moment they just haven't been able to really play to their own strengths either, Golden Grove. So it comes out here. They clear it out for the moment. They could start something. The one-on-one efforts have been pretty good from Goodwood so far. That's a good tackle, and that's going to be paid holding the ball. Yes, it is. Goodwood defensively once again reigning supreme. They find a vacant woman in Sammy Gilchrist. She goes out wider. Oh, and that's, well, more than clearly a block off the marking contest. I don't think the umpire was ever going to let that one go.
No, not at all, and we could see it pretty well right in front of us. So, and it's been paid a little, oh, it was 25. Well, it has indeed. So it'll be Innes. Gained a little bit more distance there, looking for the pack there. No one able to get the hands involved and take the mark here. Great run through the centre there from Golden Grove. Send it into 50. Can they launch for their first inside 50 of the game? Can't tell if it's gone over the line, but I reckon we'll take that. Looking for Godden. Tries to stand up in the tackle there. Needed a little bit of help from her teammates there. And here go Goodwood just trying to run it out of defence here. Golden Grove running back there, trying to lock it in though. I think it was Heibner. And just dribbles into the Golden Grove 50 here. They've got to put some pressure on here now, Golden Grove. And just letting it a little bit too easily outside of their 50. Or are they? It's in the hands of Wesseling. Playing in the position of ruck today. One of the rotations through there. And just a few quick handballs out of there that could end up as last touch. No, it's a throw-in. So, had a little bit of time high up in the Golden Grove 50, but nothing sort of deep enough looking for a score at the moment early. Here at Goodwood, they're all over the clearance at the moment. Trying to push through here now at Golden Grove, but they just can't quite get clean possession. Spills out the back. Good contest there. Chemish for Goodwood, just pushing through. She's not letting that ball go. Gets back in the hands of Fox for Goodwood. Looking a bit more central now are the Saints. Pressure's on though, being tackled pretty hard. Here goes Sheedy. And here they go with that run on. Once they get started here, the Saints. A little bit of hanging on there maybe. Umpire says no. Paris Francis, just keep doing it on your own. And they just call it as they see it there. So umpire will throw it straight back up again. Good hands in the ruck there by Agar. Getting some serious height there. Ball spills out the back into the hands of Uncle, but it only gets as far as Griffiths for Goodwood. We had a few little smothers and good tackles here. A few pressure acts being taken here at the moment by both teams. No one is giving an inch here. Goes a little bit towards the advantage of Golden Grove. What can they do with it here? Quick snap on the left boot. There's a one-on-one there, but there's an extra defender. Great run-down tackle, but the kick came off the boot. Fenton. She lined someone up. No, she'll just line someone up from the opposition.
Lined up the wrong jumper. Lily Fatini, Gambrians. Kept it nice and low, but still hit the pack, so when you go with a low kick like that, normally it means you've sighted out an individual target, but there, she actually looked at the pack and kept it low, so everybody was left guessing. It's another ball up. Rucks go at it. Goodwood have been superior in the ruck department today. Golden Grove around the ball. Get some tacklers, take the ball to turf. Perhaps not. They keep it alive. Clearance attempt was smothered. And now Goodwood out of the stoppage, momentarily at least. It ricocheted off of a player's shin, and then they went the extra kick inside 50. It's one-on-one again, but the options pile in fast. Look at that tackling pressure from the Goodwood forwards. This is fantastic. Grace Chemish caught with the ball, and I thought that was a little bit unfortunate. I didn't think Grace Chemish had any prior opportunity, but the umpire must have seen something else in it. Jessica Doby chips it forward. Goodwood looking to get the quick snap turnover. They like the repeat entries, and it's worked well for them. Is that going to be caught in the back?
I think so.
Just overcommitted to the tackle a bit there, Emma Fox, but she's been a hard nut today. She's been doing a lot of tackling work, and her intensity has been out of this world. Here's Jordan Woodards. Not the finest kick. And that's a good tackle as well from Millie Yardley to force another ball up, as we've only got about 1 minute and 20 seconds left in this quarterback.
We sure do. These quarters are just absolutely flying by, and it's still Goodwood with the 19-point lead. Golden Grove still yet to score. Oh, a little bit of heat on the ball out there at the moment. We're seeing a bit of push and shove there. Umpire's seen something. It'll go the way of Goodwood. Just a little bit was happening off the ball there. Umpires will try and shut that down as quickly as they can. Here's White, who's just pushed up. She's very good at just getting the little toe poke in there and pushing it forward. She was looking for Potter. Potter's still in chase of it along with Sheedy. At Golden Grove, they've got numbers there. They've got Gambranis out there. She throws it on the boot. Just gains a few little metres there. She was looking for Godden, and Godden was just trying to absolutely bustle through the pack there. It wasn't to be, though. It's back in the hands of Goodwood. They just got to chip it down the line now. There's White again. She's always just ready for that handball out the back of the pack. Smother there was good by Edgeberts. It's now in the hands of Sheedy. Just tackled there, but it'll be on the quarter time siren. So very strong quarter from the Goodwood Saints. Saw them get out to 3-1-19. Golden Grove, no score. The goals were to Seagate, Francis and White for Goodwood. And pardon the pun, but they just looked too good, didn't they, Indy?
Oh, absolutely. I think they've been superior in pretty much every department of the game, and clearly the pressure-centric brand that the Golden Grove coach requested before the game isn't working to plan, so they'll have to come up with something different at the quarter-time break. But it is a 19-point game here in the Division 2 Adelaide Footy League Women's Grand Final. We're going to take a break and be back with the second quarter.
9 News, teaming up with the Adelaide Footy League. Tom Wren on the ground at your club for Thursday Night Live, strengthening communities through footy.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
It's quarter time at Kilburn Oval, and the final of our triple game day is underway. It's quarter time, 3-1. The Goodwood Saints, the reigning premiers, I should say, look incredibly convincing right now and don't look offbeat from the team that they had last year. And look, in a lot of ways, they look the same and more. I mean, I'm sure you'd understand, Beck, kind of the challenge of having premiership success and then being able to replicate it. I mean, on one hand, you've got that DNA, though, so it does help a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it can go both ways. It can go, you get the experience, you know what it's like in a grand final, you understand what the pressure's like, or it can sort of go against you if you come up a team that maybe hasn't been there before and they just throw it all at the game and you're not quite ready for it. But at the moment, it's looking like the Goodwood Saints have just soaked in all that pressure. There's a lot of girls, probably at least half the team that have been here before. They've seen it all before. So Goodwood definitely on top of this game at the moment, but we are only, we've only had 1 quarter in this game, so there's plenty of chance for Golden Grove to respond.
Yeah, 19 points doesn't put you out of it at quarter time, and some teams have had to come back from much worse than that, even in grand finals. But it's definitely a bit of an uncomfortable margin to be trailing by, and they'd certainly want to try and close the gap at least a little bit in this quarter. But you had to balance that out while also stopping the rot happening at the other end, and they could open themselves up to be more attacking at the expense of being less defensive. You've got to find a balance in football, and that's the only way you win games. Eliza Fenton was tackled well and then done in for an incorrect disposal. So Golden Grove, good start in the middle, but can it be capitalised with a score of some kind? Oh, it will. And, well, as long as she's got the leg in her. Ella Girardi?
Girardi, yeah. I'd say something similar to that. She copped a little bit of a hit as she ran through the mark there, so I hope that she's all right there, Ella.
Well, I apologise if I mispronounce her name, but there are more pressing things at hand, and I'm sure her family would be also more concerned about the state of her injury. She's not in a hurry to get up.
She is at least, awake. She's not knocked out or anything like that, so they'll just get her some attention from the trainers there, which is a bit unfortunate timing because she had some real intent to lead for the ball there and just looked like the start of something good there for Golden Grove. Good signs there, and sometimes things like this can rattle the team a little bit. So hopefully they can all rally together now, Golden Grove, and just keep pushing forward, because I saw a glimpse of something there that I really liked from Golden Grove, that quick push out of the centre and just hit up Ella there very easily with that lead. So she's sitting up and getting herself on the stretcher, so not a good time to be coming off the ground this early in a grand final. We're just early in the second quarter here of the Division 2 grand final between Goodwood Saints and Golden Grove. Just Ella Girardi being just taken off the field here. We hope she's all right. She just took an amazing mark, and I think she's got a little bit of clip maybe on the way through, and she'll be coming off now, but hopefully she's all good and it's just a bit of a precaution, and maybe we could even see her back on during this game. But everyone will reset now. Have to select a different player to take the free kick now, so hopefully they've chosen wisely. You'd want to be backing in your longest kick from here.
Absolutely, you would. So, who's taking the reins of the kick instead to verify?
Well,
Well, it doesn't matter now because there's a handball off, and it hasn't hit the target. Oh, that did not go according to plan. And unfortunately, that's the simple stuff you've got to execute. The handoff, I mean, the idea wasn't bad, but you've got to be considerate of if the teammate is actually under a particular amount of pressure. Is it fair to put her in that position? I wouldn't think so. Sammy Gilchrist, seen the ball over the boundary line, or she's going to get it back.
Without it.
Yeah, tackle without it, so she's going to get the ball back. Slingshot off of the half-back flank. Or maybe kick it slightly more towards the centre. At least where the pack her numbers were. Big tackle there from Dinnan. Once again, who's been really hard. And that's a bit of a slinging, dangerous tackle, is it? So, no.
Just on
all
the
fair and legal.
borderline. Just on the borderline, I reckon.
Yeah. Well, you never know. I mean, everybody interprets it so much differently nowadays. You kind of had to ask the question mark even if you don't personally agree with it. It just happens so much. Coming out the other end. Kick towards the front end of the centre square. Shaking off her opponent, Paris Francis. Maybe looking for goal number 2. Maybe trying to get Siege at her second goal. It'll just be rushed over for a minus score, though. Game high, 20-point margin.
Yeah, good pressure there from Dunlop from Golden Grove. Just put on that one-on-one pressure. Didn't allow any marks or possession to be taken there and just forced it through for that rush behind. So good signs there for the Golden Grove defence as they look to kick it out here. I don't think anyone's going to touch it before it goes out of bounds. They are not, so it will be a free kick to Griffiths. She plays on straight away. She knew exactly who she was looking for. This is a team that knows their players and know where they are. Seagate sends it more central, and it just drops straight into the hands of Emma White. And if that's not knowing your teammates and players, I don't know what is. Those 2 kicks just there, knew exactly where they were going, knew exactly the abilities of their teammates. And now Emma White will come in here. Not much of an angle, probably about 30 metres out. Floated a bit weird in the air, but it went through the middle, so it doesn't matter at all. And so it's Emma White for the Goodwood Saints with her second goal of the game, taking Goodwood out to an even further lead. They move to 4-2-26. Golden Grove still yet to score. And how good was that passage of play, Indy?
Very good. And once again, similar to the way they got that goal through Siege in the first quarter, it was centering it up. It was getting it to the right teammate and not blazing away at the low percentage opportunities. If you want to do it Paris Francis style, then by all means, if you've got the foot for it. But sometimes it is better to work smarter and not harder. And I reckon they haven't played too cute either. They've looked really convincing. Every bit like a premiership team, which they are. And at the moment, Golden Grove need to find a response in the blink of an eye. Have they got one? No. Emily Godden has just unfortunately missed to the far side. Emily Godden. Only a minor score to get Golden Grove on the board and back to a 25-point margin. So not the most ideal, but depends on how fast the slingshot can be. That kick in isn't the best, so maybe a punishment from that of sorts. Remember that these two teams are still a couple wins apart on the final ladder, and neither of them finished top, so that makes this matchup a little bit more intriguing. And the double tackle, as Beck just mentioned, has forced a ball up. Oh, no. So instead it's actually been turned over through the means of a free kick. And now it's been reversed the other way. So, bit of boomerang football, back and forth, back and forth. And it comes back into the forward line, this time missing all of the intended targets, and with Goodwood being better prime position with the Crummers, although they may be closed in on that far pocket a little bit too quickly, and as a result the ball is centered up, and we see a ball up now about 20 metres, probably under 20 metres out, directly in front of that goal for Golden Grove.
They did well there to get it out of defence. It's been cut off just outside 50, but before that, nice chain of handballs to Goodwood to try and get it out. Just couldn't quite finish it off, but great defensive mark there taken by Tonkin. She had probably about a metre over her closest opponent, so easy enough to get in the hands. Just wasted the kick away though, gone straight back into the hands of her opponent. So it's launched back into the 50. Tonkin's there again. We're almost having a little bit of kick to kick there. Quick snap comes off. 2-on-2 for the marks there. Didn't quite take it there, and it'll just be rushed over for a behind. So just the 2 behinds here to Golden Grove at the moment, but a lot better signs there. They're looking to lock it inside their 50 again now. They've taken some really good marks across that half forward line. It's a great tackle was laid there by Uncle for Golden Grove. Really put the pressure on. They'll try and send it back in, but it's back in the hands of Goodwood. We're looking for White there. She's already kicked 2 goals today, been very strong presence up forward. Pushes really far up the ground as well, so puts in the hard yards. Ball up just on the far wing, pretty central for both teams. Looked like that was Potter in there that got the quick kick off. Ball's looking for the boundary line, and it's going to find it. So we'll have another stoppage just on that far wing side, probably to no real advantage of either team.
No, you wouldn't think so. Ball thrown in. Goodwood once again out of the stoppage. Superior. Emma Fox, always looming with her physical presence. And look, she's not the biggest disposal major ball winner today, but I've really been impressed with Emma Fox's performance so far because, well, to get involved and to lay as many tackles as that, kind of the unheralded hero type role, which teams need sometimes. That was good, careful tackling from Madeline Griffiths as well, just shy to not give away the... In fact, she was rewarded with the free kick for her tackle. She wrapped up her opponent really well. Into the pocket. Fists went up. Spoiled out of the marking contest. Golden Grove looking to keep it alive, but turning it over almost immediately to Mime Potter. So with over 10 minutes, about halfway through the second quarter now. Mime Potter, she wants to hand it off because she saw the option with Francis, but they ran into a little bit more trouble than they expected. So now Francis has got to do it the hard way again, this time unsuccessfully. Although the ball does remain alive in basic play, it's snapped around, still alive, but there's a whistle and it's going Golden Grove's way. So again, the handoff that just didn't equate to the successful goal opportunity. Although, to be fair, Paris Francis probably made the best of a bad situation there.
It was just the timing, I think, was a little bit off. And, you know, when you try and do those handballs, it's got to be the timing. You don't want any of these hospital handballs where you're being set up to be absolutely crushed, which is almost what happened there. And we got a little bit of foot race happening here. In the front at the moment is Strudwick, but she's almost legged her opponent there, but not quite, in Cotaridis. And umpire, I'm not quite sure who's going to give it to here. It's gone to the advantage of Goodwood. Thought both players had it in their hands at one point, but I can't quite see from here, so umpire knows best. Gambranis pushes it to the right-hand side into the hands of Leopold. Bit better play here from Golden Grove. Just need to keep up that mark and kick possession football. They get another one here. Just keep pushing down the line. It's a one-on-one, bit of a size difference there. Wins out for Goodwood. Crowd wanted holding the ball there. Was a little bit of a awkward disposal, but we play on. Gilchrist had it for a bit there. And being wrapped up here, Goodwood. The crowd still wants holding the ball for Golden Grove. They are tackling it pretty well at the moment, but nothing doing there. So in the end, we'll have a ball up in the centre square. So about 5 metres from the centre circle there. Ball goes up. Hands came out through size. Sai's got it across to her teammate who got absolutely coat-hangered. So umpire rightly so says that's too high. The kick goes out wide. Mark not able to be taken there by Fenton. Might have been the sun in her eyes there a little bit. I don't know. We'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Looking for Lim here is Golden Grove. She sees the handball in the centre. Kick launches in. It's a 2-on-1. Not much advantage there for Godden. Oh, and they've got someone on their own here, Golden Grove. She can't take the mark. She's going to get run down here. Tried to fend it off. Oh, no. They've had a chance here, Golden Grove, but it's just gone absolutely begging.
Oh, golden opportunity missed. No pun intended there either. But goodness, you had goal side, you had runners, but just couldn't pick up the ball cleanly and get boot to ball in time. And credit to Goodwood's pressure too. It forced them to act light on their feet. But wow, big missed opportunity. Umpire doesn't blow the whistle and let's play resume here. Goodwood sneak it out with a kick. It nearly came back into the hands of another player though. This is Belkner. She centres it. It's cut out. A little awkward kick over the top. Goodwood have all of the extra numbers on last line. And Golden Grove are just trying to set up a couple vacancies on the rim of the arc to make sure that they can pick off an opportunity that comes out here. But it's almost not worth doing when no one's got the confidence to shoot from the arc. So they need to get some of their best kicks in the team to play that position. I don't mind the magnet positioning, but it's who those magnets are. Trying to work a low percentage angle there. Centering the ball up. Trying to work around a couple and just getting bumped over the line. Oh no, it's actually been paid holding the ball, so it's not even going to be a minus score. That's very, very stiff on Jessie Lynn. There's not much she could have done, and there were players surrounding her from all angles, but well, it's not going to help them too much by the looks. Although this might. An intercept mark. Could it start something? Not quite sure who this is, but it's not about the who, it's about what she does. She almost went through her routine like it was a set shot. No mark taken. Maybe needed to get the arms up a bit higher to stand above the rest, but instead, another bit of Emma Fox tackling pressure forces another ball up.
Look, crowd wanted in the back there against Jessie Lim, so getting a bit involved on the Golden Grove side of things here, but might have been a little bit stiff there not to cop something, but if she keeps putting her head over the ball, I think something's going to come her way. Speaking of Heibner, she tried to get something coming her way, but didn't quite work out. Handball went out towards Fenton, trying to get it out of defence here for Goodwood. Little desperate handball again in the direction of her teammate there, just trying to get out of that danger zone. And Golden Grove unlucky not to come out of this with a couple of goals. They really burned an opportunity a couple of minutes ago in their forward line, so they just need to hold on to this energy and get something happening in their forward line at the moment. Umpire's seen a sling tackle, so they'll get a chance to set up their forward line here with Golden Grove. It's too far out to score. The free kick mark will be just on the 50 line, so Alexis Cook goes with the handball out the back. Ball launches towards the hot spot, and the great mark is taken there. Well done there. Great body positioning from Grace Jobson, who we did actually speak to earlier in the day. So Grace has got herself up and about and firing in the forward line and just taking a great mark there.
And this should hopefully, I say this a lot throughout the day, but sometimes the goal should be the easiest part of what you do. Just look at the way she's holding that ball. She's almost got it a bit of a diagonal axis, held it almost horizontally, and I'm not sure if that's the best ball drop either, because it's only resulted in a minus score, which only limits the margin to 23 points. Not going to do them too much good. But there's 3 minutes remaining in play. If they could just get one goal here, Golden Grove, then at least they'll have something to show for their efforts in this quarter, particularly the second half of this quarter, which has been a lot more impressive than either anything from the opening term or the first half of this term. I reckon they've done enough to warrant at least getting a goal on the board with the type of defensive play that they've been able to build around the perimeter of the inside 50 arc. Although they won't get out here, it'll be called another ball up. So ticking down to the last couple minutes. More shades starting to reside on the ground. Spectators enjoying the sunlight though, and they'll still have plenty of that to enjoy for the next couple of hours until it eventually fades out, and by then the game will be all written in paper and done in the history books. Right now, far from. 23 points though. Golden Grove have to get a move on. They clear it out. They reverse it the other way. Goodwood on the outside, just trying to attack it there. Jackie Borges couldn't get clean possession and had to go with the awkward tap out, and they've been paid a holding the ball call, which they've been waiting for, and you could tell as the fans are a little relieved with that. Jessie Lim. She's not confident in taking any shot, but she's contemplating which options would be best. In the end, none of them were, and, well, it's also the one-on-one efforts from Goodwood. As you could see, every one-on-one has pretty much been dominated by the Saints, and that just proves the way they play. Their brand stacks up incredibly well and is going to be incredibly difficult to outmaneuver. You have to outsmart them from the coaching box at this point, because the one-on-one experience and physicality of these Goodwood girls are not going to be tampered with that much. And it might just be the ultimate determining factor in this game. Another stoppage ensues. Strong tackling pressure. Ball staying shy at the boundary line and eventually getting flicked over as we tick down to the final 30 seconds of this quarter, so not much time left. Of course, 20-minute quarters compared to the usual 17 from the previous grand finals that we've covered for you today. Is there time for one more, one way or the other? It would need a quick clearance and an effective one with that. Does it look like it's going to happen here? Goodwood probably more than happy just to grind out the next stoppage, though. Long kick coming out from Golden Grove, though. An effective one from Dunlop, but it's gone to the wrong girl. And that girl being Amelie Rose Inners. She goes out to the far side wing again. Ready to kill off the final few seconds, which she does. And Goodwood once again looking every bit like a premiership team. They have held their opposition goalless for a full half of footy, which is a first for today, actually. So definitely not natural, but something that you could stand up and applaud, at least if you are a Goodwood Saints supporter, because it's really strong team defense and it's good physical mentality. There's so many individual highlights for this team already, but who will be the Archie Thongs and Dartfish Beanie winner? That question might be more difficult to figure out than who wins the game itself, but who knows? Maybe there's another twist to come in the next two chapters of this match. You're tuning into Rebecca Northcott and Indiana Rogers. We're going to take a break, but we'll be back with the second half of our final game for today.
9 News, teaming up with the Adelaide Footy League. Tom Wren on the ground at your club for Thursday Night Live, strengthening communities through footy.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
9 News, teaming up with the Adelaide Footy League. Tom Wren on the ground at your club for Thursday Night Live, strengthening communities through footy.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
9 News, teaming up with the Adelaide Footy League. Tom Wren on the ground at your club for Thursday Night Live, strengthening communities through footy.
Welcome back, Indiana Rogers and Rebecca. Well, that's how fast we were coming back, to the point where I couldn't even put the full sentence together. And you can add that one to the bloopers, because we're right underway. Tell you what, the halftime break was a lot shorter than what we thought it was going to be, and we're hitting the floor running. Goodwood might be aiming to do the same here. They're advancing a little bit of territory. Clever hand pass over the top from Francis. It's allowed the Saints to advance forward. Here's Emma Fox. She's moved up the ground. Is it too far out beyond her range? It is, so she's going to give it to someone else. Who will take the liberty of the responsibility for the goal that they can get off of Emma Fox's kick? Doesn't look like it's going to be Emma White. She was held without it for a bit, but not long enough to cause a penalty of any kind. And I reckon it's just gone outside of the bounds, so it'll be thrown in. The lights won't need to come on today, you don't think?
I wouldn't have thought so. But you never know. You never know.
Clearance from Golden Grove. So they've really got to start winning the small things first. And I mean, I still feel like even after improving their efforts from the clearances, it's moments like these where they're intercepting more of Goodwood's entries, but that's not what's going to win them the game. They've got to get it down the other end. Oh, very violent tackle. Goodness. So that's obviously going to lead to a turnover. Goes down towards the right forward pocket, trying to keep it alive, but ultimately futile. Leah Dunlop, maybe she should have rushed it over out of bounds, because keeping it alive almost caused a score to come out. But thankfully, there was a plan in place. They were composed enough, but they'll need to be composed again to get out of another lot of trouble that they're not ready for. Ball didn't bounce and sit up for Golden Grove there, so Goodwood can still get it forward themselves. Clever hand pass from Madeline Griffiths. Goes forward. Oh, so many Golden Grove numbers there, but it still feels like the ball is in jeopardy, and they've lost it. All at the numbers, but they couldn't plan out a route as to who to handball to. And now Emma Fox. Once again, this time you'd think in scoring range, although she's still looking around. She was definitely fairly out of range early. In fact, she's out of range here, so she's going to center it up. Won't get the score. Won't get it directly to a teammate. But there is every possibility of inching it back into major play. So I reckon a score looming here, you'd feel, just with the way Goodwood have built up this passage of play.
A lot of pressure.
It's been a long day of football, but it almost doesn't feel like it has. It feels like it's still in duress, which it is, of course, but it feels like there's so much more to play out, and we're actually in the third quarter of our final game, so we're nearly way there. And for one of these teams, most likely Goodwood, a flag at the end of it. Golden Grove, last line of defense. They decided to keep it alive. They didn't want to rush it in for a behind. Emma Fox did well to deal with the tackling pressure, but not so much in the case of number 12 for Goodwood, which we don't have on the list, but she may be one of the emergency players that was listed. There's some additional whistling coming from the umpire because a Golden Grove player is down. We can see that. So, well, Golden Grove already had to endure through one injury. Let's hope that this isn't another that'll need to be looked at in detail, and well, I really hope another that won't require the stretcher. Once again, it doesn't look like players are huddling up at the moment, but that's because the break in play is a bit uncertain. She does look conscious, and she does look like she could get back up on her feet, but she'll need extra medical attention, and she'll be coming off there. So good to see, no stretcher required. She's just holding what looks to be, in fact, I reckon it might be a bit of bleeding or something on the left side of her upper face that is throwing her off a little bit. But that doesn't matter now. What matters is that she's safe and off the boundary line, and more importantly, play will resume. Now, I don't think that's going to lead to too much time taken off, because it didn't really result in that in the last quarter either. Of course, it was crucial in the last quarter of that Div 6 game, because it actually could have shaped the result. Chip kick. Very nicely done. In the hands of Paris Francis, who's been one of the best for Goodwood today. She centers it up to the pack, but Emma White is probably just going to have to, well, not drag it in, but saver it up and allow for the rest to take care of itself.
Yeah, she looks very dangerous around the pack, though, so I wouldn't be surprised if she added another goal here. Here goes Francis again, tries to tap it across to Potter. Not quite, though, so be Goodwood with the clearing kick out. No touch made, though, so it'll be a turnover. Goodwood can look to drill it back inside 50. You can just feel them really building up to a goal here. Ball's sort of been living in their end of the ground in the first 5 minutes of this quarter. There goes Potter again. She gets the handball out to the side. She was looking for Fox there, but just didn't quite have the height on her opponent there. So the kick comes out through Strudwick for Goodwood. It's cut off there by Agar. And they send it in long now, Goodwood. Another inside 50, looking for White, and just used her body so well, though. The one-on-one was very tight. Her defender was right behind her, all over her. But you know Emma White's done this before. She knows how to hold her opponent and was just too good there for Jardine. So Emma White looking for her third goal of the game. Cool as you like off the boot, but just misses to the right-hand side. So we've finally seen a score for this quarter, though, after the ball's really been living in Goodwood's 50, and all they've got to show for it is a point. So come out through Golden Grove now. Great mark taken by Tonkin. She just got herself underneath it. Turned straight back over. Tonkin sends it in. Few one-on-ones there, but ball just didn't quite hit the contest the way they would have liked. And it'll be a throw-in deep in the forward pocket of Goodwood's goal.
Once again, for all of the repeat entries they're getting, the Golden Grove defensive play has improved, but the only thing it's doing is stopping this match from being a blowout. It's not winning them the game, unfortunately. Was all the damage done in that first quarter, and was that enough to really seal the result is the question. And this kick trying to clear out, well, it's resulted in an opportunity once again for who else but Paris Francis. She kicked one from this angle on the fly with an amazing snapping goal in the first quarter. Now she's just got to do it from a simpler routine, set shot, drop punt. But sometimes players thrive more in X factor than they do simplicity. And she just might be one of those players. So she's missed to, wasn't a bad miss, but probably just a bit to the left. And once again, no goal in this quarter so far for Goodwood, but the two minor scores.
Nice mark. So Golden Grove here looking to clear the footy. Great mark taken by Gambrinus. She's found another teammate here, though, in Innes. Ball just drops a little bit short of the opponent there, but they've got to push forward now to Golden Grove. Was looking for Wesseling. Didn't quite find her, though, so they'll have to work a little bit harder here. Just waiting for the umpire to ball it up there. But they've gained some serious meterage, though. Can Golden Grove get this inside 50 here? I reckon that kick has just popped it inside there. Looking again for Lim. She was very active in the last quarter, just wasn't able to get a major on the scoreboard, but she's lurking around the pack. She's ready for it. Almost came out the back to her there. Here go Goodwood again. Umpire's seen something in there. I think it was the tackle up without it. That would be it. So it's Goodwood here. Just trying to clear it out. Go down to numbers there. No one was really looking for it. A little bit of a rough holding the ball free there, but it was definitely there. Oh, well done there by Strudwick in defence. Just taking a mark really against the grain there. Gets it to her teammate in Wesseling. Say she wouldn't have the journey from there, so she's going to have to hit up a teammate. Ball goes in. They almost spoiled each other there, a couple of the Golden Grove girls. A little bit more chat needed in the forward line. And now Goodwood are ready to run. They've pushed it out with a little bit of a switch there. Classy play there. They've got numbers that have pushed out over to this side, but it's Golden Grove now. Worked hard to turn it over, and then have turned it over themselves. So just got a little bit too frantic there. Just needed to slow down and find a target, as did Goodwood. So it's now gone back into the hands of Wilkie. Wilkie lines up, going goal square. There's a lot of Goodwood numbers in there, but the ball comes out the back. The kick comes off. Is it anywhere? No, it's just gone straight into the hands of the Goodwood defence. So a lot of back and forth here at the moment, Indy.
Yeah, a bit of back and forth, and again, it just maybe feels like teams aren't putting the full 100% effort into some of these entries because they just could be tired, you know. When you treat a kick like it's ingrained mental routine, you don't think about where it's actually going and what the impacts of it could be and what type of chain reaction it could also result in. So I reckon some of the players out there might just be tired, and well, it's still midway through the third quarter, so there's plenty of football still to be played for the Division 2 Grand Final. It's tapped over the boundary line here. Spectators watching on from the shade as we get more of that covering the ground. And again, it's been such a great day weather-wise. We won't need the lights to come out unless, of course, the after party takes place on the field, which I don't expect it will. And Goodwood are looking very primed for that. Although they've given away a free kick here for what looks like a dumping tackle. Must have been. Alina Hibner now with the ball in hand, looking straight against the sun. So this is hard. It's not about the quality of the kick. It's the fact that she's got to kick directly against the sun and barely has an idea of where it goes. So she could actually be kicking offline completely unbeknownst to her. It doesn't make the line. It stays alive. And, well, they tried to sneak it through for a goal, but it's only resulted in a minor score. So double the scoring opportunities for Goodwood compared to Golden Grove, but it's only a 24-point game. Really what that suggests is that Goodwood had a super large start and have really just been happy to wrestle out the rest of the game.
Well, that's it. As you said earlier, all the damage really was done in the first quarter here, but I think the Goodwood coach wouldn't mind if they put on a few more goals here, and probably should have, you know, put on a couple more goals with all the inside 50 action that they've had, but it wasn't to be. A little bit of a push out there against Lim, so she'll win the free kick there. Doesn't have much size on her, but she's been all around the play today for Golden Grove. Throws it on the left. Had some teammates leading out for her, but they just couldn't quite hit it at the right time. It's a bit slow to get up from the tackle. Here's Goodwood in Langridge, but he'll shake it off. Throw in just inside the Golden Grove 50. Ball gets launched towards White. Here goes White. She's got nothing in front of her, so she's just got to pick it up and work out what to do with it. She throws the handball out a little bit more central, giving her forwards time to catch up with her. And the stoppage now's probably the better result. Umpire's just waiting a little bit longer to blow the whistle. Girls from both teams were just waiting for that call there. So umpire throws it up just outside the centre circle. Few girls ready to clear it. Here it goes the way of Goodwood Saints. Mark just not taken by Strudwick there, just slipped out at the end. Comes off the boot of Francis, and Francis, she's kicked another goal. That's her second of the day, and easy as you like. She almost turned away from it after she'd kicked it because she knew it was going through. So Paris Francis, her second for the game. She takes Goodwood out to 5-4-34. Golden Grove just with the 4 behind, so a 30-point margin. And after all those inside 50s Goodwood had, not a lot was happening. And then easy as you like, they get one there and Paris Francis converts.
Well, like I said, she thrives a lot more in the X Factor than she does on the simplicity scale. So that's why she doesn't kick the drop punts, but she kicks the miraculous snap goals. And sometimes that's all you need. Get some of the others to do the simple stuff and get someone who does something out of the ordinary. Now, this is Emma White in the middle. She must have been doing a little bit of backup ruck work of some kind because she's really wrestled that clearance out. Our first goal of the quarter has gone the way of the Saints, and Golden Grove still yet to get a goal on the board. You actually question, can they do it in this game overall? They didn't do it in all of the first half, and time continues to run out for that opportunity. Some good key defense here from Golden Grove. Can they work with teammates to get it out? Goodwood returning with some pressure acts of their own and doing it really well. Tackle there was laid incredibly well by number 21, who we don't have on the Goodwood team sheet, but once again could be an emergency for us to discover. There's just been a minor score here for the Saints as well. So 5 goals 5, 35 to 0 goals 4. It's pretty much Goodwood by how much at this stage, and it's a question of, can Golden Grove get a goal, period? Not just in this quarter, not just in the next 5 minutes, period, in the whole game. Not normally a challenge you have to face, but sometimes this type of learning experience could be what the team needs for future seasons. And here's White. Oh! I almost thought it came off of the foot of Paris Francis and was going to go through for a goal, but just a minor score once again, so 5 goals 6. They're wasting no time with the kick-ins, but they're not very effective. Goodwood once again with numbers set around the perimeter, locking it in, but this time, not this time, Sarah Belkner with a great tackle stops the play and finally gives Golden Grove a chance to just catch a breath.
Yeah, that's it. So they just kick and hold now. I mean, they're lucky to only get away with a behind there because I think just a little bit of lack of communication by the Goodwood forwards. They had 2 tools in the goal square. One of them should have gone up. One of them should have, blocked for the other forward. So lucky to get away with that and be able to clear it out there were Golden Grove, because here come Goodwood again. Francis is leading up. She's been everywhere at the moment. Goes in the direction of Cotaridis, and she only had eyes for the ball, and her opponent in Innes just front-on contact there. Umpire's always going to pay it in favour of the girl with her eyes on the ball. So the free will come here. Cotaridis. She goes around off the mark, sends it deep into the pocket. No one was really there. Wasn't really the spot for it at all. Here's White there. She's in there. She's trying to push through. She's hungry for another goal. Already got 2 today in the grand final. Still lurking out the back of the pack is White, but she's wrapped up straight away in a 2-way tackle between Lim and Woodard. So stuck with another stoppage here, just about 15 metres outside the Goodwood goal. Great run on there by Cotaridis. She's got good hunt for the ball. Umpire throws the ball straight up. He's not here to mess around. Clearance was by Kemish. Quickly comes off the boot of Dinnan. Pushes wide, almost out towards the pocket, and then just rushed through by Golden Grove for a behind.
Could have been a much more damaging quarter than it already has been, although that's probably not what they're worrying about too much right now. Result still looks pretty secure for a quiet final term to a big grand final day, but maybe time for something else. Jessie Lim, like we said, Golden Grove need to find that elusive goal just to give something for their fans. There's plenty of fans still in celebration of that Div 6 flag, so they're willing to sit out the remainder of this game because they at least like to see something. They've tasted flag success today, at least the fans have, but obviously the players will also need to be playing for something, and that also includes the future. If you can avoid a blowout, show some promising signs, then what it means is that you've retained a good structure which you can take into next year. And we know the story. It happens a lot at AFL level when a team gets blown out in a grand final. They struggle to respond the next year, and sometimes they even go as far as to just fall apart. But the challenge is real for Golden Grove, even if it's not for the game itself, just to get that goal. Opportunity looming, but smothered. Running onto it, Belkner again. running off her opponent. Uncool decides not to pick it up. Only 10 seconds left. In fact, not even that much. So the clock there must be going faster than our own timer, and that just tells you how fast this game is flying by. And you know, sometimes they say the 2 hours that last a lifetime. Well, right now, even 10 hours worth of this game would feel like a normal standard match. But it just shows the game we're seeing. 5 goals, 5-35 to 0 goals, 4 behinds. I think that's correct. I'm not sure if it's 5 goals, 6, but the scoreboard both that we have to provide as well as the one at the ground spells that. We're going to take a break and we're ready to conclude a big Adelaide Footy League Women's Grand Final day afterwards.
9 News, teaming up with the Adelaide Footy League. Tom Wren on the ground at your club for Thursday Night Live, strengthening communities through footy.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on.
Welcome back. I hope you're as excited as I am to see through to the final outcome of our final game. We have commentated 3 games today here on the Adelaide Footy League Women's Grand Final live stream. Division 6, 4 and 2. Remember that Division 5, 3 and 1 will be next week. And this is the final game, probably the most one-sided, but you never know what's in stock in a final quarter of footy. Games can be completely shaped in one quarter, and as Don Pike once said, moments become games. And, well, right now, it's going to take multiple moments to get back into this one. But also, there's a lot to celebrate about the way Goodwood are playing. It's basic acts like that, for example, where they catch their opponent holding the ball and get some easy possession back. So, Dinnan wastes no time. Gives it to the wrong opponent, in fact. So it's been turned over down the line, although this has been pretty customary in the way Goodwood play. Not all of their forward conversions are super clean, but it's the way they lock in their forward half. Nice pick up and crumb there by Griffiths. She's picked a target. Potter. She'll go down the line. High drop punt. And it was positioned well for the intended target, but The intended target didn't quite have the oven mitts to secure that one, so it'll be a throw-in on the far side boundary line, just leaning towards the right half-forward flank for Goodwood. Ball comes in. Decently low throw-in as well. They clear it out, and they mark it. That's a big, towering mark from Tonkin, who we haven't called too much of today, but she has had that tall presence. She's been the target a few times. Maybe she hasn't been the biggest crummer or had all of the score involvements, but sometimes you just need that target to hit anyway to kind of create a diversion and distraction for the opposition. She's too far out to score, so instead she turns it over. Obviously not the intention, but that's the result of it. Jardine will slingshot off the back pocket. She almost turned it over, but she did hit a target in the end. Call to play on. Once again, not the most effective of kicks. Comes towards the centre of the ground. Again, ground conditions really good today. And even the cricket pitch holding up really well. Tacklers piling in. Down towards centre half back for Goodwood. They lost a lot of territory relatively quickly, and they might lose more here depending on how fast Beltner could keep up with her opponent. Not fast enough, but she was held, so it doesn't matter. She'll get possession of the ball anyway. An opportunity to send it back into the arc. First entry for the quarter for Golden Grove. Not an effective one. Potter clears it out effectively. It's marked by Agar, who's also had a very good game today. It's been a very evenly distributed performance from the team today, so we credit them there. And they've sent it back into the forward line, this time with a bit of a lower entry. Once again, it's picked off. Griffiths finds a vacant teammate on the outer side, and Goodwood are off.
They sure are. What can they do with it here? They're looking for Egbert. Didn't quite get it though, so we'll send it back into the Golden Grove 50, but Griffiths is on top of it. You know she can run all day. Just being wrapped up here. The ball's not really coming out, but umpire lets it go. Final term here, Division 2 Grand Final. Goodwood very much in control. Snap back from Potter. Ends up finding Egberts. Egberts looks further down the line. Had a one-on-one she liked. They've got the advantage here now. It's White pushing through. Agar back to White. She caught up there but got the quick kick out. They're still managing to push forward here, the Saints. They've got numbers here. Hamble came out through Agar. Then it went out again through Gilchrist. Gilchrist sends it long, and the mark is taken there by Tonkin. And you were talking about her before, Indy, and she really has stood up when the ball has been there. You know, she's used her height well and just taken those marks. And like you said, she might not have had huge impacts, but when the ball's been there, she's taken it.
Well, this could be a moment. Time to tune in on the scoreboard.
Tonkin.
She's got it.
Sounds like she's got it. So Tonkin, really strong mark off the back of some really good team play there by Goodwood Saints. She gets their first goal of the quarter. So just pushing all the way to that final siren are the Goodwood Saints. So they get their sixth goal of the game. They move to 6-6-42. Golden Grove still looking for that first goal of the game, just on the 4 behind.
So, feel good vibes from all angles now for Goodwood. And Golden Grove, are they running out of time to get that goal? You don't want to go through a goalless grand final. Obviously, the fans have experienced the victory from earlier today, so we're not feeling too much for them because at least they've got something to hold their heads high over, but just something to show for these players, because the girls for Golden Grove this year have been really good. They've done a lot to get to this stage in time, but it just hasn't been their afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, a lot to be said for they knocked off Tea Tree Gully last week, which was probably a little bit unexpected. They didn't finish in the top 2, but just absolutely pushed through this final series. So I think, when they look back, they can take those small wins as well. And maybe they can get another little small win here, because Emily Godden, she's just got herself under the flight of the ball. She's been threatening this all day. And I reckon she'll be having a shot on goal from here. Yep, she's put the mouth guard in the sock. Emily's ready to put one through for Golden Grove today. So just taking her time here with her run-up and routine. She'll be kicking probably from about 30 metres out. Leans back into it. And that's a goal. Emily Godden, well done. Great mark, great goal. She's put... Oh dear.
Oh no.
I've gone too early there. It's been called as a point, and in a week that has been plagued by news of goals and points, I've had a bit of an Adelaide Crows-ish moment there, and that has been called a behind. So the fifth behind there goes to Golden Grove. And again, we're not probably on the best angle here, but I thought it just crossed over the line. But
So did I. Well,
we're not in the best spot, so we're back in the goal umpire there. She was standing right there.
Golden Grove, they've still got time to get that elusive goal. Probably deserved one there. I mean, they have deserved one today. Here's an opportunity. Oh, last line of defense. What about that? Superb work from Goodwood. Once again, standing tall and supreme. Not phased in the defense and eager to do the chase down when they need to. So, really good stuff there. The Goodwood girls have been fantastic today. Here she is
Well
again,
done.
Potter. Had a very good day off of halfback. She's going to step off. That's a little bit of an awkward kick, but it does get the job done, at least in relative capacity. And this time, Golden Grove might be able to get something off of the turnover. So, a couple of almost goals in the last minute or two, Beck. I reckon this one has to be converted from Madeline Steele.
Yeah, that's it. Been a little bit unlucky, shall we say, in the last couple of minutes, but also, you know, Goodwood haven't let up. They're not just going to let Golden Grove get an easy goal here, so can still put it through. Got nice height on it, but just dropped a little bit short there. So, again, it'll be rushed through. So, that will be their 7th point of the game. They're doing well to hold it inside their 50 at the moment, Golden Grove, but just can't quite get one through the middle. So Goodwood looking to push out. They're not, you know, taking their foot off the pedal here, Goodwood. They've well and truly won this game here, but they're still absolutely pushing forward. So they take it across halfway now there. They're looking for White. She's still probably got another goal in her if she wants it. Here she goes again. She's all over it, is White. She just throws the hands out the back of the pack. Potter's lurking. She gets in there. Throws it on the boot. Doesn't quite go the distance. Few too many hands and bodies within there. But again, Goodwood, they're just not letting off. You could be forgiven at this point if they kind of just took the easy road. They know they've won the game. It's 6 goals to no goals. But they're just keeping at it here. Tonkin sends it long, sends it forward. Here's White again. She's really strong through there when she's got the ball. Just come off a little bit worse there. A bit slow to get up, but I reckon she'll be all right. Looks like a tough cookie, does White. And looks like she's got a free for her trouble. So kind of missed what happened there. I think the ball had gone past it, but she's probably either got held without it or infringed. So here goes White lining up for her 3rd goal. Just putting something a little bit extra on this premiership win here for the Goodwood Saints. White. And she just pushed it there to the right-hand side. So it will just be a behind for White there.
So White's had a good day. Francis has had a good day. CJ had some early impact. Emma Fox around the ball's been good. Griffiths has been really good. Potter's been really good. There's thumbs up from all angles at the moment from Goodwood, and you can't really pick out much of a weak link of today outside of a couple of iffy forward 50 entries, but that's what happens in grand finals sometimes. The teams that want to avoid blowouts are the ones that actually really stack up in the defense. So Golden Grove have done that at the expense of not being able to kick a winning score, but Tonkin sends it forward. Opportunity maybe for something here. Another miraculous goal. Not going to happen for Francis on this occasion. But something else will happen. Emma Fox will finally get on the scoreboard. It was overdue, but more importantly, it was deserving.
Well, she did really well there. She's kind of just lurking around the play. She got in the right spot at the right time. And as you said, I think much deserved. She's been in and amongst it all day and just got to have a little bit of moment there for herself. So kicks Goodwood's 7th goal. They move out to 7-7-49. Golden Grove just with the 7 behinds. Just over 11 minutes gone in the final term of this Division 2 Adelaide Footy League Women's Grand Final.
Not much time left. 9.5 minutes. In fact, less than that. 8.5. Going to be called an incorrect disposal here. Golden Grove still an opportunity to get that goal. They've kicked 7 points. That's worth a little more than a goal, but 7 behinds. It's not the same satisfactory feeling as a major. It's sent back in and tackled with the ball in hand. Golden Grove still with an opportunity. Oh, running out here. Trying to get a bit of check side action if you don't mind. That was nicely done from Rose Inns. But it won't lead to a goal. And I reckon, well, on one hand, when it comes to late game stages, it's easier to apply tackling pressure to congest things because people aren't running out with open options as much. But on the other, it does demand a bit more physicality. So it's the type of stuff that really exhausts the players. Oh, big tackle. Stuff nicely done. Trying to take a snap at it, but then just losing it a bit in translation. Oh, almost take it without it, but Golden Grove continue to traverse. It's been marked, though, in the back pocket. Nicely done by Piper Langridge, who we haven't called too much of today either, but she's been very good, and I reckon sometimes defenders aren't always going to get the most disposals, but you'll notice them in one-on-one efforts, and there is a reason they've held their opposition goalless today, and a lot of that has to do with their aerial presence.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you look at the scoreboard and you have to say, well, obviously the defence have put in a really awesome performance. And as you said, it might not always show up in the stats or things like that because, you know, pressure acts and spoils and that kind of thing doesn't always get noticed. But within a defensive team, you know you've worked really hard and you sort of feel good about what you've achieved for the day. So here comes a little bit more attack from the Goodwood Saints. Cottaritas goes to push it forward. She's looking for Francis. We've loved the game of Francis today. But the forward line is bare and empty for the Goodwood Saints. And this is where that fatigue comes into it. It's a lot harder to run back. But they've got a player there in Griffiths. Ball comes off the boot, just drops in front of the goal line. Oh, a little bit of juggling there from Kemish, but she's wrapped up in a tackle straight away. That's awesome pressure there from Golden Grove. And, you know, it can be easy to just throw in the towel when you're down like this and you know you've lost the game. But their defence is still working hard in their Golden Grove, not going to give Goodwood any easy ball. Comes out the back now and probably an infringement there against Emma Fox. Just got taken down when the ball had gone, so she gets a chance for her 2nd goal here.
She's been one of the best today, in my opinion. I think she stood out a lot as mostly from her tackling pressure, but she's also started to get a bit more of the ball and now hit the scoreboard. But she's hit the woman on the mark there, so that definitely wasn't to the intention. Been rushed over for a behind. Yes, it is. Well, it is now. We're now into the final 5 minutes of our final grand final, and I think both Beck and I are in unified agreement as to who the best player has been on the ground today. So I'm going to go out and prepare myself for the post-game interview, and you are with Rebecca Northcott for the final 5 minutes of our final grand final today. Take it away, Beck.
So we've had a big day here at Blair Athol. 3 women's grand finals in one day. We move down to the last 5 minutes of play here between Goodwood and Golden Grove. Will we see another goal in these last 4 minutes either way? Umpire throws it up. Uncontested in the ruck here, and so it just ended up being punched forwards by Golden Grove. Smart play there. Looks like that was Heibner. And just keep sending it forward. Just lost their feet there a little bit in defence, Golden Grove. But huge tackle there laid by Emily Godden. She doesn't want to see the ball outside of this 50 anytime soon. She wants a goal for this team. They have worked hard and probably been unlucky a couple of times. There goes Godden again. She sent it into Woodards, who was wrapped up in a tackle immediately. Feel like maybe they can get a little bit of energy here, Golden Grove, and just finish off with a goal, but ends up being cleared out by Griffiths for Goodwood. She sends it in the direction of Sheedy. Sheedy works well there on the one-on-one, manages to get herself free. Good body contest there by Golden Grove, but it was Kemish who got it out in the end. Great pressure again there from Goodwood. They don't want to see it back down in this Golden Grove 50. So here they go. Here's White. She got pushed off the ball there, I would have thought. Umpire agrees. Been working hard all day, White. She sends it long. Had options there. Potter was stuck in a one-on-one. Did well there in defence, did Jobson for Golden Grove. Doing well inside was Griffiths there for the Saints as well. Another stoppage. We're still inside the Goodwood 50. The kick comes out, just absolutely launches out of that dangerous area. Goes in the way of Borges though. She wants to send it straight back where it came from. There goes Mim Potter. She's attacked really well today. Really enjoyed her game. Kick goes to Gambrinus. She's been pretty solid across half back for Golden Grove, taking some really good marks. Speaking of marks, one almost taken there again by Goodwood, still looking to attack with only 2 minutes left in this grand final, which they have well and truly won. And a lot of this squad will be celebrating back-to-back flags as they did take out the premiership in Division 3 last year. Gilchrist, she throws it on the boot. Ball's just dribbling. Everyone's just running past it. Here comes that fatigue. Just not quite aware of where the ball is. Gilchrist chucks it out there again. They've got players running through for it. They just keep pushing. There's Potter. She gets slung around and around. Down the bottom of the pack. About 90 seconds left in this grand final clash, which is going to be won by the Goodwood Saints as the ball goes up just outside the goal square. Umpire's pulled out a free kick here. Not quite sure which way it's going. And it's going the way of Goodwood Saints, so they're going to get a shot on goal in the dying stages of this game. Not much of an angle here. It might be the distance there, though, that's the issue for Edgeberts. Turns out it was the accuracy in the end, so just rolls through for a behind in the end. So 7-9-51 is Goodwood. You'd think that'll be the final score, just the 7 points to Golden Grove. They're going to win this one convincingly, Goodwood. They finished second at the end of the minor rounds, but Tea Tree Gully got knocked out of the final series in the end, so it's all Goodwood now. Griffiths been very prominent through the midfield. Potter tries the fend off there. She might get done here for holding the ball. Really enjoyed the effort there though from Mim Potter. She's been working hard all day as we reach the last 10 seconds or so, or 1 second or so, and it will be the Goodwood Saints. 7-9-51, defeating Golden Grove just with the 7 behind. So not allowing Golden Grove the opportunity to get the double today between Division 2 and 6. If you haven't been with us all day, it's Goodwood Saints here in Division 2. Taking out the flag. In Division 4, it was Hectorville with a comfortable win. Division 6 was won by Golden Grove. But today, the Goodwood Saints absolutely too strong. They came out in the first quarter absolutely firing. They kicked 3 goals to nothing, and that form just continued throughout the game. So we had goals, 2 goals to Francis, 2 goals to White, singles to Tonkin, Fox and Seagate. So great all-round effort there from Goodwood, and just they looked the better team all day. They got the jump early, as I said, with that 3-0 first quarter, and they've just been very strong. Looks like we'll be seeing the Goodwood Saints in the ranks of Division 1 next year, and they've really come up through the ranks of the Goodwood Saints. They've got a really strong junior program. There's a lot of girls in this senior team who have come through Goodwood Saints as juniors and are now part of this really successful senior squad. So I think this team can only go up from here. Golden Grove, it's a bit of a rough day for them, but I think they can be proud of how they performed in the finals. As I mentioned earlier, they knocked off Westminster in the first round of finals and then came out and beat Tea Tree Gully by 13 points last week, who did finish top of the ladder. So, but it's the Goodwood Saints here today. They have absolutely been too good, as we say. And just an awesome win. You know they'll enjoy celebrating that down at Goodwood tonight. Golden Grove, it'll be rough for the players in Division 2, but they do still have that Division 6 premiership to celebrate. As keep an eye on Indy here. He's looking for our best on-ground selection. And here she comes over here. So kicked 2 goals today. We've given our award today to Paris Francis. She's a premiership player for the Goodwood Saints. I think she looks pretty excited. She looks pretty up and about. She is going to take home the Archie's thongs and the Dartfish beanie today. So that we'll just let them set themselves up here. Just getting a bit stuck in the sun here, but we will go down to Indy, who is with Paris Francis.
Well, congratulations to the Goodwood Saints again. They had the premiership DNA and they stood up today. And also congratulations to you, Paris, because you were absolutely fantastic. You kicked some really cracking goals today. One in the first quarter, which was a snap around the corner. We just absolutely loved it here in the box. And your reward, of course, a pair of Archie's thongs and a Dartfish beanie. And yeah, I thought we would just ask, because do you practice routines like that, some of the exciting X-Factor snaps in your own time?
I'm notoriously really bad at set shots, so I feel like that's the only way I can get my fix. But no, credit to the girls, because I'm not able to do any of that if I don't get the ball, and I'm not great in the contest. So if I can just get the ball and snap it in, that's my job done. But no, just very, very happy with just how we went today, and yeah, it was good.
Yeah, do you rely on a heavy week of training, or do you save it all for the main event? Because, some people, they save their schoolwork for the last night before it's due, and some people get onto it early. Are you an early shopper, or you like to leave it late?
I like to leave it as late as possible. But I think with my training, I try and stay as consistent as possible. But yeah, I think just with my energy levels, try and conserve it a little bit, and then just, yeah.
Well, they're already talking, so we're not going to waste any time, but you get over and celebrate with your teammates, and congratulations. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Enjoy the night. So it was Paris Francis there. Good job, Indy, to wrangling her in the midst of all the celebrations to come, but she was our best on ground by far, kicked the 2 goals and was just electric around the contest, took some good marks and was just a great presence on the field. So it's the Goodwood Saints here with the Division 2 Premiership. We've had an absolutely huge day of footy here on the live stream, thanks to Filming Footy, Adelaide Footy League, Sports Interactive, Buddy Bet and Sportal on our scoreboards here. It's been an absolutely massive day for women's footy. Congratulations to the premiers in Division 2 Goodwood, Division 4 Hectorville and Division 6 Golden Grove, and there's plenty more grand finals to come. Next week we will have the Division 1, 3 and 5 grand finals. We're obviously streaming all of our Division 1 men's games every week, and if you want some entertainment, tune in tomorrow to the Hills Football League stream, because you might see someone familiar out there on that live stream. So Anyway, thank you to everyone who's tuned in from far and wide. Thanks to Indy, thanks to Will, thanks to everyone that has supported the stream today. It's pretty cool that we can stream out women's footy far and wide all over the world. So we will see you all back next weekend for some more women's footy. Thank you and good night.
Quite impressive to see. You should have set the benchmark for the season, so well done today. Congratulations. I just want to say for our girls, it's been a great season. We've had a lot of new players coming into the squad, a few juniors coming up. It was quite good to see how well they gelled and how much work they did in the year. Big pre-season, come up with big two, and then to make their first grand final for the Carlton Greyhounds is an awesome achievement. They should really be proud of themselves and really proud of what they've done this season and how well you feel about the whole year. So well done, guys. Congratulations.
I'd like to invite up from the Goodwood Saints Football Club, the winning coach, Shane Peel, to say a few words.
Thank you, Golden Grove, for a great contest today. We've enjoyed playing against you the last 2 years, and every time we come up against you, we learn something about ourselves, which helps us to improve as a team moving forward. Next year, when we both go up to Div 1, continuing the rivalry that we have, the great games that we have. So, thank you for the contest today. Thank you to Cybies, who's been the sponsor of the Saints Women's Program from the start, and we're indebted to have that support for the work that we do. And to our team today, we came here well prepared. We came here with a clear way that we wanted to play our football. So congratulations on what you were able to do today. I know that you've had great support behind you. We've seen the support of the club, we've seen the support of your parents, etc. Great memories created today. Well done to all of you. Also take this opportunity to thank Catherine, who got me involved with the Saints a couple of years ago when we won premierships in Div 5 and Div 4, and continuing the tradition that Catherine started a couple of years ago with a couple more premierships now and up to Div 1 next year. So thank you very much. It's a big day for Adelaide Football League to put this on, so again I'd finish off by thanking those that have been responsible for hosting the day to the football club. You've done a terrific job getting this organised and putting it on to the umpires. Thank you for your work you've done today and all the officials as well. Nick, I believe you need to come up to do the announcement of players.
Sammy Gilchrist. Elle Seagate. Billy Agar. Asher Lodge. Annie Size. Paris Francis. Jazzy Andre. Chloe Tarasenko. Chloe Tonkin. And last but not least, Emma White. And Emma, you're the lucky one to get safety with.
I just want to start off by thanking all the matchday officials and volunteers who make this day possible. It runs so smoothly and we wouldn't be here without you. To Golden Grove, you guys, as Shane said, have been the standard for the last 2 years. We've come against you every time and we never know if we're going to win or lose, and it's a hard-fought game. So very exciting to see you guys up in Div 1 with us next year. To Goodwood, I think it's our 4th grand final win in a row now, so it just shows how hard we work, and every single one of the girls is so deserving. I want to thank the emergencies today. Obviously didn't step on the field, but we're equally as much as the team. And a massive thanks goes to all our coaches and support staff. They put in so much hours and volunteer to help us out when maybe we don't behave the best at times, but we wouldn't be here without them. So thank you very much.
Congratulations. Don't go too far. Emma, Shane, Liz. Congratulations to the Goodwood Saints Football Club, Division 2 Premiers.